You can see the agent here on Amazon, and then is working here, guys. You can see type something into the search bar. As you can see, it's typing here something, and then it visits the page. The agent is looking for the products on Amazon. In this video, we're going to build BrowserAgent. It's an AI agent which is capable of controlling a browser. Let's have a quick demo. I'm going to pass you the input. I'm going to ask the agent to head on Amazon and find the cheapest product. You can see the input, head on Amazon and find the best wireless noise ceiling headphones under $200. Compare at least 5 products based on rating, number of reviews, battery life. Okay, I pass the input to the agent. I ask the agent to head on Amazon. Let's connect to the computer and see what the agent is doing in background. As you can see, actually the agent is typing something within the browser, and then it visits Amazon. Okay, you can see the agent visit Amazon, and then it's trying to find a cheapest wireless. As you can see, the agent is working. As you can see, the agent is working, guys. As you can see, the agent is working. Okay, scroll again. The agent scroll again. Okay, scroll again, is looking for the cheapest product. Okay, as you can see, the agent is working. It's still working, guys. The agent is still working. Let's see what the agent is doing in background. Okay, the agent is still working. Okay, it's looking for the cheapest product. As you can see, the agent is scrolling every time. Okay, he's trying to identify the right product. Okay, move at the bottom. I don't know what the agent is doing in the background. Okay, you can see the agent is finished here. You can see you already finished. You already finished here, guys. Okay, actually, I'm getting here the results because you already found the cheapest product. I'm not taking another input and pass it to the agents. Okay, here's the second input. We're gonna ask the agent to visit Amazon again and find a birthday gift for the software engineer who lacks AI and productivity tool. And we pass it the badge. I'm gonna take that and then I'm pass it to the agents. Let's see what the agent's gonna find here. You already finished for the first input. You already finished. I'm passing the second input, and then the agent's gonna head on Amazon again. Okay, and again, you can see the agent here on Amazon is trying to find a productivity gift for a software engineer. Okay, it's trying to find here the data. Okay, it's still working, guys. You can see at the bottom here, we have here the loading indicator. It's still working. It's still looking for the product. Let's move here and see what the agent is doing. And you can see it visits here another page here. The agent visits another page here. Okay, you can see the agent visits another page and it continues working, guys. Okay, this is how the browser agent works. Okay, now we're gonna pass it another input. Here's the second input I'm gonna pass to the agent. So we're gonna ask the agent to visit Wikipedia and find us an article about machine learning, MCP server, and AI agents. I'm gonna take that input, we're gonna pass it to the agents, and then the agent's gonna open the browser. Okay, in a matter of seconds, the agent's gonna open the browser. The agent has visited Wikipedia and it's gonna find an article about machine learning. Now you're gonna see in a matter of seconds, the agent's gonna start typing something. Okay, you're gonna see within the search form, the agent's gonna type in something. The agent have the possibility to type something. You can see actually the agent is typing something, and then it's gonna click to model context protocol. As you can see, click there, and then it head on the page here. It's gonna try to synthesize the page and give us something about model context protocol. You're gonna see. Actually, the agent is synthesizing that page. Okay, actually is synthesizing the page. When it's gonna finish, it's gonna move on to the next article. Maybe it can start with machine learning and then it's gonna move to AI agents. As you can see, the agent is working. As you can see, you already finished with MCP. Now the agent is typing, is making research about machine learning. You're gonna see, actually you can see we got machines. We got machines instead of machine learning. Okay, let's see what the agent's gonna do here. Okay, you can see it opens here a little menu. Now it taps machine learning. It was tapping previously machine. Now it taps machine learning. And yeah, actually it's clicking now. Let's see what the agent is doing. And guys, this is the browser agent. It has the possibility to click, to type, to fill a form. Okay, you can do whatever it wants. Okay, you can see this how it works, guys. And the app is running into a Docker container. You can see this is a container which is running, and we have here the logs. We have here the logs, guys. The agent is working within a Docker container. Okay, actually the agent is still working. You can see we have here this loading indicator. It means the agent is still working. Okay, the agent is still working, and this is VNC, Virtual Computing Network. Okay, the agent is working within a container, within Docker, guys. Okay, now I'm gonna take another input. I'm gonna ask the agent to head into my Gmail and send to somebody an email. We're gonna take that input and then we're gonna pass in here. Okay, write an email looking for the position of JavaScript engineer to this email, then send it. As you can see, the agent visits here my Gmail account, and then it's gonna write here an email. Okay, it's gonna write an email. Okay, as you can see, the agent here visits my Gmail. The agent visits my Gmail, and then it's gonna try to send an email. As you can see, visit here my Gmail, guys. As you can see, actually the agent is working on it. Okay, you're gonna see it's gonna click here something. Okay, as you can see, it's clicking. The agent is clicking here. It's gonna send an email to somebody. Okay, let's see how it works. Okay, you're gonna see the agent's gonna start typing. Actually, the agent is controlling the browser. Okay, actually the agent controls the browser. As you can see, the agent is typing something. I don't know what the agent is typing. As you can see, the agent is typing the subject. Okay, you can see application for the JavaScript engineer post. Yeah, you can see application for a JavaScript engineer position. Okay, pretty good. The agent is still working, guys. It's still working. It's gonna succeed. Now it's gonna start working on the body. As you can see in here, guys, the agent has stopped working. Okay, let me see what's going on in the server here. I'm not heading to the server to see what's going on here. And yeah, you can see in here, guys, I was rate limited by the model provider. I was rate limited. That's why the agent started working. And the agent is able to write an email, head into Google Calendar, and create an event. Is able to do that, guys. Okay, is able to do that. So we're gonna learn how to build a browser agent. Let's get started. Alright, guys, before you get going, I'm gonna get a quick tour of what chapter that we're gonna encounter throughout this video. We're gonna start with the first chapter, where we're gonna install Node.js, Express, TypeScript, LangChain, LanGraph. Then we're gonna move to the second chapter. We're gonna work on the authentication. We're gonna use Google. Third chapter, we're gonna talk about a streaming agents. Then we're gonna move to the fourth chapter, where we're gonna learn about PlayWright. Fifth chapter, we're gonna learn how to build browser tool. We're gonna learn how to build all browser tool like click, hover, scroll. We're gonna learn how to build this tool. And on seventh chapter, we're gonna test all these browser tool. Then on the chapter A, we're gonna talk about multi-agent system using Handoff pattern. As you can see, this is the graph, and on the graph we have a couple of agents like MemoryAgent, reset agents, navigation agents, browser agents, vision agents, JavaScript agents, web scraper agents. They're gonna collaborate together. Then we're gonna move to the nav chapter, where we're gonna test the browser agents. Then we're gonna move on the 10th chapter, where we're gonna learn how to build the memory agents. And also we're gonna talk about human loop, and we're gonna talk about visual grading tool on chapter 10. We're gonna talk about a lot of stuff, and then we're going to move to the 11th chapter. We're gonna learn how to build the front end using React, and we're gonna talk about human loop too. We're gonna learn how to build the human loop component, and finally we're gonna move to the deployment section. We are going to learn how to deploy our browser agents into a Docker container. Now here's the tech stack that we're gonna use. We're gonna use TypeScript, Node.js, PlayWright, LangChain, LangGraph, and React. This is the tech stack that we're gonna use. Without further ado, let's get started. Alright, guys, before we start building our browser agent, we're gonna start with the first chapter. We're gonna set up our project. Let's head into the command prompt, and then we're gonna run here make dir, and then we're gonna pass here my app name. You're gonna pass your app name, then you're gonna cd within your app and pass your app name. This is the name of our project, and then we're gonna pass in npm init, and pass -y. Okay, we're gonna use Node.js. So initialize the Node.js project. We'll run here this command. Once you finish, you're gonna run here the second command in order to install Express. We're gonna run here npm install Express. Once done, we're gonna install LangChain and LangGraph. Head on langchain.com and then head into the installation menu here, and then you're gonna copy this command. And also you're gonna install LanGraph. Okay, head into LanGraph here, click here LanGraph, and then you're gonna head into install menu here. You're gonna copy this command in order to install LanGraph. Once done, you're gonna head into your project here, you can see I've already installed here MIME. You can see I've already installed here MIME, and we're gonna use here TypeScript. Let me show you. You see the zoom, we're gonna use TypeScript. You can see I've already passed here the tsconfig.json. Okay, if you haven't already passed here this file, you can create it, and then you're gonna pass in these. You're gonna copy. You're gonna pass in here this code. Okay, you're gonna pass the compile options. Okay, copy everything here, and once done, you're gonna head on npm, and then you're gonna install this. npm install TypeScript. Okay, let me run it past this command and see what we're gonna have here. You're gonna install TypeScript. Okay, in order to install TypeScript as a dev dependency, you're gonna run here this command, and also you're gonna install here. You're gonna install tsnode. You're gonna run here this command too. You're gonna install TypeScript and tsnode. Okay, and yeah, you finish. I think you finish. Once done, you're gonna install Mongoose. Okay, to interact with a database, we're gonna need Mongoose. We're gonna use MongoDB for that. Okay, you're gonna type here Mongoose, and then you're gonna head on npm, and then you're gonna run here this command in order to get Mongoose here. Okay, like this. Okay, I think we are ready. We are ready, guys. We already install Express, tsnode, TypeScript, LangChain, LanGraph, and Mongoose. I think we are ready, guys. Now you can see I got here .env. In order to get access to our environment variable, we're gonna need here our package, which is .env. I'm gonna pass here npm .env. Okay, .env like this. You need to install it, so you're gonna run here this command in order to get it. Okay, npm install .env like this. Once done, we are ready, guys. Okay, we are ready. Let me get rid of this file here. Now what we're gonna do next, we're gonna head into the root folder of our app. Here you can see we got here BrowserAgent. Now I'm gonna pass here a source folder. Okay, now inside this source folder, what I'm gonna pass here, I'm gonna pass here the app folder, and then at the root of the source folder, we're gonna pass here the index.ts. This is gonna be the entry point of our app. Okay, we're gonna pass in here like this. Okay, we pass here the entry point, and you're gonna head into the package.json file. You're gonna pass here this line here. Okay, you're gonna pass here dev this segment here, this script that we pass here, nodemon. Also, you're gonna install nodemon, pass here to this nodemon. Okay, pass it to nodemon in order to get it. You know, when we modify app, we need to restart it. Okay, every time we modify app, we're gonna restart it, and you're gonna pass here nodemon --exit tsnode. You're gonna pass here tsconfig/path here /register source folder index.ts. So why I pass here the tsconfig path? We use tsconfig path in order to resolve alias. Let's say I'm gonna show you something. Let me head into the browser here. I'm gonna show you something. Let's say I want to import a given file. I can do something like this: imports, and pass here file name, and then I can pass here @. Okay, this is an alias. Now, in order to resolve it, we're gonna use tsconfig path. Now, head on npm, and then you're gonna type here npm, and then you're gonna pass here tsconfig path. Okay, you're gonna type here this. You're gonna install the package too in order to resolve alias. Okay, install that, and then you're gonna head into here. You're gonna pass here tsnode you're gonna pass it tsnode -r tsconfig -paths /register source folder /index.ts. So you're gonna pass it this. Okay, we are going to use the commands for in dev environments, and to start our app, you're gonna use here this one and pass here index.ts like this. Okay, once done, let's go back here. I'm gonna head into the app folder. Now, what I'm gonna do here, I'm gonna pass here a bootstrap folder. I'm gonna pass here bootstrap. Okay, and inside the bootstrap folder, I'm passing Mongoose, and here I'm passing index.ts. Okay, we're gonna pass inside the bootstrap folder. I'm passing another folder. We're gonna pass here Express, and inside Express folder, we're gonna pass in the Express saver. I'm passing here Express saver like this. .ts. Yeah, like this. Okay. Now let's head into the Express saver, and what we're gonna do in here, we're gonna import Express and Router. we're gonna import here the core module. In order to get it, you're gonna run here this command npm install cores module. Okay, we're gonna get it, and we're gonna import here this type from express. Now we're gonna pass here the path module and handle express error function. Okay, I'm not sure how to create a function later, and we're going to pass it to express so that we can catch some global errors that can occur within our express app. Okay, I'm not sure how to create a function later. Now let's pass it the function express server. You can see text the express app in the port here, and we initialize the router. Okay, now let's head into the index.ts located in the roots of the Bootstrap folder. You can see here, guys, we are going to pass here another function, Bootstrap. Okay, now instead of function, we invoke here express server, and it takes the app in the port. Okay, now we're gonna take the Bootstrap app function, we're gonna import it in the index.ts. Okay, we got another index.ts at the roots of the source folder, we're gonna pass in here. Okay, we pass it first the express app, and then we get access to the ports, and then we invoke here Bootstrap app. Okay, we invoke the function. When I'm gonna run here this command npm run dev, we're gonna here the function. This is the entry point of our app. Okay, this is the entry point. Okay, you can see if I head into the page.json, you can see pass here this line. Okay, we hit here the entry point. Now let's head in, and I'm gonna go into the express folder, and then we're gonna go back here. I'm gonna pass here the cores module, and here we're gonna pass the origin. It's gonna be the base 0 of our Nextjs app, and I'll pass the credentials through. Now we're gonna pass here app that use express.json parse incoming requests. And now I'm gonna pass another line here in order to expose the public folder. You can see in order to get the public path here, you can see I pass here path.join process.car working directory. We're gonna get here the car working directory, and then we're gonna pass here the public folder. We're gonna expose the folder so that we can get access to assets. Now I'm gonna pass here the function handle express error. Let's create it. I'm gonna head into the Bootstrap folder, and then I'm gonna pass here exceptions. Now inside the exceptions folder, we're gonna pass here the function handle express error. I'm pass here handle express error like this. Okay, that's it. Okay, like this, and then we're gonna pass here this. Okay, you can see we pass the handle express error. It takes here the error, the request, the response, and the next function. And then here I'm getting here the status. You can see I pass the rest the status code. If I'm getting a status code which is different from 200, I'm going to return the status code. Else I'm gonna return here 500, and we're gonna return here the response. Now we're gonna take the function, we're gonna pass it in here like this in order to catch express errors. Then now I'm passing the endpoint in order to check if our express is running, and then I'm gonna pass it after listen. We're gonna pass it the ports, and we're gonna console here this. We're gonna console the line when I'm gonna tap npm run dev. Okay, we got here an express server. Now we are going to head into the command prompt, and we're gonna try this. Let me import here the line like this. Pretty cool. We just finished here, guys. We just finished. Now I'm gonna head into the command prompt, and then I'm gonna run here this command. Pass here npm run dev to check if the express server is going to run here. You can see we're gonna head into in here, we're gonna head into the BrowserAgent, and then we're gonna run here this command npm run dev. Okay, we're gonna run here npm run dev like this. Okay, and you can see actually run our express server, and in a matter of seconds we console here this express server is running. And if I copy the base 0, I take it and then I pass it in here, you're gonna see, okay. And yeah, you can see we got here the little message, service app. Okay, you can see the service app in here. We just finished with the first chapter, guys. That was the first chapter. We set up the projects and the express server. Okay, now we're gonna move to the second chapter. We're gonna work on the authentication of our browser agents. For the authentication, we're gonna use Google. Now to get started, we're gonna need some package here. Yeah, I'm gonna import here the first package. You're gonna import here connect Mongo. You're gonna head on npm.com, and then you're gonna get it. I'm pass here npm install connect Mongo. So what is connect Mongo? Connect Mongo is a package that we're gonna use in order to store the session into MongoDB. Okay, we're gonna use the package. Okay, you're gonna install connect Mongo. Okay, and here they explain how to use it. Now, I'm not explaining you later. We're going to import here another package, passports, okay? Hit on npm and then tap here, npm install passports, okay? Let me move here and pass here npm passports, and then I'm gonna click here. Okay, you're gonna head into in here, and then you're gonna learn how it works. We're gonna install here express session to manage session. I'm gonna copy it in here, and then we're gonna head into the browser, and then I'll pass here npm express session. If I pass npm express session, and then you're gonna click here, you're gonna learn how to use it. Okay, you're gonna head into in here, and they explain how to use it. In order to set up a session with Express, you need to pass the MemoryAgent that use, and then we'll pass the session. Okay, like this. Okay, now let's continue. I'm going to pass here the passport Google Auth tool. You're gonna tick that again here, and then you're gonna pass it into the browser, and then you're gonna learn how to use it. Now I'm gonna pass here this little object right here. Const session is equal to store here. Because I want to store the session into MongoDB, I'm gonna leverage here connect Mongo. Now I'm gonna pass here a Mongo store that creates. We're gonna pass here MongoDB URL, and we're gonna pass here the name of the collection we're gonna store the sessions. Then we're gonna pass here the secrets, reset false. Okay, save and initialize. We're gonna pass it true, and cookie here we're gonna pass here secure is gonna be false because actually, the project is located on my computer. That's why I'm going to pass here false. When we're going to put it in production, we're going to pass it true. Then we're going to pass here the line here. I'm going to check here if the Node.js is equal to production. If it's equal to production, we're going to pass the app that set trust proxy. We're going to set here the proxy. And also, we're going to modify the value of the cookie here. Cookie object, you can see pass secure is equal to false here. I'm going to modify here the value to true if we move the app into production. Then we're going to pass here the session. We import it from express session. You can see I pass that object right here. Okay, where we store the session, I take it, and then I pass it to express session. Okay, if I head into here, I move express session. You can see they explain how to use it. We need to pass the app that use, and then we need to pass the session. Okay, this is the object that I take and then I pass in here. Then to initialize passport, we're going to pass here passport.initialize and passport.session like this. Then we're going to pass here passport.use. We're going to pass here an instance of Google strategy. We're going to pass here the client ID. We're going to pass here the Google client secrets and the callback URL. I'm not sure how to get the client ID and client secrets. Then we pass here the callback. When we're going to get the use data, we're going to store that into the database. We're going to continue and pass here passport serializer, and we're going to pass here this line 2, okay, like this. This is how we use passport. Head into here, and then they explain literally everything about passports, okay? Head into here, and then you're going to learn how to use it. You can see if I scroll a little bit here, you can see they explain how to use it. You can see you got here passport that serialize and deserialize right here, okay? If you want to learn how it works, come here and read here this, okay? And then in order to authenticate, we pass here /Google, okay? Once we hit that endpoint, they're going to take us on Google so that we can authenticate. And you can see we pass here scope, we pass here the profile and the email. And then we're going to pass here the callback URL. Okay, now let's continue and pass here these endpoints in order to get the data of the authenticated user. In order to get it, we're going to pass here we're gonna return here regular user like this. Now we're gonna pass here the last endpoint in order to log out. We're gonna pass /logout. Okay, like this. I pass a reg logout, and then I'm gonna return here this, and then we're gonna log out. Okay, and we just finishing here. Now what I'm gonna do next here, I'm going to take here these environment variable. We're gonna pass into the data here. Let's head into data, and then we're gonna pass in here. And also, I'm gonna go back here. I'm gonna take here another one at the bottom here. You can see we pass here the front app URL. I'm gonna take it and then I'm passing here like this. Let's pass in here. And what I'm gonna do here, I'm gonna get rid of this. Okay, we're gonna get rid of this line here. Okay, like this. We're gonna tick that. We're gonna pass in here. We're gonna tick that. Yeah, we're gonna pass here the callback URL. Like this, pretty cool. And we're gonna pass it the front end app URL. Yeah, like this. Okay. Okay, we just finished in here. Okay, I'm passing equal, and right here we're gonna pass equal, and here equal, and equal here. Okay, and you can see in here I've already passed the DB URL. The name of the database is the BrowserAgent. Okay, like this. Okay, we just finished in here. Also, we need to pass another environment variable. Let me go back here. Yeah, we're gonna go back into the Express app here. You can see in order to for this section here, we need to pass the secrets, which is the cookie key. I'm gonna take that, and then we're gonna pass in here too. Okay, let's take that, and then we're gonna pass it right here, which is the cookie key, like this. Okay, we just finished in here. Now, what I'm gonna do next here, I'm going to pass in another folder, which is mangoes. Okay, mangoes. And in some mangoes, I'm pass the index.ts, where I'm pass the DB connection. Okay, index.ts. And I'm gonna pass here another folder, which is models. And we're gonna pass in the user schema. Okay, that's .ts. And we're gonna pass here another folder service. We're gonna pass the user service. Then pass here user service. Inside the user service, we're gonna pass in some database operations function like create a user, update a user, delete a user. Okay, that's what we're gonna pass into the user service. And pass user service.ts. Now let's head into the user schema, and we're gonna pass in here. Okay, I'm gonna import here mangoes, and then we're gonna pass the user schema. It has here the name, email, image, Google Access Token, Google Refresh Token, Google ID. Okay, like this. It is here these columns. Okay, now what I'm going to do next here, I'm gonna head into the mangoes folder, and then I'm gonna pass here the line. Okay, in order to make the database connection, we're gonna pass it the line only, DB connection, and we're gonna head into the index.ts at the roots of the bootstrap folder, and then we're gonna import here the DB connection and pass here like this. We're gonna pass here a wait, now pass here DB connection like this. In order to make DB connection, you're gonna create a function, then you're gonna pass here mangoes that connect. You're gonna pass here the base 0, and then in case we got an error here, you're gonna catch it. Okay, you're gonna pass here this, and we just finished in here. Now what I'm gonna do next here, I'm gonna head into the user service, and I'm going to pass here. I'm gonna import here first the user schema, and I'm gonna pass here now the user service. Now in here, I'm gonna use the singleton design pattern, because I don't want to create every time the user service instance. I don't want to create it every time, but I want to check here if we got that instance. If that instance exists, so we're gonna use it in order to run a specific method within the user service. And you can see here, I'm checking here if the user that instance is undefined. We're gonna pass the data to the instance property. You can see here's the instance property, and then I pass the user instance that a user service that instance is equal to new user service. Else, if we got data, if isn't undefined, we're gonna return here we're gonna return that instance. Okay, in order to get access to that instance, I use here user service that instance. Okay, like this. Then we're gonna pass here the function in order to create a user. We're gonna pass here user props, and the type is gonna be Google user type, and we're gonna pass here the access and refresh token. If I head into the Express server, you can see we got that section here. We get here the callback. When we authenticate, we're gonna get the Google Access Token and refresh token, and we're gonna get here the profile. The profile is the user data. Is where we're gonna get the user data. Okay, and I know the type of it. I'm going to head into the source folder, and then I'm passing the types folder. I'm passing the user types. Okay, like this. I know the type. The type looks like this. Okay, let me pass here this user types.ts. Okay, we got something like this. Okay, this is the shape of the profile property. We got here the ID, display name, the name here, family name, given name. We got here the email. This one is going to be an array. We got here the photos, and we got here the provider and this JSON. Okay, this is the type of this property here. If I go back into the Express server, this is the type of profile. Okay, we're gonna have something like this. And then I use here the line in order to type it. Now let's go into the user service, and you can see I pass here Google user type. I need to import it in here. We're gonna pass in here. Okay, you can see user props is I type it with Google user type. Okay, you can see we get here the type. Now I'm going to pass in here, and then I'm going to pass here this. Okay, I'm gonna pass here this line, and then in order to get access to the ID, name, picture, email, I pass the user props.json. Okay, if I go back in here, you can see we get here that object right here. I get access to these properties, and then I take this and then I take here the email. I use it in order to check if we got the email into the database. If we got it, we aren't gonna create a user. Instead, we're gonna return the data. Okay, let me show you. I'm gonna pass here the line first. I'm gonna check if that email exists. If it doesn't exist, we're gonna create a user. Okay. To create a user in MongoDB, we pass here new user. We instantiate the user class here. We pass here these properties, and then we pass here user.save like this. And then we're gonna return here the created user. We're gonna head into the else block, and then I'm gonna pass here the line. As we got the user, we're going to update here the Google Access token, Google Refresh token. We're gonna update the token here, and then we're gonna return here the updated user. Okay, like this. And we just finished in here. Let me import here the line. Okay, pretty cool. We just finished in here, guys. Okay, you can see actually I'm getting here typing error. In order to fix it, we're gonna import here the user schema from user schema.ts. Okay. Okay, you can see in here we don't export here the user schema. That's why we got an error into the user service. Let's go here, and then we're gonna export it. We're gonna pass the line in order to export the user schema. And then in user service, I'm gonna import it. Let's import it like this. Okay, cool. We just finished in here. Now, what we're gonna do next is to head into the Express server, and then I'm gonna pass here the user service. Now I'm passing const user service like this is equal to, we're gonna pass user service, the get instance, user service that get instance. Okay, I'm passing user service. Okay, the get instance like this, and I'm passing const user is equal to await here, and then I'm passing user service. Okay, let me pass here this. Okay, I'm pass here user service. Okay, like this. Yeah, user service like this. And then I'll take the user service. I'm gonna invoke the function create user. I'll pass here create user. And the create user takes here the profile. I'm gonna take here the profile and pass it here. Let me check here the tab. It takes here the profile, and it takes here the access and refresh token. I'm gonna take, I'm pass here the access. Let me check here the tab. If we head into the user service here, you can see the create user function takes here the access and refresh token. We're gonna take that, and then we're gonna pass it here. Okay, I'm going to copy here the access and refresh token, and then I'm pass it in here like this. Okay, like this. Okay, pass here the access and refresh token, and then what I'm gonna do here, I'm pass here return. We're gonna return here return done. I'm passing now, and then I'm passing user like this, and we just finish. Okay, we just finished in here, guys. We just finished. What we're gonna do next is to get the Google Client ID, Google Client secrets, and we're gonna pass here the callback here. Okay, now let's head into in here. Let's head into the data. I'm not heading, and you can see in here we have already passed here the Google Client ID, Google Client secrets. Okay, we're gonna pass it there. Okay, let me first get rid of this because I'm not getting rid of the front end app URL. You can see I've already passed it in here. Okay, I'm not getting rid of this line here. Now let's get here the client ID and client secrets. Okay, now we're gonna head on Google. Okay, what I'm gonna do here, I'm going to click here, and then we're gonna head on Google. I'm passing Google off. Okay, I'm tab inner. You can head into console.cloud.google.com. Okay, head in. Okay, let me copy the URL, and then they're gonna take you in here. You can see they take me into Google Cloud. Now, in order to move to the page here, here's how you're gonna proceed. Now I'm passing Google off. I'm passing only Google off, and then once you tap Google off, you're gonna see here this line. Scroll a little bit, and then you're gonna see here the line using OAuth2. Okay, you're gonna click here, and once you click here, you're gonna scroll a little bit again here, and then you're gonna click here. Let me show you. You're gonna scroll a little bit. You can see we got here the section basics. And then you're gonna see obtain of 2.0. Yeah, you're gonna visit the Google API console. Click here, and then they're gonna take you in here. You can see you head into Google Cloud. Once you click on the link, they take you in here. You can see I got the same thing in here, guys. Okay, once done, what I'm gonna do next here is to create a project. You can see we got here the section here. I'm gonna click here, and then you're gonna see here the little menu which is gonna pop up here. You're gonna click here, new projects. Okay, once you click new projects, you're gonna see the line here. They're gonna take you in here. Now, once they take you in here, you need to pass here the name of your project. Some pass here, yeah, BrowserAgents. This is the name of our project, BrowserAgents. Okay, like this, BrowserAgents. And for the parent resources, you're gonna let it empty, and then you're gonna click here, create. Okay, once you click create, they're gonna take you in here. And what you're gonna do here, guys, you're gonna click here, and then you're gonna pick here the name of your project. You can see we got here BrowserAgents. Click here. Okay, once you click here, okay, they're gonna take you in here. Okay, now what I'm gonna do here, I'm gonna head into off consent screen, head into in here, and then what we're gonna do in here is to click on the button here. You can see the bottom here, we got a button in the middle. Click get started here. So once you click on the button, you're gonna see here, you're gonna see that interface. Gonna pass the app name and pass here only the BrowserAgents. Okay, this is the name of our app, BrowserAgents. We're gonna pass here, I'm passing my email. I'm gonna click here next, I'm pass here. Okay, I'm pass here external. We're gonna click here next. I'm pass here contact information. I'm pass here this email next here, and I click here. I'm gonna click, and then I'm gonna click here finish, and then I'm gonna check here the box here agree to. You're gonna check here the box, click continue, create. Once you click create, they're gonna take you to another interface. We're gonna wait a bit. Okay, you can see they take me to another interface. Now in here, I'm gonna click here create of clients. I'm gonna click here, and then I'm gonna get the key here. Okay, I'm passing the app name. I'm gonna scroll a little bit. Authorize JavaScript origin. We're gonna pass in here. Okay, for the authorize JavaScript origin, it's the base URL. Let me first pass here this. Okay, it's a base URL. Pass here only the base URL of authorize JavaScript origin. The base URL of your Express server. Pass in here, and we got here authorize redirect URLs. Okay, you're gonna pass here these. You're gonna pass the base URL of your Express server /off/Google/callback. You're gonna pass here this, and then you're gonna click here create. Okay, once you click create, now you're gonna get the client ID here. I'm gonna copy my client ID, and then I'm passing here. Here's my client ID, and I'm passing my Google client secrets. And I'm passing my Google client secrets. Let me, I'm gonna scroll a little bit. Okay, I don't see it. Let me go here. I think I'm gonna get it. Okay, let me click here to see if I'm gonna get here. Okay, you can see I got here the client ID. Here's the client ID. We need here the client secrets. Okay, client secrets. Okay, I'm gonna copy in here, and then I'm passing here. Okay, I'm gonna pass in here client secrets like this. Now we need to pass here the callback URL. For the callback URL, we already passed it in Google. Let me go back here, and then I'm gonna copy it. Okay, we're gonna copy it, and then we're gonna pass in here. Okay, great. We are going to, you can see if I go back into the Express server, you can see here we need to authorize here. We need to get access to scope here. For the scope, we need to select a profile and email. Let's go back here. Let me click here first, save here. I'm gonna head into data access in order to get access to data. And what I'm gonna do here, I'm going to click here. You can see add or remove scope here. I'm gonna select here only these two lines here. I'm gonna select here the line and the line here, only that. And then I'm gonna scroll at the bottom here. I'm gonna click here update. Like this, you can see we got here this. And I'm gonna click here save at the bottom. You can see we got a button at the bottom here. We're gonna click save. Now we're gonna head into the client, the audience. We're gonna head into the audience so that we can use that email in order to authenticate. Inside the audience, what I'm gonna do here, I'm gonna pass here test user. For the test user, I'm passing only my email. I'm not gonna pass here anything else. Okay, I'm gonna take here my email. Okay, I'm gonna take here my email so that I can authenticate with this email. I'm gonna click here save here. Okay, once I click save, I'm gonna scroll the bottom here. Okay, once I click save, we are going to scroll the bottom. Okay, we don't have here any button. Okay, like this. Once you click save and we just finish. Now what we're gonna do, we're going to head into in here. Let's go back into our app and then we're gonna try this. Let me head into that app here and then I'm pass here this line. Okay, pass also here cookie key, pass here generate a random key and then pass in here. Okay, pretty cool. And we just finish. Okay, we just finished in here, guys. Okay, cool. We just finished. Now, what I'm gonna do next here is to try this. I'm gonna head into in here. I'm gonna shut the server here and then I'm gonna rerunning. And we're going to head into the browser to try to see if we're gonna authenticate. I'm going to pass here this line. I'm passing localhost. We're gonna pass here the port. For the port is 5000. I'm passing /o/Google. Like this. Yeah, you can see the server is running. Now I'm gonna tap here inner. And then, yeah, you can see the checkouts on Google. You can see we got here the name of our app, which is the BrowserAgent. Here's the name of our app here. We're gonna authenticate. Okay, you can see we got sign into BrowserAgent. So I'm gonna click continue. Like this. Okay, we just finished. You can see they take us to the chat page here. You can see once I authenticate, they take me to the endpoint. Let me show you. Okay, they take me in here to the URL. Okay, they take me in here. This is the base URL of our front end. And now what I'm gonna try here, I'm gonna pass here I'm gonna try to get access to the use data and pass here the base URL and pass here /me to see if we're gonna get data /me here. And then I'm tap inner. You can see actually I get access to data here. Okay, you can see it's my name, my email, my image here. You can see everything is working pretty well. And we are done with the second chapter, guys. Okay, we are done. Okay, this is the second chapter. We finished working on it. Now we're gonna move to the third chapter. Alright guys, welcome to the third chapter of our course, Browser Agents. In this chapter, we're gonna learn how to build a streaming agent that in the future will become a browser agent. Okay, we're gonna start small and then along the way, we're gonna improve it. Okay, little by little every day. Now, what I'm gonna do here, I'm gonna head into the source folder and then I'm pass here the tools folder, tools, and inside the tools folder, right now I'm pass here. I'm pass here web tools. I'm pass here web tools that is. Okay, and also I'm gonna head into the app folder. I'm pass here HTTP, and I'm heading and pass here controllers. We're gonna pass here first controller. We're gonna name it chat controller. Let me name it. I'm gonna name it chat controller. Chat controller TS. Okay, like this. Okay, actually we're gonna have here the chat controller, and what I'm gonna do next, we're gonna pass here chat controller, and also I'm gonna pass here another folder. Let me name it. I'm gonna name it BrowserAgent. Okay, like this. BrowserAgent. Okay, like this. I'm pass here BrowserAgent the TS. Okay, like this. BrowserAgent the TS. Okay, cool. Now let's head into the prompt.ts. Okay, we're gonna head into the prompt.ts, and what I'm gonna do here, I'm gonna pass you the base system prompt. You are helpful air assistant. Okay, we're gonna start small, guys. Okay, like this. We just finished in here. Let's head into the browser agent, and I'm pass here these two lines. You can see I import here create agent from LangChain, and I import here human message. Okay, we use the create agent in order to create a React agent. Now I'm going to import here to the base system prompt. Then we're gonna pass here this little function, BrowserAgent. Now inside the function, I'm not passing two functions. We're gonna pass in the invoke BrowserAgent function, and we're gonna pass in the stream BrowserAgent function. For the first function here, we're gonna use it for testing purpose, and the stream BrowserAgent function, we're gonna use it inside the graph. Okay, now let's pass here create agents, and we're gonna pass here the model, tools, and the system prompt. Let me pass here invoke BrowserAgents. We're gonna pass here the input, and I'm passing agent.invoke, and we're gonna pass here the input, and we're going to return here the output. In order to get access to the output, we pass here agent output that message, and then I get access to the last a message, and then I return it. Then we're gonna pass here the second function, stream BrowserAgent. It takes here the input and the config. Let's pass here the full content. This is what we're gonna return to the user. When the agent generates a message, we are going to append it. You know, when we are streaming AI response, it generates chunks of data. Now, once it generates a chunk, we're gonna take the chunk of data, we're gonna append it into the full content variable. Now, I'm gonna pass here for away const. We're gonna pass here for away. We're gonna pass here const of away agent.stream. We're gonna pass the user input. Stream mode, we're gonna pass the update in order to get access to two values. And configurable, right now I'm pass here an empty object. Okay, later we're gonna update that object. And then I'm gonna head into the for loop here. I'm going to get access to tool message. In order to get access to a message, you're gonna pass here change.tools.message, and we're gonna get access to the model message here. Change that model request.message like this. And then I'm gonna check here if we got tool, the model invoke tool. If the model invoke tool, we are going to pass here the logic. Then we're gonna head into the if block here and pass here config.router. And I pass it the manager name, and I pass it the contents. And you can see, as you can see, I wrap the content into the think tag, because I'm going to take the AI thinking. I'm gonna pass it into the thinking section. Okay, I'm not gonna retain the AI thinking to the user. That's why I want to wrap it into the think tag. If I detect that we have think tag, I'm going to separate it with the last a message. And we're gonna head into the else block here, pass the full content is equal to the content, to the chunk here, and then we're gonna return it. Okay, like this. You can see I return it at the bottom here. Okay, cool. Now what I'm gonna do next here is to create a model, class. Okay, you know, in order to start interacting with a model, we need a model class here. Okay, first I'm going to pass here a model class and pass LLM. Now inside the LLM, I pass here LLM.ts like this. Okay, let me copy the class I've already created, and I'm passing here. And as you can see in here, guys, for the model provided, I'm gonna use here ChatFireworks. Okay, ChatFireworks is totally free. We pass here the LLM type here. Okay, I pass here class LLM. I pass here a property, which is the instance. And then in here, we got a function here, get instance. You can see in here, I pass here the type. If the type is equal to fireworks, I'm gonna return here queen. If the type is equal to minimax, I'm gonna return here minimax. If the type here is equal to GLM, I'm gonna use GLM. Or I can do even something like this. Okay, I can take that and then I'm passing here and it's gonna work. Okay, because I don't want to do something like this. I'm going to do something like this instead. I'm passing const LLM like this is equal to LLM.getInstance. Okay, I'm passing get instance like this, and then I'm gonna pass here the model. Let me first import it, and then I'll pass here this. Okay, I'm gonna use here minimax. Okay, I'm passing minimax, and then I'm take that, I'm passing here like this. Okay, I'm gonna pass here minimax, and let me go back in here, and you can see I pass here Cerberus. If you wanna use Cerberus, you can do something like this. Okay, Cerberus, and then pass here. Yeah, I should pass here this. Okay, let's get rid of this. I'm gonna head on Google, and then I'm gonna show you how to pass here Cerberus. Okay, head on Google and type here something like this. Okay, let's pass here a LangChain chat Cerberus. Yeah, I'm passing, gonna pass here LangChain chat Cerberus, something like this. And then they explain how to use it in here. Okay, scroll a little bit. You can see this is how we use chat Cerberus. You're gonna pass here the line, import chat Cerberus. Okay, and then you're gonna copy the line here, and you're gonna pass it there if you wanna use chat Cerberus, and it's gonna work. Okay, you can see I use here chat fireworks. Let me get rid of this. I'm not gonna use chat Cerberus. I use here chat fireworks. And in order to get the API key, you're gonna head on chat fireworks. Okay, head on chatfireworks.ai. Okay, this chat fireworks, and you're gonna head on chat Cerberus, and then create an account, and then you're gonna get a free API key. Okay, once done, you're gonna pass it in here. Okay, you're gonna pass it in here, guys. Okay, that's cool. That's cool, guys. Now let me head into the browser agent here, so you can see I pass you the LLM, and for the LLM I use here Minimax. Okay, I use here Minimax. Okay, let me go back here. You can see I pass here this. Yeah, I pass here the line fireworks Minimax. I pass here the model. I pass here the temperature and the API key. For the API key, I don't have right now the API key. Let me head into my data here. And then I'm passing my API key. Okay, for the API key, I'm gonna pass it later. Okay, right now I'm passing something like this. Let me go back here. Now I'm going to head into the tools. You can see I pass the web tools, the TS. I'm gonna rename it to search tools. Let me pass it first these tools. Okay, you can see I import here Zod. And in order to get Zod, we're gonna run here this command. In order to get Zod here, npm install Zod here like this. Let me head on Zod here. Zod. Yeah, I'm past here Zod. If you tap here Zod, yeah, head on Zod.dev here and head into, yeah, you're gonna head into the installation menu here. I don't see it. Head into intro here, scroll a little bit, and in order to install Zod, you're gonna run here this command. I was right. Okay, as you can see, I was right, guys. You need to run here npm install Zod, and you're gonna get Zod. Once you install Zod, head into in here, import here Zod. We're gonna import this whole function from LangChain, and we're gonna import here exa. So what is exa? Exa is a search API. We're gonna pass in here. We need an API key for that. Head on exa search.ai. Okay, head on exa.ai, create an account, and then you're gonna get an API key. Okay, we're gonna our agent can use it in order to search data on the web. Okay, you're gonna pass here exa, and in order to get exa, guys, let me show you how you're gonna proceed here. First, create an account. Then once you create an account, you're gonna tap something like this, LangChain JS, pass the exa search. And once you tap here this, you're gonna see the line here. Okay, in order to install exa, you're gonna run here this command, npm install LangChain/exa. You're gonna run here the command here, and then you're gonna head into your data. You're gonna pass here this. Let me copy this, and then I'm gonna head into my data here, and you're gonna pass it right here like this, and scroll a little bit. Now here you can see they explain how to use exa search. Okay, we need to pass your new exa, and we're gonna pass the API key, and then we're gonna copy this, and we're gonna copy this, and this is how we invoke exa. We're gonna pass only the inputs. Now let's head into the web tools, and then we're gonna pass here this line, and we're gonna pass the tool. As you can see, we pass here the name, web search, and we pass here a little description. Okay, this is what I pass here. Now let's pass here try catch. In case we got an error, we're gonna return here the error, and let's head into in here, and we're gonna invoke now exa tool that invoke like this, and we're gonna return here the results to the agents. Okay, cool. Now let's pass here the web scraping tool. We're gonna pass it only a web link, and then the A can extract data from it. And here we're gonna use Cheerio. Cheerio is a web-based loader. So if you don't know what is a loader, I invite you to go check it out. My LangChain course, the link down in the description. And here, as you can see, Cheerio is a web-based loader. As I said, it takes you the URL, and then when we pass it the URL and we run the function, we're gonna get here an array of documents. And then we're gonna take the array of documents. I'm gonna stringify it, and then I'm gonna return here data. Okay, cool. We just finished. Now what I'm gonna do here, I'm pass here exports const search tools, and then pass here this. We're gonna take here the web scraping tool. We're gonna take that, and then I'm passing here, and I'm take here the search tool. I'm take that, I'm passing here. Okay, that's what we call set tools. Okay, cool guys. Now what I'm gonna do here, I'm going to take the set tools, and then we're gonna head into the browser agents. We're gonna pass in here. Right now, I'm gonna pass here only 2 tools for testing purpose. I'm gonna pass here only 2 tools. At the end, we're gonna end up with this number. Let me show you. At the end, you can see actually I passed 2 tools to the agents. At the end, we're gonna end up with 40 plus tools. Okay guys, 40 plus tools at the end. Actually, I want to make things simple. At the end, we're gonna end up with 40 plus tools, and we aren't gonna pass 40 plus tools to the agents. We are going to create a group of agents. You know, if we pass 40 plus tools to a single agent, this agent can start hallucinating, and it can break every time. Okay, it can break every time we pass it an input. Now what I'm gonna do in the future, I'm going to create multiple agents. Okay, let's say we're going to create multiple agents, and then we're gonna pass to each agent at least 5 tools for each agent. Okay, we're gonna create multiple sub agents, and then we're gonna pass at least 5 tools for each agent. It's not better to pass 40 plus tools to a single agent. It's not better. It's better to create a graph, and once you create a graph, inside the graph you're gonna pass in multiple sub agents. Okay, we can have a researcher, and we can have here another agent, and these agents are going to collaborate together. Okay, that's what we're gonna do. We are going to create a multiple sub agents. Okay, multiple sub agents. They're gonna collaborate together. You know, we cannot pass 40 plus tool to a single agent. It's better to create a group of agents, and then I can pass let's say at least 5 to 6 tools for a single agent. It's better to do that. If we pass all these tools to a single agent, it's a big problem within a system. Okay, now I'm going to head into the source folder. You can see here the source folder. Now I'm passing another folder. We're gonna name it graph. Now inside the graph folder, we're gonna pass in another file, which is the agent collaboration. Is where we're gonna put the graph. Now we're gonna head in, and then what I'm gonna do here, I'm going to we're gonna import here the end node, starting node here, the state graph, and we're gonna import here this function from LanGraph. Okay, and you can see import here the a message, and we import here the browser agent. Now we're going to take the browser agents, and then we're gonna pass it into a node. You can see first here I define here some states. We have here the mess array, and I pass here message annotation that spec to pass here a pre-built-in message array. You can see this returns something like this. Okay, this is the message array. I can copy this and I can pass in here. It's gonna work. And as I want to use a pre-built-in message annotation, I'm gonna pass here only message annotation that spec, this single line. Then I define here another state, which is the user ID and the next node. We're going to pass here now the browser agent nodes. You can see it takes you to parameter, it takes you the state and config property. And in order to get access to the state here, I have to pass here this line here. If I want to get access to the mess array, I can just pass in here, and then I'm gonna get access to it. Okay, you can see here I'm using the structuring. And then I'm going to pass here this line in order to get access to the last in order to get access to the human message. You know, inside the the message array, we're gonna have in an array of message. We can have a message and a human message. As I want to extract the human message, I'm gonna pass here message get type is equal to human, and then I'm gonna get here the last human message. After that, we're gonna invoke here the browser agents, and as you can see, I extract here the string browser agent function. You can see this is a promise. And in order to get access to the full contents, I pass here away string browser agents. I pass here the message and config. Then I'm gonna take here the full contents. I'm gonna update the mess array. You can see I pass here update, and I pass here the mess array. And okay, you can see I pass the new a mess, I pass the full contents. And for the next node here, you can see I pass the end node. Okay, when we're gonna update the mess array, I'm going to update immediately to the next node state, and then we're gonna eat immediately the end node. Now let's pass here the graph, and as you can see, I pass the single node here, which is a browser agent. I take the function, I pass it here. Now we're gonna define here the age. We got here the starting node here, which point to the browser agent node, and the browser agent node point to the end node. Okay, this is a graph. And guys, if you don't know anything about LangGraph, I got a LangGraph course on my channel, the link down in the description. Go check it out. Okay, this is the graph. Okay, actually we got only a single agent. Now what I'm gonna do here, I'm gonna take the graph and then I'm gonna pass into the chat controller. Okay, we are going to head into the app folder. You can see I've already passed here the ATP folder, controllers, chat controllers. And right here, what I'm gonna do here, I'm gonna import here express, and we're gonna pass here this function. Okay, post chat stream. Okay, we pass here the request and the response. Now inside of it, we're gonna pass the try catch. In case we got an error, we're gonna catch it, and I extract here the message and the user ID from the body. Okay, and you can see in the try catch here, if we got an error, we're gonna return it. Now I'm going to check here if the user ID isn't undefined. If isn't undefined, we're gonna continue here. If is undefined, we're gonna throw an error. Then we're going to import here the LLM class here, and I'm gonna use here minimax. Yeah, you can see here I've already passed here inside the browser agent. I've already passed here minimax. I'm gonna get rid of this right here. We're gonna get rid of this. Okay. Now let's pass here the headers. And I'm gonna use save-assign event. You know, when the AI generated chunk of message, a piece of message, I'm gonna stream it immediately to the client so that we can see it. It generated a single message, we're gonna send it. It generated thinking, gonna send it to the client immediately. And as you can see, I set here some headers like the content type here. I pass here event stream, char say UTF-4. We pass here the cache control, no cache, no transform. We pass here the connection keep alive. I pass here X as cell buffering, no. And I pass here raise flash headers. And I pass here this little function. It means when the AI generated message, we're gonna send that message immediately to the client. Okay, that's why I pass here these headers. If we don't pass here these headers, it's not gonna work. Now let's continue here. We're gonna pass here now the inputs. And as you can see, the input is a message array. And I pass it the user ID. You can see this is the input I'm gonna pass to the graph. If I go back here, you can see in the graph we got here the mess array, we got here the user ID and the next node. For the next node, I'm not gonna pass anything. Now let's continue. We're gonna pass the config object I'm gonna pass to the graph. You can see for the stream mode here, pass the custom subgraph true, and recursion limit and pass here 400. You know, this is a browser agent, can take a lot of steps in order to do a given task. And I pass a configurable object. Actually, I pass here anything. We're gonna take that object. We're gonna pass to the graph. You can see we pass here the input and the config. And then I'm gonna define here 3 variables. We got here streaming text, thinking buffer, and thinking. Okay. When the AI generated thinking, we're gonna pass into the thinking buffer. It generate a message. We're gonna pass into the streaming text. And you can see we got here another variable which is in thinking. It means when the AI generate a thinking, we are going to modify the value here to true so that we can separate the last AI message with thinking. Now I'm gonna pass in a try catch. In case we got an error in here, I'm going to send here the end event in order to close the connection. Okay, and if we got here an error, I'm gonna send here I'm not send here end here. So if I send events, we're gonna send here error event to the client, and we can call, and then we're gonna close the connection. Now let's head into the try catch here, and then I'm gonna iterate through the graph, and then I'm gonna check here if we got the manager name and we got here the content, and I'm gonna take here the contents. I'm going to separate it with the last A message. You know, the A can generate a message which contains thinking, something like this. Let's say we got something like this, hello, and at the beginning we got here think tag. We got something like this. Let me show you. We got here think and / we got here think. Okay, we got something like this. And let's say the A can pass something like this. The user says hello. Okay, we got here thinking. Let's say we got something like this. If I take this stuff and head into here, let me create here a window. I'm not explaining you a little bit how it works. And we got something like this. Let's say this is const string is equal to this. Let's say this is a string. And then we take that here. We take here the loop here, this section here. You can see I pass here first this. It means I'm going to take the content and then I'm gonna create an array. And where we got content, we're gonna pass here string, something like this. Okay. And if I pass here parts, you can see actually we got here this array. You can see we got here an array. We got here think tag, and we got here small text here, and then think here. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to iterate through the array, and then I'm going to check if we got think here. We're going to pass here this. In thinking, we're going to pass it through. Okay. If we don't have here this, we are going to pass here in thinking here is going to be here false. Okay. Yeah. If we got here this, we're going to pass in thinking true. And as we got here in thinking true, I'm going to take here the data. You can see in here, make here check if in thinking true, we're gonna return a thinking event. It means we're gonna take the data right here. We're gonna take the data and then we're gonna pass into the thinking, and then we're gonna pass into the thinking event. That's what I'm going to do in here. And if the in thinking is equal to false here, I'm gonna take the message and then I'm gonna pass into the message event here. If I take this. Okay, if I take this and I pass it right here, it's gonna work. Okay, we are going to separate the A message with thinking. Okay, you get the idea how it works. Try this, try to copy the code and try to test if it's gonna work. Okay, like this. And we just finished. Now I'm gonna import here the graph. Okay, we're gonna head into the agent collaboration. And what we're gonna do here, we forgot to copy here the graph. Okay, I copy here the graph and then we import it in here. And we're gonna get rid of this line here. Okay, we aren't gonna use it. Okay, pretty cool. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm gonna head into the Express server, and what we're gonna do in here is to test the graph. Okay, you can see actually we got here the graph, and we got here the function, we got the browser agent. This is a function. Now I wanna test this to try to see if it works. Okay, I'm going to pass here the function post chat stream, and we're gonna pass here this endpoint 2 in order to test here the function. Okay, let me first test this. I'm gonna head into the browser here. Let me head into the command prompt, and then I'm gonna run here npm run dev. Okay, npm run dev like this, and we're gonna see what we're gonna have here. Okay, because when I'm not either endpoints, we're gonna send hello to the agents. And also I wanna modify here something. Let me head into the chat controller. Okay, we're gonna head into the browser agents. You can see we get here the system prompt. I wanna add here something. You are helpful AI assistant. I'm pass here with access to a standard number of tools. So I'm pass number of tools. Okay, like this. Okay, that's what I pass here. Now let's head into the browser and try this. Okay, the server is running. Okay, the server is restarted again here because I modified here something. Yeah, the server is running. Now let's head into the browser and try this. I'm passing localhost, and then I'm passing the port is 5000. Okay, we're gonna pass the 5000 /test here, and we're gonna send hello to the LLM. Okay. Okay, configurator is not a function. You can see actually we got here an error. config router is not a function. Okay, we got the error because we don't pass the config property. Let me see why we got the error. Okay, I'm not heading to the, if we head into the browser agent, I'm passing browser agent, that is, if I scroll a little bit, you can see we invoke the function, and the function takes here the config property. Okay, as we pass here the config property, it's impossible to invoke here that agents. Okay, if I pass here stream browser agent, we're gonna get an error, and we don't pass here config property. Now, what I'm gonna do here, I'm not passing another function. You can see inside the browser agents, inside the function browser agents, you can see we get here. You can see we get here the function invoke browser agent. It takes here only one input, user input. The second function here we invoke into the graph, because inside the graph we pass here config. Now I'm going to take here that. I'm gonna take the invoke browser agent. I'm gonna take that, and that's what I'm pass here. Okay, we're gonna pass in here to avoid error, and then we're gonna get the second parameter. Okay, like this. Now let's head into the browser and try this again. We restart here the save again. Let's pass here npm run dev again. You can see we got an error. You can see full content here. We don't have it. Okay, you can see. Okay, let me go back here and see what we got here. Yeah, inside the invoke browser agents, let me see what I pass here. I return here on the content. Let me get rid of this object here, and then we're gonna get here the full content. Let's restart here again. We're gonna restart here again the server, and this time we aren't gonna get an error. Okay, let me head into the graph here and check something. Okay, inside the graph everything is going well. Okay, let's head into the browser again and try this. Okay, you can see the server is running again. Now let's head into the browser and tap here enter and see what we're gonna have here. As I tap here enter, you can see we get here the results. Okay, we got here a little results from the AI. Now what I'm gonna do here, I'm going to take here that input here. You know, our agent has here set tools. It is a set tool and a web scraping tool. Now if I pass here this kind of inputs, like if I pass here what I'm training now in tech, it's gonna use the tool. You can see it is here set tool. You can try to use here this in order to know what I'm training now in tech. Now let's try to see if it's gonna work. Now let me go back here, and I'm gonna copy something. I'm gonna take that, and we're gonna pass that to the agent. Let's head into chat controller. Okay, let's head into the express server here, and I'm passing the input. Okay, like this. And as we modify here, we're gonna restart our save again. Now let's head into the browser and try this. Let me pass here enter and see what we're gonna have here. Okay, this time it's gonna take a little moment in order to finish. You know, the A is gonna call it tool. You can see you haven't yet a response here. It's gonna take a little moment because the A have to call it tool. It's gonna call here, I think it's gonna call the website tool. Okay, you can see we got here this. Okay, let me head into the express server. I can see we pass here this. Okay, let me click here. Okay, you can see it is here set tools, and I think it's gonna invoke here this. Let's head into the browser. Okay, you haven't already responded here. I don't know what the A is doing in the background. Now I'm gonna pass here something else. Okay, you can see actually I don't know what the A is doing in the background. I don't know what the A is doing in the background because we don't pass a middleware that allows us to know which tool has been invoked by the agents. Let's pass here first a middleware that allows us to know which tool is called by the agents. And I'm going to move here. You can see we get here the app folder. I'm passing here another folder. Let's pass here. Yeah, I'm passing middleware into the app folder. Let's pass here middleware. Okay, middleware. And the middleware that I'm gonna pass here, we're gonna name it the two-man ring middleware. Now I'm gonna pass here the create middleware function in order to create a middleware. Okay. If you don't know anything about middleware in LangChain, I got a LangChain course, the link down in the description. I explain literally everything you need to know about middleware in LangChain. As you can see, I pass here the middleware name and wrap2 core. And this is a hook, guys. and then I'm not heading, and then I'm not track here the tool name and the inputs and the input that the agent is gonna pass to it. And then you're gonna pass a try catch, and we're gonna return here the true results like this. And we just finished. This is the mirror, two-man ring mirror. Okay, this is the two-man ring mirror. And I'm gonna take that, and I'm gonna head into the browser agent, and we're gonna pass here mirror. Okay, like this, and we're gonna pass in here. Okay, cool. Yeah, we don't import it in here. I think we're gonna get an error if we don't import it. You can see in here we export it. Now let's import it in the browser agent. Okay, I'm pass here imports. Yeah, we are going to import it right here like this. Okay, now let's head into the browser and try this. And also I want to modify something. I want to pass something to the system prompt. Okay, we're gonna head into prompt again, and I'm passing you are helpful AI assistant with access to a standard number of tools. I can pass here the name of the tool, search verb. This is the first tool, and we're gonna pass here. Let me check here the name of the tools. Yeah, let's head into here. We're gonna click here, and we're gonna get here the name, web search. Okay. Web search, this is the first tool, and the second tool here, let me see the name here. The name is scrap URL. Okay, yeah, I can pass, scrap URL. Let's go back here and try to pass here this first, scrap URL. Okay, we're gonna pass here only this. Now let's head into the browser, and I'm gonna run here npm run stats. And we're gonna try this again. We'll already pass here the input. If I head into the Express server, as you can see, I've already passed here the inputs. As I pass here the inputs, it's gonna work here. And I'm gonna tap here enter again here. Let's see what we're gonna have here. You can see the agent passed here an input, web search. Okay, AI technology trends 2020 and 2024 and 2025. It calls here the tool. Let's see here what we're gonna have in the browser. And I think actually the agent is trying to summarize the information. And you can see if I head into the web tools, you can see right here, I pass here a name results. I pass here 2. They're gonna return here 2. I don't wanna pass here a lot of information. If we pass here a lot of information, we're gonna consume a ladder token. I don't wanna do that. And okay, you can see, actually we got an error. Let me see what's going on here. Okay, I'm gonna cut this. Let me pass here the second input because we got here 2 inputs. I'm gonna take here this, and then I'm gonna ask the agent to visit the URL. Okay, we're gonna pass here visit the URL and tell me what you see here. Okay, we're gonna pass it that what you see here. This is the input. We're gonna take that and we're gonna pass it to the agent. Okay, let's take that and then we're gonna pass it to the agent. We're gonna head into the Express server again here, and I'm passing this. Let's see what we're gonna have here. We're gonna restart it here the server. And what I'm gonna do here, guys, you can see we got here 2 tools. Maybe this tool isn't working. Okay, maybe that tool isn't working. I'm gonna try to check if the tool is working. And let's try to check here if this works. Okay, because the agent's gonna invoke here that. Let's hit here again enter and see. Yeah, you can see it invoke here the web scraping tool. Okay, pass here the web link, and yeah, you can see it gets here the data. Okay, for the web scraping tool, it works very well. Now we need to try here another tool. I'm gonna take here these inputs again here, and we're gonna pass it to the agent. I'm gonna get rid of that input here. Let me pass here this. Okay, we're gonna do this again. I'm gonna tap enter here. You're gonna see the it's gonna invoke here another tool. Okay, it invoke here the website tool, and yeah, you can see we got here the data. If I scroll the bottom here, you can see it passes here the inputs, query, last 8 trends, and search tool results. We got here the data. It is here the data. This is the data returned by the tool. We have here a lot of data. Now I think it's gonna try to summarize data and give us a response. Okay, yeah, we got here the response. Based on the last AI trends for 2025, here are the key trending topics in AI. We got here the response, and we got here top AI trends right now. Reasoning models become the standard at the start of 2025. Only OpenAI's O1 had reasoning capability by the end of 25. Okay, this is what the AI found. Okay, that's cool. And if we invoke the graph it's gonna work pretty well. Okay, I've passed here only the function right here in order to test if the agent works pretty well, but also to test tools. Okay, you can see actually everything works pretty well. Okay, and that's pretty much it, guys, for this chapter. I hope you enjoy, and I see you in the next one. Alright, guys, now I'm gonna talk about PlayWright. PlayWright is a framework for web automation for testing, scripting, and AI agents. That is PlayWright, guys. And this is the framework that I want to use in order to power our browser agents. Okay, I'm going to use it in order to give our agent the capability to browse an entire website. Okay, like HumanIin. Now I'm not head on. You can click here. They're gonna take you to the repository of the framework. And then you're gonna scroll a little bit. You're gonna see the section here. Yeah, you can see we got here PlayWright test here and testing. Okay, for testing, we run here this command. If you want to use PlayWright for testing, if you want to install PlayWright CLI, you're going to run here the command. But for us, we're going to use only the section. PlayWright for browser automation, you're going to run here the command. npm install play, you're going to run here the command. npm install PlayWright, okay? This only. And once you install this, you're going to head into a particular JSON file. You're going to see the section here. Let me zoom a little bit. You're going to see PlayWright here. I've already installed it. We got PlayWright here. Now let's head into Lang.js. You can see I've already passed here in our file. At the root of the source folder, you can see we got here two files. We got the index.ts. Okay, we got here this and Lang.js. Now inside the Lang.js, I want to explain you how PlayWright works. Okay, before we continue, I want to give you a little idea about PlayWright. Now, let me go to the Git repository. If you scroll a little bit, they explain here at the bottom how to use PlayWright. Let me scroll a little bit. You can see we got here the section here. They explain how to take a screenshot with PlayWright. Okay, we need to pass here this const browser is equal to web chromium that launch. Okay, we launch here the browser. Then we're gonna pass here browser new page, and then we're gonna pass here the link of the page I want to navigate to. Then I'm gonna pass here page that screenshot, and then I'm gonna take here screenshot, and then I'm gonna close here the browser. Copy that code, and then you're gonna pass in here. You can see I've already passed in here, and you're gonna try this. And into my package.json, I've passed here the command here. Okay, in order to run the Lang.js. Now I'm gonna head into in here, and then I'm pass here npm run PlayWright. And you're gonna see we're going to take here screenshots. You're gonna see we got here screenshots, okay, of PlayWright. We visit PlayWright, and then we take a screenshot of PlayWright. Okay, as you can see at the roots of the working folder, we got here PlayWright. Let's say I wanna enable here headless. Okay, let me pass here this and pass headless is equals to true here. Let's run here this command again. Let's go gonna have here. We're gonna open here Chromium. You're gonna see in a bit of a moment. Okay, we don't open it here. Headless is equal to false. I should pass here false so that we can see Chromium. Let me run here this again. Okay, let's see what we're gonna have here. Okay, you can see we got here Chromium, this little browser here. It pop up, we visit a PlayWright that there, and then we take a screenshot. As you can see, we got a screenshot again here. You can see we got in here. This is how we take a screenshot with PlayWright. And let's continue. Yeah, to generate a PDF, we're gonna use here the code. If I take the code right here, you can see we repeat here the same process. We pass the Chromium that launch here, browse the new page, and then we pass here the link that I want to navigate to, and I pass here this, and then we're gonna get a PDF. emulate a mobile device. If I want to emulate a mobile device, we're gonna pass here this. We're gonna pass here chromium.launch browser new count. So we're gonna pass here counters. We're gonna pass here the device, and then here let me try to run here this and see what we're gonna have here. Let me copy this stuff, and then we're gonna pass it in here. Let's head into the LangChain, and I'm passing here. We're gonna comment here the line here. Okay, we got here the counters. Yeah, I think the counters is the browser. Okay, let me copy the line 2, and then we're gonna pass in here. Okay, like this. Okay, I should pass it to device. We're gonna import device. Okay, I'm gonna take that, and then I'm gonna pass it in here. Like this, guys. Okay, let's run here this again. Let's run here this. Okay, we're gonna run here this. Yeah, I'm gonna run here npm run PlayWright. Okay, like this. Let's see what we're gonna have here. Okay, yeah, you can see we simulate here the device. Okay, you can see for the device we pass here. We pass here iPhone 15, and then we have here a screenshot mobile.png. We got here this. Now let's continue. Yeah, intercept network request. If I want to intercept network request, we're gonna pass here this stuff. Okay, and we're gonna pass here the line here, the line, and then we're gonna intercept network request. Okay, and that all, guys, for the lesson. If you want to learn more, you can head on playwright.com, playwright.dev. Head into here, and then you can try to browse the documentation in order to learn more about Playwright. Okay, we got everything in here. I've already read it, guys. I'm gonna explain literally everything about Playwright. Okay, I've already read here a bunch of stuff. Okay, you can see we got literally everything in here. If you want to learn more about Playwright, head into in here and take your time and read it. Okay, let's continue. Okay, now I'm gonna do here. I'm gonna get rid of this page here, Learn.ts. We're gonna get rid of it. I'm gonna get rid of it. We aren't gonna use it, and I'm gonna get rid of these 2 screenshots. I'm gonna get rid of this one, and I'm gonna get rid of this. Okay, cool. Now what I'm gonna do here, I'm going to pass here. I'm gonna pass in another folder. I'm gonna name it browser. I'm gonna pass here browser. Now inside the browser, we're gonna pass here browser manager. Okay, that's yes. Okay, this class here, browser manager, and I'm gonna pass here tools. Yeah, you can see I've already passed here a tools folder. Okay, let me pass here. I'm pass here browser. Yeah, I'm passing browser. Inside the browser folder is where we're gonna pass all browser tools. If we have file system tools, we're gonna pass it, all of them, into the FS folder. Okay, if we got to do tools, we're gonna pass it in here, to dos. Okay, I'm passing for web. I'm gonna take here web. Yeah, so I'm passing search. I'm passing for search tools. We're gonna pass it into the search folder. I'm gonna take that and then I'm passing here. Like this. Pretty cool, guys. Now let's head into the browser manager class. And in here, we're gonna pass some function that allows our agent to click, let's say to scroll, to visit a page. We're gonna pass here this function. We're gonna invoke them into tools. A click tool, we're gonna invoke a function that allows an agent to click. To scroll, we're gonna invoke a function that allows an agent to scroll into a given page. We're gonna invoke it into a tool. You get the idea of the class, browser manager. Now, what I'm not doing here, guys, I'm gonna import Chromium from Playwright Extra. If you haven't already installed that, run npm install Playwright Extra, and you're gonna import here you're gonna import the stealth plugin. Okay, we're gonna use the plugin so that they aren't gonna flag our browser agent as a bot. And as you can see, we got here the Puppeteer Extra plugin, and they explain how to use it. And you can see we got here the code. We're gonna import it, and then we're gonna pass it here, puppeteer.use. In case I'm using Chromium, I'm pass here chromium.use, and then I'm pass here the stealth plugin. Okay, and then we're gonna use it. Okay, we're gonna pass here this stuff. You can even copy the code. And now let's go back here. I'm gonna import here some tabs from Playwright, like browser type, browser context, page, frame for handling iframe. We import here dialog tab for handling dialog. Okay, And as you can see, we even got the code in here. Okay, in order to handle a dialog, when we visit a page can have dialogues for cookies. Now, in order to handle that, we're gonna use the dialog class. Okay, you can see we even got here the code, page on dialog. We pass here away dialog that dismiss. I'm gonna close it. Okay, you can see we got everything in here, guys. Now let's import here the path module and the fs module. Then I'm going to pass here now some agents, some user agents that we're gonna pass to PlayWright. PlayWright has a default user agents. If we use it, they're gonna flag our browser agents as a bot. Okay, in order to appear as a real human, we are going to pass here a random user agent. I can pass here this or this. Okay, we're gonna create a function that allows us to pick a random user agent. I can pick here this or this or this. Okay, we pass here Chrome and pass here this version, okay, and so you can see pass here viewer ports. We can pick here a random viewer ports, this or this. Then you can see we got here the pick function. As you can see, we're gonna pass it an array, and then we're gonna return here a random item within an array. Let's say I wanna visit a given page. I'm gonna invoke first the pick function to pick here a random user agent, so that the ant is gonna flag our browser agent as a bot. And then I'm gonna give the random user agent, and then I'm gonna continue. Okay, and also I'm gonna pick a random viewer port here by using the pick function. We got here another function, random int. Okay, we use the function in order to return here a random int. If we got here 2.99, I'm gonna get here 3. Okay, in order to get an integer, we're gonna use the function. Now I'm going to pass here in the first dialog. We can have here the type here, message, and a default value. Now I'm gonna pass here the browser manager class. Okay, I'm passing this property. You can see I pass here the browser, the contents of the browser, the pages, number of pages visited. We're gonna push all of them into the pages array. Active page index, active iframe. If we visit an iframe, we're gonna pass in here last dialog, idle timer. Okay, the timer in order to visit a given page. If we don't have a timer, they're gonna flag us as a bot. Now, in order to avoid that, we need a timer. Okay, I'm passing here last mouse X. We're gonna use the property in order to track the X and Y position of the mouse. We got here at a property. These are read-only. Headless. If I pass headless is equal to false, we are going to open Chromium, the little browser. We're gonna open Chromium. Slow mode. I'm passing timer, session dir, session name, viewer ports, user agents. Now we're gonna pass here the constructor, and as you can see, I instantiate here the headless. I pass here process.env headless. I pass here the session dir. I'm gonna explain what is the session dir later. Session name, viewer ports. For the viewer ports, we're gonna pick here random viewer ports. You can see I pass here pick function. Pick, this is the function. You can see the pick function takes here an array. We're gonna pick here a random viewer ports. And you can see I pass here this user agent is equal to pick. I pick here a random user agent. Now we're going to launch the browser. And pass here if this browser. If we got here undefined, I'm gonna return here undefined. Then we're gonna get here the session, and I'm passing browser is equal to await Chromium.launch. Headless, here I'm passing headless, slow mode, and I'm passing here some arguments. You can see I pass here --, no sandbox. Okay, these arguments here, these two arguments, it allows Chromium to run inside Docker containers or Linux server. Okay, that's why I pass here this. Get Chromium running inside Docker containers or Linux servers, running as a root user. That's why I pass here this. Okay, we got here at property, disable dev SHM usage. Forces Chrome to route temporary data to disk storage rather than shared memory storage. That's why I pass here is tab being identified is an automated bot. Okay, that's why I pass here disable blank features automation controlled. I'm gonna pass here other. You can see I pass here disable info bars, prevents Chrome from showing the tab warning bar that says Chrome is being controlled by an automated test software. Okay, we're gonna get rid of this. We're gonna get rid of this feature. We're gonna remove that. We're gonna pass here this line 2, prevent Chrome from freezing or slowing down tab processes when they are hidden or running in the background. We're gonna pass here this line 2, and we're gonna pass here the window size. Okay, pretty cool. Now let's continue. I'm gonna pass here an object. Okay, this is the browser context, and I'm passing the viewer ports. The viewer ports, we have the width and height. We got here a random user agent. If I click, this is a string here. We are going to pick here a random user agent from the array here, and we use the pick function. And as you can see inside the constructor here, I invoke the pick function. You can see user agents. I invoke here the function in order to pick a random user agent. Let's continue. We're gonna pass here random user agents, local, and pass here in US, time zone, permissions, geolocation, pass here random latitude and longitude, extra HP headers, ignore HP headers false. Okay, I'm passing this property. Now I'm gonna take this object right here, which is the browser context, and then I'm gonna pass the browser. Okay, now we are going to pass this that context is equal to this that browser new context. Okay, pass the context. I pass here the timer, and I pass here the default navigation timer. Let's continue. Now I'm gonna pass here another line. This that context that add init script. Okay, when we're gonna visit a given page or a frame, we're gonna add an initialization script. Okay, you can see if I put my cursor, the add init script function, it allows us to add a script which will be evaluated in one of the following scenario. Whenever a page is created in the browser context or navigated, whenever a child frame is attached or navigated in any page in the browser context. In this scenario, the script is evaluating the context of the newly attached frame. The script is evaluated after the document was created, but before any of the script will run. This is useful to amend the JavaScript environments. Okay, this is useful, guys. And in order to add a script here, we are going to use here the function add init script, and you can see I can pass here a script. Okay, this is how we add it. This is how we add a script to the browser context. Now I'm gonna use that function here. This that context that add inits. Now I'm going to pass here. I'm gonna pass here a property to the navigator. I'm passing WebDriver. I'm passing undefined so that the ant is gonna flag as a bot. We're gonna pass here plugins. This one is gonna be an array. And as you can see, I use here define property to add this property. If you don't understand what is a object that define property, let me explain you how it works. You can create an object. You can name it Ben. Then in order to add a property, let's say enforce, you can pass here the name of the object, which is the target, enforce, and then we're gonna pass here the data. You're gonna return here the data. As you can see here, I return here string. If I want to return here an array, I'm pass here an array. And then we're gonna get access data. If I pass here Ben, if I console Ben, we're gonna have enforce property into the Ben objects. As you can see here, I'm going to add a plugins array into the navigator. We're gonna pass here the language. We're gonna pass here the array. We got here the width and height. Then I'm gonna define the width and height of the screen. You can see I pass the screen object defined property. I pass you the screen width, height, and then I return it available width here, and then I pass the available height. I pass you this. For the window, I pass you the outer width, outer height, inner width, inner height. I pass here the inner width and height. And we're gonna continue. We're going to request for the permission so that the ant is gonna flag as a bot. And here, in order to get image data, we're going to pass it the line. In order to get image data, canvas rendering context 2D, that prototype get image data. And then this is the Y of the line here in order to get image data. Now I'm gonna pass here another line. This page is equal to await this context new page. We're gonna pass to the page property the current page, and I'm going to add into the pages array the visitor page here. Let's continue. We are going to get rid of these two headers. I'm gonna delete the I'm not getting rid of these two headers here. You can see I pass here await that this page that's roots. On any roots here, I'm going to get rid of the X PlayWright header, and I'm not getting rid of the X Puppeteer header. I'm not getting rid of this. If we don't get rid of this header, they're gonna block our agents. Let's continue. On a dialog, when let's say we visit the website and a given dialog pop up, we are going to handle it. We're gonna get here the tab of the dialog, the message, and we're gonna get here the default and we're gonna get the default value. Let's continue. Okay, when we visit a new page, we're going to handle when we visit a given page, we're gonna use the function in order to handle that. As you can see in here, I'm going to console here the URL, and I'm not take the page, I'm not push into the page array. You can see we got the page property at the top here. This is an array. If we visit a page, we're gonna push into the pages array. Let me move at the bottom here. When we're gonna visit a page, we're gonna take the page and then we're gonna push it into the pages array. On dialog, if a dialog pops up, we are going to handle that. You can see last dialog property is equal to, we're gonna get the dialog tab and the message. And I'm passing away dialog that accept here. Now we're gonna check if the headless property is equal to undefined. I'm going to define the X and Y position for the mouse. You can see in here we have here the function here. Okay, random int. Okay, we're gonna return here the X position and the Y position of the mouse. These are random values. Okay, and then we're gonna take that, we're gonna pass it to the mouse property. Okay, you can see I pass here this, that's P, that's mouse. We pass here a default X position and Y position, and we pass here the steps here. Okay, and then I pass here the last mouse X position property, I pass the value, and I pass the value to the last mouse Y position. I'm gonna invoke the function in order to get the current page. To get the current frame, we're gonna invoke the function. To get the context, we're gonna invoke the function. To get our pages, we are going to invoke the function. As you know, when we visit the page, we're going to take it and then we're going to push it into the pages array. In order to get our pages, in order to get our visitor pages, we're going to use the function get our pages. Now let's pass another function get page. We're going to use the function in order to get the current page. I'm going to pass here get frame function to get the current frame or page. As you can see in here, I'm checking if we got an iframe, we're going to return it. If we don't have it, we're going to return the current page. Now let's pass here get context to get the context of the browser. We're going to use the function. Let's pass here get our pages. We're going to use the function in order to get our pages. As you can see here, I pass here these pages. If I click and we move at the top, you can see when we visit a given page, we're going to take it and then we're going to store it into the pages array. Okay, we are going to return the array. Now let's create bottom here. Let's pass here get active page index. To get active page index, we're gonna use the function. Okay, to get the last dialog, we're gonna use the function. When we visit the dialog, we are going to store that into the last dialog property here. Okay, let me move at the bottom here again. Let's pass here a function that allows us to switch to a frame. Okay, switch to frame. We're gonna use the function to switch to an iframe. Okay, you know, within a web page we may have an iframe. Now, in order to switch into an iframe, we're gonna use that function. Okay, now let's pass here another function switch to main frame. In order to get back to the main frame, we're gonna use the function. Okay, let me explain you this a little bit. You can see within a page, we may have the body. Let me head into here. Okay, you can see this is a web page, and inside the web page, we may have here an iframe. Okay, this is an iframe where we pass a URL of another page. Now, in order to switch to the iframe, we're gonna use here the function. Okay, this is the function that we're gonna use here to switch to an iframe. And to go back to the main page, we're gonna use that function here. And as you can see, I'm going to pass a null value to the active frame, and then we're gonna switch to the main frame. Okay, let's continue. Let's pass in the function switch to tab. We're gonna use the function in order to switch a tab. You know, on a given web page, we may have a tab section. Now, in order to switch between tabs, we're gonna use the function switch to tab. And as you can see, it takes here the index. Let's pass here is launch. Okay, we pass here is launch function in order to check if we already launched the browser. If we haven't already launched the browser, the value here is gonna be false here. Now, let's pass here the last function, close. In order to close the browser, we're gonna invoke here the function. And you can see here, I pass here a value of now to the page property, to the pages array. I pass here an empty array. To the counters, I pass in now, and to the browser, pass in now, and then we're gonna close the page. Okay, that's cool. Okay, we just finished in here, and then I'm not export here the browser manager. Okay, we just finished in here, guys. We just finished. And if you don't understand how it works, if you don't understand a method inside the browser manager, you don't understand anything in here, don't worry, guys. It's a matter of time. If you don't understand anything, it's a matter of time. Head on PlayWright.dev and read the documentation a little bit. Head into here, try to understand the API a little bit. And then you're gonna come back and you're gonna read this, and you're gonna literally understand everything once you got the basic, because I cannot explain you everything about PlayWright. Okay, you have to come here, read how it works. And that's pretty much it, guys, for this chapter. I hope you enjoy. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you in the next one. And what we're gonna do right now, guys, we're gonna work on navigation page setup tools. You know, for the first time, if we pass an input to the agent have to navigate a given link. Okay, we're going to create a tool that allows the agent to navigate to a given link. And if I move here, yeah, I'm gonna let me head into here. Okay, in order to navigate to a given page, we use here the function page.go. Okay, and then we pass here the link that we want to navigate to. We're gonna create a tool. Now I'm gonna head into the tools folder. And you can see in here we got the source folder, and inside the source folder we got here the tools folder. Now let's head into the tools folder, and right here I've already passed here another folder, which is the browser. Inside the browser we're gonna pass in our browser tool. Now let me pass here some tool. I'm pass here navigate tool. Okay, this is the tool that we're gonna pass to the agent if the agent wants to navigate to a given page. Now let's pass here another tool, get page info tool. Let me pass another tool here, get links tool. If the agent wants to get our links on a given page, it's gonna use the tool. And pass another tool, get accessibility tree tool. In order to know the structure of a given web page, the agent have to call that tool. Let me pass another tool. Okay, we pass another tool, dismiss overlay tools. Okay, this is another tool, dismiss overlay tool. You know, the AI can visit the page, but on the page we have pop-ups. Now, in order to close these pop-ups, the AI is going to use the tool, dismiss overlay tools. Now, let me head into the navigate tool. We're going to start with the tool. And what we're going to do in here, we're going to import the tool function from LangChain, and we're going to import here Zod for schema validation. Now let's pass here navigate tool. As you know the structure of the tool. We pass the tool function and takes here a callback, and as you can see, we pass here to input the URL and wait until. Okay, this is the timeout. You know, if we navigate so fast or given page, they're gonna block us. And now I'm gonna pass here the name of the tool, navigate, and pass here a little description. Navigate to a URL, wait for the URL to stabilize. Handles redirects after navigating, call dismiss After navigating, call dismiss overlays, then get accessibility tree tool. This is the description that I passed to the tool. When the agent visits a given page, it have to wait for a little moment, and then it's gonna call that tool dismiss overlay. If we got a cookie pop-up, we're gonna close it, and then it's gonna call the get accessibility tree tool in order to understand the web page pretty better. Now we are going to pass the body. Let's pass the body for the tool. And you can see here inside the body, I return here. I pass another function with retry. The A can visit a page, and let's say we got an error. The A we can try to recall the logic. We can try to recall that tool again. Okay, that's why I pass here attempt to here. Okay, in order to retry. Let's pass here now the logic. You can also pass it browser manager that get page. Okay, we're gonna get here a given page. We're gonna get here the page. Then we're going to pass here page that go to. We pass here the URL, and I'm passing wait until. We're gonna pass it timeout. Okay, as you can see, I pass here. We are going to wait for the document. We are going to wait that until the content is loaded. I pass here a little timeout. And then I'm gonna pass here a medium pause. I'm gonna create a function later. If we don't have a little pause, they're gonna block us. Yeah, we need to act like a real human. Okay, we're gonna invoke the function to add a little pause. And then I'm going to visit the page here. And after visiting the page, I'm going to return here this string here. I'm passing here success is going to be true here. I'm not returning here the URL. I'm not returning here the title of the page, and I'm not returning here the status. And a little hint here to the agents. Call dismiss overlay next if cookie banners may be present. If cookie banners appears, they're gonna call it. Okay. Now what I'm gonna do next here, I'm going to import here I'm gonna import a class here, and I'm gonna create this function with retry. Now I'm not passing a folder. You can see, so the source folder will have here the utils folder. We're gonna pass in here utils. Okay, and inside the utils folder, we're gonna pass here with retry. Ts. Okay, like this. And I'm gonna pass in the function to medium pause. I'm gonna take that, and then I'm gonna head into the util folder. We're gonna pass it in here. Okay, pretty cool, like this. Okay, cool. Everybody in here understand what I'm doing. Okay, you understand, guys? It's pretty simple. Try to practice a little bit. Now let me get rid of this tapping error here. You can see we got here tapping error. I'm gonna set it as error like this. Okay, actually we got here tapping error. Let me tap it as error like this. Okay, pretty cool. Now let's head into with retry.ts. Now what we're gonna do in here, we're gonna pass here retry option. This is an init first. We pass here the attempt, base delay, max delay. We're gonna pass the function we retry. As you can see, it takes the function and the retry options. If I need to navigate to the TS, you can see the total number of attempts pass here too. If I get rid of this object right here, the total number of attempts is gonna be here 3, which is the default value. I override it. You can see is equal to 3 here, base delay 5 milliseconds, max delay here is equal to 5 seconds. Then I'm gonna pass here the loop here. I'm gonna check if the attempt is less or equal to the total number of attempts, and then I'm gonna file the function. Okay, this is the logic, guys. Now what we're gonna do next, we're gonna head into the medium pause. You can see into the navigate tool, I pass in our function medium pause. If we visit a page so fast, they're gonna block us. Now we need to act like a human. Now let's head into medium pause. We're gonna pass here the function human delay. It takes here the mean milliseconds and max milliseconds, and then I'm gonna return here the timeout. Okay, we're gonna return the little promise, and we have here another function should pause. You can see this is the function that we're gonna use if you want to make a short pause, medium pause, and long pause. Now let's head into the navigate tool. We invoke here medium pause. Let's pass in here. And we got here with retry. Pretty cool. Actually, everything is so simple, guys. You understand what I'm doing. you understand what I'm doing, and you understand what is the navigate tool. We're gonna use the navigate tool in order to navigate to a given page. Okay, cool. Now we're gonna work on another tool, get links tool. Okay, this is the tool that we're gonna use in order to get all links on a given page. Now I'm gonna import here browser manager again, tool function, Zod. Okay, here's the tool. It takes here only one input, and this is the description. Get clickable links from the page, optionally filtered by text or URL substring. Okay, this is the tool that the agent's gonna use in order to get a clickable link on a given page. And you can see again, I pass here browser manager, get page. Then I'm going to pass here this line. You can see I pass here links. I invoke here the function evaluate. Okay, in order to evaluate a given page. Then I'm going to create an array of links. Array that from document query select, or I select all links, okay, on a given page here, and then I'm gonna return here an array, okay, like this, and then we're gonna return here these links here, or active links on the page. Okay, you understand what is the tool, get links tool. By name you understand, get links. Okay, we finish in here. Now I'm going to head into another tool here. We already finished with a navigate, get links tool. Now let's head into get page info tool. This is the tool that the agent can use in order to get all information on a given page. You know, in a given page, we pass here metadata description. They pass a little description about the page. Now we're gonna use that tool in order to get it. We import here again browser manager tool function, and we import here Zod again. Now get page info, and you can see pass here browser manager. I get here the current page, and then I pass here meta description page info. I'm gonna select here the meta description, and I'm gonna get here the content. Okay, I get here the content, get attributes. I get here the content, and once I get the content, I'm gonna return here this. You can see I return here string, just in the stringify. I'm gonna return here the URL, the title of the page, and meta description. And for the tool here, we pass here only the name and little description. Get the current page URL, title, and metadata description used to confirm navigation completed. Okay, this is the tool. Okay, pretty cool, guys. Okay, everything in here is so simple. You understand what it does. Now we're gonna work on another tool here. We already finished with navigation tool, get page tool, get links tool. Now we're gonna move to get accessibility tree tool. Okay, let me explain you what it is. You know, let's say the air visits a given page. We're gonna have something like this. Let me give you a practical example here. View source. If I visit the source code of the page, let's see what we're gonna have here. Let me move here and try to see the source code, view source code here. Okay, we're gonna get something like this. Okay, this is the source code. Now, let's say I want the AI understand this page pretty better. If I take that, all of this, and I pass it to the agent, we're gonna consume a lot of token. Okay, my logic is to return a string to the LLM. Let me show you what will be the output. Okay, let me show you what will be the output. Okay, you can see here we got this. We got here this. Okay, I'm gonna return something like this to the LLM. I'm not gonna return a row out. I'm not gonna return a raw HTML. Now I'm gonna head into in here. We're gonna head into the code again, and we're gonna pass here the browser manager, and then we're gonna pass here in the first DOM nodes. We're gonna pass here the tag, the row, name, value, placeholder, the type here, the href, disable attribute, checked, selector, level, and children. Okay, this is a recursive interface. Okay, you know, we may, let's say in the body we have here the body tag, and inside the body tag we have the div, and inside a div we got another div here. We got another div. We got here, we can have here a let's say a section tag. I pass here section, and inside section we have another tag, and so on. This is recursive, okay, and that's why I pass here a recursive interface. You can see this is a recursive interface. Let me get rid of this. Okay, this is a recursive interface. It means inside the children, we have something like this. We have all these property. Okay, we have all this property. Now, I'm going to pass you build DOM tray. This is a recursive function. And we're going to pass you the page and the root selector. Okay, for the root selector is the body. Now, I'm going to pass you the function here. I'm passing a function. This is a helper function that I pass into the build DOM tray. So I'm going to use the function in order to select an element by row. Let's say we got a div here. Let's say we got a div. Let me move here. I'm going to pass you something. Let me head into in here, and I'm passing a page here at the roots here. We're going to pass here. I'm passing test HTML. Okay, like this. Let me pass here this content. Okay, let me pass here HTML5 like this. You can see we got here button. Let's say sign in. And to allow the screen reader to understand your page, you have to pass something like this. Zero. Let's say sign in button. And we may have here even the type button. Okay, this is we may have here even the type button and other stuff. Okay, this is pretty important to pass the row to a given tag. This allows a screen reader about to understand your page. Let's say pass here h1 and then pass here, let's say article. Okay, you pass here only h1. But if you pass here, let's say you pass here another attribute, the row, you can say a title of an article. This gives more information to the screen reader to understand your page. Let's say you pass here again like this, image. Okay, you pass here this. You pass here only the image URL, but you don't pass here alt. Okay, if you don't pass here alt, the screen reader cannot understand that image pretty well. It cannot identify, it cannot classify if this is an image of a dog or an image of, let's say, an image of a duck. Now, in order to make the screen reader understand this pretty well, if you pass here the image URL, and you should pass here, let's say, image, I can pass dog image, .png. Okay, this is pretty better, okay, than passing here only the URL. If you pass here the alt attributes, this will give more information to the screen reader about the image. The screen reader will understand that this is an image of a dog. This is an image of a duck. It's pretty important. Now, let's go back here. Now, what I'm going to do in here, you can see I pass here the function getRow. So I'm going to use the function in order to select an element by row. You can see we got here the row. On the button here, I've passed here the row attributes. I've passed here the row attributes. I'm going to use that to select an element by row. Okay, now let's go back here. You can see in here, if we have a row attributes on an element, we're going to return it. If we don't have a row attribute on an element, I'm going to map it to this. Let's say we don't have here this. It means we miss here. We're going to miss that element here. We're going to miss that. And as we miss that, I'm going to map it to a tag. You can see we got here a group of tag. I'm going to pass here, I pass here A is equal to a link tag to a button. Okay, it means I'm not use now I'm not select that element by using a tag. I'm not select that element by tag name. You can see I pass here const tag is equal to element. I'm not get here the tag name of that element, as I don't have here the row attributes. I'm not select here the type. Okay, and then at the bottom here, I'm not return that element. You can see we got here some tag here. Okay, and here as I'm gonna get here the tag name, you can see in here I get here the tag name and I get here the type. Now I'm not return here now that element. Okay, I'm not use here map. You can see map is right here. let's say we got here button. We got the tag name is equal to button. We're gonna pass the map that button, and then we're gonna return that element. Okay, map the button. We're gonna return that element. I'm gonna return that element. Okay, and now we're gonna pass here another function, get name. We're gonna use the function in order to select an element by attribute. As you can see, pass area label, placeholder, title, and alt. And now I'm gonna pass the function work DOM. Okay, now we're gonna iterate through the DOM, and then we're gonna return something like this. Okay, we're gonna return here text. Okay, that's what we're gonna return to the LM. And if you don't understand the logic here, guys, if you don't understand the logic, you can try to ask ChatGPT or Gemini to parse an HTML, and return something like this. Okay, to return something like this, let me show you. We got it in here. To return something like this, okay? The purpose of the function is to return a serialized HTML that looks like this. This is pretty simple to the LLM to understand, and we aren't gonna consume a lot of token, okay? A lot of token is equal to a lot of money, okay? This is the goal of the function, is to return serialized HTML. We're gonna return something like this. Now let's continue. We are going to pass here this. Now, as you can see in here, first in the work DOM function, I get here the tag name. Then I check here if the tag name includes, if we got a script tag, a style tag, no scripts, meta, link. I'm gonna return here now. I'm not gonna care about this. I'm not ignore this. And then I'm going to continue here. I'm gonna get CSS property. You can see I pass a window that get computed style. I get CSS property of a given element. You can see the get computed style function takes here the elements. Okay, and then I'm gonna check here for the visibility. If we got here none or hidden, I'm gonna return here now. And now I invoke here a function get row. We're gonna select an element by row, by name here, and then we're gonna return that. Okay, and as you can see, I return here the tag, the row name, the placeholder, and at the bottom here I invoke again here the function work DOM, because within HTML we have body. Inside the body we got a div, in the div we got a div, and in the div we got a div. This is recursive. Now let's pass it a tool, get accessibility tree tool. We pass it try catch. We invoke here again browse manager. I get here the active page. We get here the URL, the title, and we invoke here the build on tray. We're gonna pass in the page and the region that I want to select, and then I'm gonna return here this. Okay, you get the idea. This function to gonna return something like that looks like this. Okay, let me cut that, and then I'm passing here. Okay, we're gonna pass in here. This is the logic, is to return serialized HTML. Okay, this serialized HTML, guys. We aren't gonna return raw HTML. Now we're gonna work on another tool, which is the dismiss overlay tool. And then we're gonna pass it the browser manager, human delay, and you can see I import here medium pause. We're gonna use the function in order to make a little pause. We aren't gonna act like a bot. And you can see I pass here an array, dismiss selectors. We're gonna use this selector in order to close a pop-up, like a newsletter pop-up or a cookie pop-up. And now you can see we pass here the tool dismiss overlay. It takes here a single input. It takes here a single input, false. And you can see default value here is equal to false here. If the agent invoke it and pass it through, we're gonna close it. Now we're gonna pass it try catch. We get here the current page. And then I iterate through the dismiss selectors array. And then I select it. Then I check here if that element is visible. If it's visible, we're gonna close it. I'm gonna pass it a wait element that's click. I'm gonna click it. I'm gonna click it after 1 second, and then I'm gonna make a little pause here. A wait human delay. We're gonna invoke the function, and then we're gonna take that element, that selector, we're gonna push into the dismissed array like this. Okay, this is the tool that we're gonna use in order to close a pop-up. Now let's head into the browser folder. Now I'm gonna pass another tool, click tool, and we're gonna pass another tool, which is the get page text tool. Now we're gonna start with this one. We're gonna import here the browser manager tool function Zod, and then here we're gonna pass the tool. And as you can see, it takes here two inputs. It takes here the selector. The selector can be optional, and it can be a div or an attribute. And we have here the mark char. It can be optional. The default value here is 4,000 characters. Now I'm gonna pass you the logic, try catch. We're gonna get access to the current page here. Then I'm gonna check if the agent has provided here the selector. We're gonna use the selector in order to get access to the text here. And then we're gonna pass the data to the text variable. And you can see I pass here the locator. So what is the locator? If you head on playwright.dev, you're gonna see we got here a locator. A locator represents a way to find elements on the page at any moment. Okay, we have here gear by row. We can use the locator in order to select an element, gear by text, gear by label. We got here these locators, guys. If you want to understand everything, head on playwright.dev and read the page here. Now let's continue. I'm going to check here if we got the selector. We're gonna use here. We're gonna use here the locator function, and then we're gonna pass it the selector, and then we're gonna pass the text to the text variable. Else we are going to evaluate the page, and then we're gonna select all the text from the page, and then we're gonna store that data into the text variable. And at the bottom here you can see I'm going to get rid of characters from a text, and then here I'm now return only 4,000 characters. As you can see, I'm making here a little check here. Text the length is greater than the limit. I'm going to slide it. I'm not return 4,000 characters. Else I'm gonna return here the text. Okay, pretty cool. You understand this tool. Now we're gonna work on the click tool. Now this is the tool that the agent's gonna use in order to click. We're gonna pass the browse manager again, and I pass the function scroll into view. Let's say the agent move onto the page here, and you can see at the right we have here this menu, and then the agents click at the bottom here. As you can see, when I click, we scroll a little bit. Okay, when the agent's gonna invoke the tool, you're gonna see this kind of movement in the browser. You're gonna see scroll, something like this, scroll. Okay, once you click at the bottom here, you're gonna scroll. Okay, it's gonna scroll a little bit. You're gonna see that. That's what that is the function scroll into view. When you're gonna click on a given element, we're gonna scroll a little bit. Okay, cool. Now we are going to pass here resolve and click. We can select an element by selector, text, area label, row. Okay, and now let's pass here this condition area label. You can see I pass here selector, get by label. We can select an element by label, and then we're gonna scroll into view, and then we're gonna click on it. Okay, we're gonna pass here this condition. We're going to check if the A provided row. As I said, we can select an element by row. We got the row selector on playwright.dev. If I pass here this, you can see we got here this. We got here this. They explain how to use it. I've already read it. Okay, you're gonna read this later so that you can understand this code pretty better. Okay, we're gonna pass you this. Also, we can select an item. We can select an element by using the text locator. Get by text here. You can see I pass in here. Okay, now we're gonna pass you the tool, click tool, and I pass you the selector, text, area label, row, X, Y, button, double click. And you can see this is the inputs. Now let's pass the body. Okay, we will try. Then I pass here, I get access to the current page here. Then I make here a little pause. If we click immediately, they're gonna flag us as a bot. Okay, if we need to appear as a human, we need to make a little pause, short pause like a human. And then we're going to pass here resolve and click. We're gonna click, and then we're gonna make a little short pause again. And then you're going to return that to the agents. Success true, strategy, resolve the strategy, and then I'm going to return here the current URL, like this. Okay, we just finished with the tool. Now we're going to go back into the browser folder. And inside the browser folder, I'm passing other tool. You can see I pass here capture tool. We're going to use the tool in order to detect a captcha on a given page. Let me pass here another tool, fill form tool. This is the tool that the agent is going to use in order to fill a form on a given page. Then pass in another tool, screenshot. This is the tool that the agent can use to take a screenshot of a page. Now I'm gonna start with screenshots tool. I'm gonna head in, and then you're gonna pass here the body. Okay, to a function, Zod path module, and I'm pass here getter. We're gonna use the function in order to get the directory. We're gonna pass the screenshots. We're gonna pass our screenshots inside the screenshot folder. Okay, now we're gonna pass it the tool, take screenshots. We're gonna pass it the full page, region, save to file, and label. Okay, this is the tool. You understand what this tool is doing, guys. Okay, you understand what it's doing. Okay, this is the tool, and then we're gonna return success to the agents. Now we're gonna close this, and I'm gonna head into here. We're gonna head into fill form tool. Okay, this is the tool that the agent is gonna use in order to fill a form. Okay, let's pass here the tool. Okay, fill form, and we're gonna pass the field and submit after. We're gonna pass only 2 inputs. Let's pass the body. Okay, here's the body of the tool. Okay, here's the body, and I'm pass here the stuff. Okay, and then once we click, and once we finish filling the form, I'm going to return this to the agents. We're gonna return here this. Okay, cool. And now let's head into in here. We're gonna pass another tool. We're gonna head into the capture tool. As we finish with fill form tool, okay, you have to know that the agent is gonna use the tool in order to fill a form, nothing else. Okay, now let's head into here and pass the capture tool. The agent is gonna use the tool in order to detect a captcha on a given page. Okay, let's pass. You can see pass the name, detect capture, detect if a captcha is blocking the page. If we got a capture, if detected, set wait for human true to pause execution and wait for you to solve it in the browser window, then press enter to continue. Okay, if the agents, if the agent detects a capture, it's gonna pass wait for human. It's gonna pass it the value of true, and then it's gonna wait until I solve the capture, and then the agent's gonna continue. That is the logic. Okay, it detects a capture. In here we have human loop. Okay, it's gonna wait for my approval. I'm gonna resolve the capture, and then the agent's gonna continue. This is the logic, guys. You get the idea. Now let's pass here. Let's pass the body to the tool. We're gonna pass here this, and we're gonna return here this. Okay, cool. Now I'm going to pass here another tool. Let me close this. I'm gonna pass here another tool. Okay, I'm pass here press key tool. As you can see, the bottom here, pass another tool, press key tool. This is the tool that the agent is gonna use in order to press the key. Okay, you're gonna pass here, press key tool, and then you're gonna pass here. You're gonna get access to the current page, and then here I'm pass here, pay the keyboard that press key. Okay, this is the function that we invoke here. Now I'm gonna pass in our tool, JavaScript tool. We're gonna pass here a tool that allows the agent to run JavaScript code. I'll pass here JavaScript, and pass here JavaScript tool, the TS. And the agent's gonna use the tool in order to run JavaScript code. Okay, when you're gonna test this tool, you're gonna understand it pretty better. Now let's pass here. We're gonna import here the tool function, Zod, and we're gonna import here the browser manager. Now here's the tool, run JavaScript tool, and as you can see, it takes the code and the arguments. And here you can see the name is run JavaScript, and you can see past here little description, execute JavaScript in the browser page context and return the results. Use as an escape hatch when DOM tools can't access data. Okay, is when the agent's gonna use the tool. Now we're gonna pass the body to the tool, and you can see I pass here, I get access to the current page here, and then I run here the code. And then I pass here the code that the agent is going to provide to that tool. Now we are going to return here that response when the agent run a JavaScript code. Okay, we're just finishing here. Now we're going to import here the browser manager like this. Okay, you're going to understand that tool later, guys. If you don't understand it right now, don't worry, you're going to understand it when you're going to test all tools. Okay, you're going to see it works. Now I'm going to pass here another tool. Let's head into the browser folder, and we're going to pass here another tool. I'm passing another tool, hover tool. Okay, this is the tool that the agent's gonna use in order to hover a menu. As you can see in here, we got a menu here. If I put my cursor over Node.js, you can see we got another menu which pops up. Okay, the agent's gonna use that tool in order to open a menu. Okay, you can see when it's gonna call that tool, it's gonna hover a div, and then we're gonna see this little pop-up, and then the agent can continue. Now let's move here, and now we're gonna pass here tool function Zool browser manager, and we're gonna pass the tool. The agent's gonna pass here the selector, text, area label, X and Y position, and here, as you can see, pass the name, hover an element to read tooltips, drop down menus, or hover trigger content. Okay, you know, the agent can visit a website like Amazon. You know, we have a mega menu. Now, in order to see the content, the agents have to use the tool. Now, let's pass the body to the tool. Okay, here's the body. Now, we're gonna pass here this, okay? And we just finished with the hover tool. Now, let's get rid of this typing error. I'm gonna import here the browser manager. Let's import it, and we're gonna import here the human mouse move. We're gonna import a function, and we're gonna import here human delay. We need to act like a human. Okay, pretty cool. We just finished with a tool. Now I'm gonna pass here another tool. We're gonna head into the browser folder, and I'm pass here another tool. Okay, yeah, now I'm pass here scroll tool. Okay, we pass another tool, scroll tool. Okay, this is the tool that the agent's gonna use in order to scroll. The agent can head into a page here, and then if you wanna move at the top or move to the bottom, it's gonna invoke that tool. Now let's pass the content. We're gonna pass the tool function, Zool browser manager, human delay function. Okay, to interact like human. We're gonna pass the direction, amount, selector. Now let's pass the body to the tool. Okay, here's the body. Okay, here's the body, guys. Okay, here's the body of the tool. Okay, pass the name, scroll, and a little description. Okay, pretty cool. Now let's get rid of errors here. And I get rid of error. We're gonna import the browser manager, and we're gonna import the human delay. Okay, cool. Okay, like this. I just passed here free tool. We just passed here the GS tool, hover tool, and scroll tool. Now I'm gonna pass another tool that allows the agent to select an item. Now into a select option. We're gonna pass another tool. We're gonna head into again the browser folder, and I'm passing another tool. I'm gonna name it select tool. You can see I passed in a tool. Okay, select tool. This is the tool that the agent is gonna use in order to select an item within the select tag. You know, within a select tag, we may have items. Now the agent have to pick an item. It's gonna use the tool. Now let's pass here the browser manager. Okay, select or option tool. Okay, this is the name of the tool. Now you can set pass the name, select option, select an option from a select tag, drop down by value, visible label text or zero based index. Okay, it's gonna use the tool to select an item within select tag. This is the main goal of the tool. Now we're gonna pass here this. If we retry, in order to retry if the agent failed at the first time, we're gonna make here little pause like human, and then we're gonna select an item, and we're gonna return this. Okay, this is the tool. Okay, select tool. Now let's get rid of these errors here. Okay, we're gonna import here with retry function. Yeah, we're gonna import here with retry. We're gonna import here browser manager to get access to the current page, and we're gonna import here the function short pause. Okay, pretty cool, guys. We just finished. Now let's see what we're gonna do next. As you can see, actually we have here a lot of tool. Now we need to try them. Okay, we got here a lot of tool. Now we're gonna try them in a bit of moments. Now we're gonna pass in our tool, which is the dialog tool. Okay, guys, you can see I pass in our tool, the dialog tool. So the purpose of the dialog tool is to allow the agent to handle dialogues. So you know, when the agent is gonna visit the website, it's gonna come across dialogues, cookie. Yeah, you can see cookie banner or other pop-ups. Okay, it's gonna come up a lot of pop-ups. Now the agent needs to handle that. To handle that, it's gonna use the tool, dialog tool. Now let's pass here the tool handle dialog, and as you can see, I pass you the name and little description. Inspect the last browser dialog. alert, confirm prompt, or configure how the next one is handled. By default, all dialogues are auto accepted, and it's gonna pass you the action. It's gonna pass you the action, and it can pass you accept or dismiss, and it's gonna pass you the prompt text. Okay, tap to the text to tap if the dialog is a prompt or box. Now let's pass the body to the tool. Okay, here's the body. Okay, here's the body. Okay, you get the idea, you understand what this tool is gonna do. It allows the agent to handle pop-up. Now let's continue. We're gonna pass in another tool. And as you can see, we got here a lot of tools, guys. I'm not explaining how to use them. Okay, let's pass in another tool first. Okay, which I just passed in another tool, which is the iframe tool. In order to handle iframe, the agent is gonna use the tool here, iframe. Now let's head in, and then we're gonna pass here this tool. It's gonna pass the tool function zod. We're gonna pass again the browser manager. Now here's the tool. It's gonna pass only the selector. Switch context into an iframe, payment forms, login pop-ups, embedded widgets. Okay, this is the tool in order to handle iframe. I think you know what is an iframe. Okay, if you don't know, try to make a little research about an iframe. Okay, now this is the tool. I'm gonna pass in here. Okay, this is the tool. Now we're gonna pass another tool. Okay, switch to main frame tool. Okay, it's gonna use the tool in order to switch to the main frame. Let's pass another one, switch tab tool. Okay, in order to switch a tab, the agent's gonna use that. You know, the agent can visit a website, and on the website we have tab. Now, in order to toggle between tab, it's gonna use the switch tab tool. Okay, you get the idea. Okay, now let's pass the content. Okay, here's the content. Okay, and that's how you're gonna work. Now we got here some tapping errors. Now let's get rid of them. We're gonna import here the browser manager. Okay, like this, and we just finished. Now I'm not going to the browser folder. We're gonna pass you another tool. Okay, let's pass another tool, guys. Let's pass another tool. I'm gonna pass another tool, which is the tab tool. Okay, you can see the bottom here, pass another tool, tab tool. You know, the agent can visit a website, and on the website we have a search form. It's gonna use the tool in order to tap into a form, you know. Okay, something like this. I may visit here the website, and then I have to type here something. Okay, the agent's gonna do the same thing. Now let's go back here. We're gonna pass the tool function zod browser manager, and we're gonna pass here human tab should pause. Yeah, we're gonna import here this function in order to interact like a human. Now we're gonna pass here the tab tool. Okay, you can see pass the name, tab text, and a little description. Type text into forecast or specify input with human-like speed. Use dismiss autocomplete to hand browse autocomplete drop-downs to hand browse autocomplete drop-downs. Escape dismisses, select first, picks the first. Okay, this is the tool. Okay, now as you can see, we're gonna pass here these inputs, text selector, area label, clear, area label, clear first, speed, press enter, and dismiss autocomplete. Okay, it's gonna pass in none, escape, select first. Okay, this is the tool. Now we're gonna pass the body. Okay, here's the body that we're gonna pass to the tool. Okay, in order to tap within an input, we're gonna use the tool. And now let's import here the browser manager. We're gonna import here browser manager, and we're gonna import here short pause like this, and we're gonna import here human tab. Let me import here that function, and we're gonna import here human delay. Okay, we need to pass the human delay because we don't want to appear like bots, an automated bots. If we appear like an automated bots, they're gonna block us. Okay, we need to act like a human. Okay, we just finishing here, guys. I think I just passed the ladder 2. Okay, let me try to pass the ladder 2. Okay, we just passed the ladder 2, guys, and I think we just finished. Now what we're gonna do, guys, I'm going to head into the source folder and I'm pass here a file. Let's head in the source folder. Okay, and then I'll pass here this browser tool. Okay, I'm gonna pass here the file, this browser tool, this browser tools like this, the TS. Okay, now we're gonna try all these tools. Okay, this is another chapter. Okay, I'm going to move here. You can see we just finishing here with I may rename here this to browser tool. Let's pass here. Okay, this chapter we talked about browser tools. Now we are going to move on to another chapter. We're going to talk about test browser tool. Now we're going to test all these tools. We finish. Okay, this is the 7th chapter. Okay, I'm pass here. Test all browser tool. Okay, like this. This what we're gonna do right now is to test all browser tool. Alright guys, now gonna test all browser tool. We just finished creating here tools. Okay, actually we got here some tools. Okay, actually we got here, I don't know the number, but I'm gonna know it later. Before we start testing all these tools, I wanna pass here another tool that I forgot to pass here, which is the vision tool. We're gonna work on it later and pass here vision tool. Okay, now what we're gonna do, we are going to head into the source folder and then I'm pass here folder. Okay, you can see in here we got the source folder. Let me show you. We got here the source folder, and inside the source folder pass here the index.js, which is the entry point of our app. And you can see I've passed here another file, which is the test browser tool.ts. Okay, we're gonna use the file in order to test browser tool. Now let's head into the package.json file. You can see I've passed here commands PlayWright, ts nodes, and then /test browser tool.ts. Okay, when I'm not run here the commands, we are going to run a tool in here. Okay, let's head in, and you can see I pass here this function run test, and you can see I invoke here the launch function browser manager.launch. And then I pass here the link of the website that we want to visit. We're going to visit here JavaScript info. And you can see here, I invoke here another tool, dismiss overlays tool. Okay, I pass here through. I'm going to hide all pop-up. And so you can see I pass another tool, get accessibility tree tool. Okay. Yeah, this is this is a critical tool. You know, when the agent visits the website, it have to call the get accessibility tree tool in order to know on which page to navigate next. Okay, this is a critical tool. Now we're gonna try this, and if you notice in here inside the get accessibility tree tool, you can see in here we're gonna return here an array. Okay, we're going to return here an array, and you can see I console here the array. I want to see the contents. Now let's run this. I'm going to run here the commands. I'm not heading right here. We're going to pass here npm run PlayWright. Okay, we're going to run that script, and then we're going to run this tool. Okay, let's see what we're going to have here. You're going to see, okay, we got here Chromium pops up. As you can see, we visit here JavaScript info. And then after visiting JavaScript info, we are going to get the accessibility tree that we're going to pass to the agents. You know, if the agent doesn't get the accessibility tree, it's not going to know on which page to navigate to. Okay, it have to get it. Now you're going to see in a bit of a moment, we're going to get the accessibility tree. And let me show you something else that you're going to pass into the data. Let me head into data. I want to show you something. You can see into data, I passed here some environment variable. You can see I pass here headless is equal to false. If I pass headless is equal to false, I'm going to see here Chromium. This is Chromium, guys, this little window here. And you can see slow mode and pass here 50 milliseconds. And I pass here the browse timer, I pass here 30 seconds. Okay, let's head into here. Yeah, you can see finish running here. This is the accessibility tree. It's pretty huge. Okay, this is the accessibility tree. Is pretty huge. And as you can see here, let me close here this. As you can see, we got here the accessibility tree that I've passed here this. Let me head into here. As you can see here, pass here console that. And then I pass you this line, and I pass you the results, this array. Now let's head into here, and then you're gonna see how it looks like. And as you can see, we have here the page, modern JavaScript tutorial, and we got here the base here of the page. And let me scroll a little bit. You can see we got here text box. Okay, we're gonna scroll a little bit. You can see text box here. This is a tag. We got here this link. We got here this. Okay, you can see we got here another link here. You can see by EPUB PDF. Okay, you can see we got here the link. If I head into here, I'm gonna move a JavaScript info. JavaScript info, you're gonna see we got that. Okay, yeah, you can see we got here this link by epub/PDF. You can see we got the link and we got it in here, guys. And we got the button. We got here this. We got the search form here. You can see text box, search. And you can see value is equal to article. Let me head into here. You can see we got here search. Okay, we got here search form. Okay, and we got other stuff here, other links. Okay, you can see it's pretty huge here, this accessibility tree. It's pretty huge. I'm not gonna rate everything here. Now let's head on Redux, and I'm gonna take here the URL. We're gonna visit the page here, and then you're gonna see what we're gonna get here. We're gonna take that and we're gonna visit redux.org. Okay, because I think with Redux we're gonna have a little accessibility tree. Okay, let me move here, and if I pass here, we're gonna navigate here to Redux. Okay, and then we're gonna get a little accessibility tree. Now let me run here these scripts again here. Let's see what we're gonna have here. Okay, with Redux I think we're gonna get a little accessibility tree. Okay, we visit Redux here. Okay, you can see we have here this. Okay, it finished running, and as you can see we got here this accessibility tree. Okay, let me copy it so that you can see that pretty well. If I copy that, okay, I'm gonna copy that, and then I'm gonna take it and pass in here. Okay, here's the accessibility tree. And as you can see, guys, this is the structure of the home page. Okay, you know, when our browser agent is gonna visit the website, it has to know the structure of the website. If it doesn't know the structure, it's not gonna do anything. It have to know it. And once you get the structure, the agent can continue. The agents can read here. You can see we got here this link, getting started. We got here tutorial, usage guide. If the agent wants to navigate to the page, it's gonna move there. It's gonna see, yeah, we got here usage guide, and it's gonna know that these links, this page talks about how to use Redux. And we got here FAQ. Okay, we got here other links, guys. Now I'm gonna try here another tool. Let's go back here. We finished testing here the tool. Now I'm gonna try this. You can see we got here this, the get accessibility tree tool. Now I'm gonna pass here a region. I wanna get the accessibility tree of a specific region within a page. And as you can see here, we got here this. We got here man. I wanna pass here this man. I wanna see this structure. Now let's try this. Okay, let's try this. I'm going to head into the get accessibility tree tool. Yeah, we're gonna head into the test browser tool again. We're gonna pass here this, and also I wanna get the page info. I wanna comment here the tool. Okay, we're gonna get here the page info. Now let's run here this. Okay, and if you notice in here for the get page info tool, it returns here the URL, the title, and meta description. Now let's run here this again. Let's see what we're gonna have here. It runs again here. It finish visiting the website. Okay, and once it finish, we're gonna close the browser again. And yeah, you can see we got here the accessibility tree. Okay, for the particular region that I've passed there, which is the main region. And then you can see we got here this stuff. We got here these predictable. We got here these. And you can see for the main region, we don't have a lot of links. We got only a redux.dev, and we got here this and this. Now we run here another tool. You can see we've run here another tool, which is the get page info. You can see this another tool, and you can see it returns here the URL of the page, the title, and a meta description. Yeah, you can see we got here the title only. We got here the title. Okay, I don't see something else in here. Let me move in here. I want to see something. You can see in here, I return here the URL, the title. I don't see the meta description. I think we got cut off here. We got cut off. That's why we don't see the rest here. Now, in order to see the rest, I'm going to try to copy this, and then I'm pass into the console. We got cut off. Let me pass here this. Okay, I'm pass here this. I want to see here the output. Okay, we got cut off. And let me try to run here this again. I think I'm not get here the meta description. I'm not get it. Okay, let's try to see here again. We run here. Okay, we run here this again. Okay, we got here this. We got here this stuff. You can see we got here the URL, we got here the title, and we got here meta description, a JS library for predictable and maintainable. Okay, and yeah, it works pretty well. Now let's move on to another tool here. You can see we just finished testing here this. I test here this. Yeah, I've already tested this. I'm not coming here this. Now we're gonna test here another tool. Okay, let me try to test here this. Get paid text. Okay, we're gonna use the tool in order to get the text from a given page. This is the goal of the tool, and you can see here I return here text. Okay, let me try to see. I'm pass here console.log here. I'm pass here this, and I'm pass here text. Let's see what we're gonna have. Okay, let me head into first in here. I'm not getting rid of this line here. I'm not getting rid of this. I'm not heading to the get accessibility tree tool. Yeah, for this one, I'm not letting like this because I think I'm not use it later. I'm not use it soon. Okay, we can stay with the line there. And now let's head into in here. And we're gonna try to extract here the text. You can see passive marker. Let me pass here freight. Yeah, I'm pass here. Let me pass here 900. Okay, I wanna get some data. Now let me run here this again. Let me run here this npm run PlayWright. And as you can see, every time I run here this, I open Chromium, this little browser. If you wanna close it, you can head into that env. If you head into that env here, and you pass here headless is equal to true, I'm not gonna show it. Okay? As I pass here headless is equal to true. Now, as you can see in here, I got here the text. We extracted text from the page. We got here skip to maintain. Okay, we got here some data. Okay, we got here some data. If the agent wants to read a particular page, it can use the tool in order to extract data from a page. Okay, this is the get text page tool. Okay, let me go back here. Get page text tool. It works, guys. I'm going to comment here this. We're gonna comment this. Okay, if we run this, we're gonna get data. I've already tested here this. Now we're gonna try to test another tool, get links tool. In order to get all links from a particular page, we're gonna run here this. In order to get all links, let me run here this. Okay, let me run here this again. And this time we aren't gonna open Chromium. You can see I've passed here into the data. I've passed here headless is equal to true. And as we pass this, we aren't gonna run here Chromium. Okay, let's wait a bit and see what we're gonna have here. Okay, yeah, there we go. Yeah, as you can see, in here we got here the accessibility tree. I don't care about it. And at the bottom here, I think, yeah, we don't have here links. Okay, yeah, we got here links, guys. You can see we got here 2022 links. Now let me show you everything. We're gonna head into in here. I'm gonna give you the line here. We're going to head into get links tool, and I'm going to pass here this line. I'm pass here. Yeah, I'm gonna take the filtered. I'm passing here like this, and we're gonna get our links. And let's try this again and see what we're gonna have here, guys. Let's try this again. I'm gonna run here this. Okay, I'm gonna run here this, and then we're gonna get data. Okay, we're gonna get our links. Okay, let's wait a bit. Okay, we don't show here Chromium because I've passed headless is equal to true. And yeah, there we go. We got here our links here. Okay, we got here all links. And we got here all links, guys. It works very well. And now we're gonna head into here. We're gonna try another tool. Okay, for the get links tool we just finished. Now let's try another tool here. I'm gonna head into the test browser tool, and we're gonna pass here other stuff. Now I'm gonna pass here the tool that we need to test. We're gonna test the over tool, click tool, and wait for element tool. Okay, we're gonna test here again these three tools. Now I'm going to modify the link at the top. You can see for the link here, pass here Redux. I'm not modify here the link. I'm gonna pass here now PlayWright the div. You can see in here we got here this little menu. When I visit, I pull my cursor over Node.js, you can see we hover here. You can see we have here this. Okay, you can see we get here something like this. If we head on Redux, you can see we don't have here a menu with a submenu. We don't have it in here. That's why I'm gonna modify the link. I'm gonna take that and then I'm gonna pass it in here. Okay, we need to pass it in here. Okay, I'm passing here. Now let's run here this, and once we run this, we're gonna get the accessibility tree. Okay, now what I'm going to do, I'm going to run here this first, and then we're gonna get the accessibility tree. Okay, let's wait a bit. Let's wait a bit. Let's wait a bit. You can see the menu open here. You can see. Let's wait a bit. Oh yeah, you can see we get here the accessibility tree. Now, what you're gonna do, guys, once you get the accessibility tree, you're gonna scroll it up here, and then you're gonna copy it. Okay, we need to see, we need to inspect it. If we don't inspect it, you know, if we don't inspect it, we aren't gonna know what to do. Okay, we need to see the content. Okay, I'm gonna pass in here. Okay, here's the accessibility tree. Okay, here's what the agent's gonna see. And you can see we got here this section here button Node.js. Okay, now we're gonna take here the text, which is Node.js. I'm gonna take that, and then that's what I'm pass in here. Okay, let's head into in here. We're gonna move here, and you're gonna pass here text is gonna be Node.js. We're gonna pass here wait and pass here. Let me pass here 7 milliseconds instead of 7 seconds, and then I'm gonna click there. I'm gonna test here the click tool to see if we can click, and okay, and then I'm gonna run here the tool. Let me comment here the tool. I'm gonna explain you later how it works. Okay, let's try first here this. Let me try here this. I'm gonna try only one tool and see it works. Okay, let's run here this. Okay, let's run here this and see what we're gonna have here. Okay, we open here the browser. Okay, you can see, oh yeah, you can see it doesn't work pretty well. Let's try to see again. I'm not rerun it. Okay, let me try to increase here the timer so that you can see and pass here 5 seconds. Okay, let's run here this again. Okay, we're gonna run again the browser. You can see we run here again the browser. Okay, and we're gonna wait a bit. Yeah, you can see it opens and then close. It opens. Okay, it opens, guys. It opens. As you can see, it opens. And now let me try to test here the click tool. I'm gonna pass here click tool, and we're gonna run here this again. Let me run here this. Okay, we're gonna run here this. Okay, we're gonna test the hover tool and the click tool. Let's see what we're gonna have here. Okay, we open here the Chromium. Okay, you can see it opens, and then they're gonna click there. You can see we're still seeing here the little menu. Okay, close again. It works. Let me try to comment here the line. You know, if we click there, we're gonna open this little menu. Now let's try to see here. Okay, I'm gonna try to test only the click tool and see it works. Okay, we're gonna open here the menu again, and you can see, let's try to see. Okay, you're gonna try to check. Yeah, the click tool works. Yeah, it was so fast, but the click tool works. If I try to increase here the timer, okay, let me try to check if the click tool has a timer. Let me click here. Yeah, the click tool here. Yeah, you can see attempt here. Okay, it doesn't have really timeout, but it works. It works, guys. Okay, now let me explain you the next tool, which is the wave for elements. I'm gonna explain you. I'm gonna click here wave tool. Now let's test here now tool, which is the wave for element tool. Okay, we're gonna test here the tool, and let's click here and see the details. Here you can see text, the selector, text, URL contents, state, and timeout. And if we have a look to the description in here, I instruct the agent to invoke that tool when it visits a single page application. Okay, you can see wait for elements, text, URL, and use after clicks that trigger navigation or async loading. Euro contains is the best for single page application routes. Okay, it's gonna use that tool on single page application routes. It means now for this one, I'm not gonna test here this. I'm not comment here this. We're gonna try to test here this later. Okay, I'm not comment here this. Okay, now what I'm gonna do here, I'm gonna pass here R2 because for this one we don't have a single page application for testing here this. Now I want to pass here, I want to navigate again here on PlayWright. We're gonna navigate here again, and what we're gonna do there, I'm going to scroll down, and then I'm gonna scroll down a little bit again, and then I'm gonna scroll up. Now let's run here this and see what works. Okay, let's run here this. Okay, we're gonna try to see what we're gonna have here. You can see we open the menu. Okay, let's try to see if we're gonna scroll down. Oh, it works. It works. Yeah, you can see. Let me run it again. Okay, you're gonna see, we're gonna scroll down a little bit. Okay, wait again. Try to check, guys. Try to check. Okay, we run again. Yeah, you can see the menu. Okay, you can see here's the website. Now you can see we scroll down and then we scroll up. It works. It works very well, guys. Okay, you see it works. Okay, we're gonna come and see this. Okay, let me get rid of this, because if I pass you this, you can see at the top here we have here navigate. We have here navigate. We already test it. Let me get rid of this here. Okay, we're gonna remove that, and I'm going to comment here this too. Okay, and now we're gonna test tab tool. Okay, you can see we get here another tool, which is the tab tool. Okay, I'm going to uncomment here this. Here's what we're gonna do. We're going to visit the page here. It talks about machine learning and artificial intelligence. Then we're gonna move to the search page here, and then we're gonna tap here something. Okay, let's try to see if we're gonna succeed. I'm gonna move here, and I'm going to pass here the link. We're gonna move at the top here. You can see we have here navigate tool, and I'm gonna pass here new Euro, and then we're gonna scroll at the bottom here. And what we're gonna do here, let's see, we are going to navigate to the page, and then you're gonna tap something within the form. And also I'm going to invoke here another tool. Okay, wait for state result div to appear. We already tested that tool. Okay, you can see wait for element tool. We already tested that tool. I'm not getting rid of this one here. Okay, we already test it. Now let's try to see how this works. Now let's head into the command prompt, and then I'm gonna run here this npm run PlayWright, and then we are going to get the accessibility tree, and then okay, you can see we got here this. It opens here. Okay, we visit the search page here, and then let's try to see what we have here. Oh, cool. You can see the tool is tapping. Okay, that's cool, guys. Okay, you can see actually it's tapping. Okay, and then it closes. It works pretty well, guys. You can see. Let me try to run it again and see it works. Let's try to run it for the last time. I'm gonna pass here again npm run PlayWright. First, we're gonna get the accessibility tree, and then we're gonna use the accessibility tree in order to get access to elements. Okay, let's see again here. Okay, you're gonna see, we're gonna tap here again. Okay, let's try to see. Let's try to see here, guys. Let's try to see. Okay, you can see actually we are tapping. Okay, we are tapping here. Okay, we are tapping something. Okay, you can see it works. It works. Okay, now we're gonna try here another tool. I'm going to copy this. I'm gonna comment here the line, and we're gonna try here another tool. Let me pass here press key tool, and then I'll pass here invoke. I'm pass here the key, and I'm pass here Control P, Control plus K. Okay, this is a shortcut. If I head on PlayWright div, you can see we get here shortcuts. If I pass the Control plus K, we open here this pop-up. And now let's try to test here the tool and see if it's gonna open the pop-up. Now I'm going to navigate back to PlayWright. We're gonna get rid of the link here. Let me copy the link of PlayWright. We're gonna head on PlayWright, and then we're gonna try this. Okay, let's pass that. And if you see here, we're gonna run here this. I'm gonna pass here Ctrl+K. Let's try to see. I'm gonna run here this and see if we're gonna press a key. Let's try to see. Okay, we open here again. We open again here the window. Let's try to see. Okay, let's try to see if we're gonna tap Ctrl+K. Let's try to see. In the background here, we don't have anything. Okay, it fails. You can see. For this one, it fails. Yeah, let me try to do this. Okay, you can see fill form. Okay, this is, yeah, I'm going to modify here the name of the test here. We're gonna pass here. I'm gonna pass here press key 2. You can see I've passed here control in lowercase. Now I'm gonna pass here control in capital case. Okay, we're gonna try to see it's gonna work. Ctrl+K plus K. I don't know if I should pass here K in uppercase. Let me try to check here again. Shift plus O. I think in uppercase. In uppercase is better. You can see we pass here these. I think it's better to pass it in uppercase. Now let's go back here and try this. Ctrl+K like this. Let's run here this and see if it's gonna work. Okay, we head on PlayWright dev again here, and we're gonna try to see. Oh, it doesn't work, guys. Yeah, it works. It works, but we didn't see the pop-up. It was so fast. If we run here this again, it happened so fast. We can see it. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to head into the press key, and then I'm gonna pass here this line here. Okay, as you can see, I pass here page, wait for timeout. I'm gonna pass here 10 seconds. It means the page is gonna close after 10 seconds. Okay, that's why I pass here the line. Now let's try this again, and I'm gonna pass here repeat number. I'm passing here 1 now. Let's run here this and see if it's gonna work. Okay, let's try to see. Let's try to see again, guys. Let's try to see. And again here, as you can see, we open again here PlayWright dev, and you can see repeat number. Okay, yeah, you can see as you can see, we got here the set form. Okay, we run a Control K. Yeah, it works. It works pretty well. You can see success true. It works. Now the agent can be able to tap Control K or tap escape, and it's gonna work. Now let's try another tool. Okay, here's the next tool that we're gonna try. Run JavaScript tool. Okay, I'm gonna run here document.title, and we're gonna get the title of a given page. Let's try to see what we're gonna have here. If I run here this, let's see what we're gonna have here. I think we're gonna get here the title. Let's zoom a little bit and see what we're gonna get here. Okay, you can see we run here this. Now let's check if we get title. Okay, let's wait a bit. Yeah, you can see it works. You can see the bottom here, we got the title. Okay, you can see run JavaScript tool. Okay, you can see results here. We got fast and reliable end-to-end testing for modern web apps. This is the title. Okay, it works pretty well. Now let me move here. Yeah, we got here another tool. Okay, the text capture tool. Okay, for this one, I'm gonna test it later. I'm gonna comment here. I'm going to copy this, and then I'm gonna test here another tool, which is the text screenshot tool. Take and pass it text screenshots. Okay, we're gonna pass this. Okay, let's try to see what we're gonna have here. Okay, let me head into here, and we're gonna test here text screenshot tool. Let's import in here. Okay, I'm going to pass here nothing. Okay, like this. Now let's try to see if we're gonna take a screenshot. And as you can see, when we're gonna take a screenshot, we're gonna pass into the public folder. Okay, now I'm gonna modify here the name. Take and pass it. Yeah, take screen. Yeah, we're gonna pass it. Take screenshots like this. Now let's run here and see what we're gonna have here. Okay, we're gonna see if the tool is gonna work. I'm gonna head into the public folder, and once we take a screenshot, I wanna see here something. Let's head into the public folder. You can see. Okay, you can see we got here a screenshot folder. We got the folder. Okay, yeah, we got here screenshots. Let's head into the folder and check here. Okay, I'm gonna head into the folder. Yeah, you can see inside the screenshot folder, we got here a screenshot. Okay, plus the current date and time. You can see here's the name. Now, what I'm gonna do here, I'm gonna try to test here another tool, which is the vision tool. If I head into the browser folder, let me head into tools, browser folder. You can see the bottom here. I've passed here 5 vision tool. Now let's pass here vision tool. The LM can use the tool in order to read the content on an image. Now let's pass the encode image URL from encode image URL, and then I'm going to pass here this. Okay, this is the tool, read image tool, and you can see I pass here the API key. Then I pass here vision model. You're gonna head into fireworks and you're gonna copy a vision model. Let me show you something. Okay, head into chat fireworks, and then you're gonna copy a vision model. Okay, Queen Free is a vision model. You're gonna see something like this. Let me go back here and show you something. When you're gonna head into the models menu here, you're gonna see we got here vision. At the bottom here, we got vision. Let me scroll a little bit. You can see in here, under LLM, we got here vision. It means this is a vision model. You can see we got here GLM 5.1. This is not a vision model. That's why you can see we don't have here vision at the bottom. Okay, we got here Kimi. Okay, Kimi is a vision model. You can see we got here LLM. At the bottom here, we got here vision. Okay, this is a vision model. Click here and then you're gonna copy a vision model. You're gonna pass in here. Okay, you can see I've already passed the vision model. Then you're gonna pass here new human message. You're gonna pass here the content, this array. You're gonna pass here the type, something like this. Okay, summarize the key elements in this image clearly and concisely. Okay, we're gonna pass here this, and then we're gonna pass here a base64 string of that image, and then we're gonna invoke here the model, and then we're gonna get in here. Okay, let me get rid of this. I'm gonna return here the response. Okay, I'm not returning here the response. Okay, like this. You can see this tool. Now, what I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to invoke here the tool. Let me pass here encode. Yeah, I'm passing encode image to base 64. I'm passing base 64 string. Yeah, I'm passing base 64 string. Yeah, like this. Okay, we're gonna get rid of this base 64 string. We're gonna take the function. We're gonna pass it in here like this. Now I want to get access to the screenshots. I can take the screenshot here. Let me copy it, and then I'm gonna head into the browser. You can see actually our ExpressSave is running. Okay, it's running right here on this port for port 5000. Now let me pass it in here. I'm gonna pass here this. This is the port here, and then I'll pass it /. I'm gonna pass here PNG. Okay, we don't get access to that image. Okay, we got that image into the screenshot folder. Let me copy it in here, and then I'm gonna pass here / screenshots. Oh, you can see we don't get access to that. Let me head into the Express Saver, and then I'm going to expose that Express Saver. You can see this is the Express Saver. Now we need to expose this folder. Okay, you can see in here, yeah, in order to get access to it, I think we have to pass first assets. Let me take here assets, and then I'm pass it in here. Assets, and then there we go. You can see we got here this image. Now I'm gonna take the URL and we're gonna pass it to the vision model. Let me head into the test browser tool. Okay, right here, and we're gonna pass you know the vision model. Let me copy this, and then I'm pass here vision, yeah, read image URL. This is the tool, read image tool. Yeah, read image tool. This is the name of the tool. And as you can see, if we head into the vision tool.ts, it takes here the image URL and the prompt. The prompt here is an option property. Now we aren't gonna pass it. Let me pass here the image URL. Okay, and this is the image URL. I'm gonna take it, and then I'm passing here. Cool, like this. Let me try to test here this again. I'm gonna head into in here. We're gonna run here this and see if it's gonna work. Okay, we already test here this. I'm going to comment here this, and we're gonna run here this. And after that, we're gonna test here this tool. You can see this another tool here. Select option tool. We're gonna test here this. Let's head into in here, and let me close the, let me run here this stuff. Okay, you can see we take a screenshot here. Oh, there we go. We got here an error. We got in here text screenshots. You can see it failed text screenshots. Okay, let's run here this again. Okay, yeah, you can see the stuff is running. And I'm not trying to check here something. You can see if we head into the vision tool, you can see in here, I'm trying to get access to the environment variable. Okay, you can see we pass here this line. And what I'm going to do in order to fix that, I think because we don't get access to the environment variable, you can see in here, I'm not loading data. Okay, let me head into the Express server and then I'm gonna copy data. Okay, let me pick here data and I'm not heading to the entry point. Okay, I'm going to copy this line and then I'm gonna pass it in here. And as we pass it in here, I think it's gonna work. Okay, it's gonna work, guys. It's gonna work. Now let's try to run here this again. Okay, I'm gonna tap enter and then it's gonna work. Let's wait a bit. Let's wait a bit. Okay, we get it. We get it, guys. You can see we get it. Okay, vision model results. The image, you can see this what we got. The image shows the PlayWright website homepage, a web automation framework. Key elements include main value proposition. PlayWright enables reliable web automation. Okay, we got the results. It works pretty well, guys. It works pretty well. Okay, now as it works pretty well, it's up to you to practice, guys. Try to practice. Try to create this function and then create a tool and then invoke a vision model. Try to pass it an image and see what you're gonna get. Okay, that's cool. Now let's go back into the test browser tool and we're gonna try here another tool. You can see in here we got here another tool, okay, which is the select option tool. And if we head on PlayWright, we don't have here select box. Now what I'm gonna do here, I'm going to head into my public folder. You can see we got here the public folder, and inside the public folder, I've already passed in a file. You can see this is a register page here. We got here this stuff. And I import a file into the Express server. If I head into the Express server, you're gonna see in here, I import in here. You can see when I'm not, it's that endpoint here, we're going to render the register.html. You can see in here pass a register. When I'm gonna hit that endpoint, we're gonna render the page. Now let's try to hit that endpoint, see what we're gonna get. If we tap enter, we have something like this. Okay, let me run here the server. Okay, the server is running. I don't know why we get something like this. Okay, maybe we don't have here CSS. And let me run here again this. Yeah, you can see we got here this beautiful form here. Now what I'm going to do, guys, I'm gonna try to select here something. You can see we got here select box. Now what we're gonna do here, guys, we're going to head into again the test browser tool. And what we need to do first here is to take the URL here and then we're gonna pass it to the navigate tool function. Let's move at the top here. You can see we got here this. Yeah, we're gonna pass it here. Okay, and now we're gonna move at the bottom, and I'm not comment here the line because actually we don't have the accessibility tree tool, and I'm not comment here the line. Let's head into the browser and run here this in order to get the accessibility tree. Once we get the accessibility tree, we're gonna read it, and then we're gonna select an item. Okay, yeah, you can see actually we got here the accessibility tree. Let me copy it in here. I'm gonna copy literally everything in here, and we're gonna pass in here. Okay, cool, like this. You can see in here we got here the page, and we got here register. This is the div. You can see it is here class div. We got here heading, create account, level 2, and if I scroll bottom here, you can see we got here email input, telephone input, and we got here a combo box. This is the select box here. Where I pass here combo box. Okay, this one here, you can see this is the select box. Now instead of passing here combo box, what I'm going to do, I'm going to modify the name later. Okay, combo box. I'm not gonna use that. Okay, we're gonna fix the error. We're gonna fix the error later. And now let me uncomment here the line, and then we're gonna pass here select tag here. And then I'm pass here the label, computer science. Let me check here if we got computer science. As you can see, we got here computer science. This is the label. This is the label right here. You can see it is here value, computer science, value, computer science. We got here engineering, this label. We got here engineering, and we got here the value. Yeah, we got here the value twice. We're gonna fix that. Okay, we got here the value. Okay, you can see for another option here, we got data science. We got here the value and value. We got here the value and value here again. Okay, now let's head into the file here, and then I'm trying to check here something. You can see in here we got here computer science. Okay, we got here computer science. This is the text here. Now, in order to select that, I'm gonna copy this, and then we're gonna pass in here label computer science. Now let's run here this and see if we're gonna select here something. Okay, we run here this npm run PlayWright. Let's try to see what we're gonna get here. Oh yeah, we got here the results, guys. We got here the results, and as you can see at the bottom here, you can see select option. I select here an option here, select, as you can see computer science. It works. Okay, it works, guys. And now what I'm going to do, I'm going to modify combo box with select tag. Let's head into the get accessibility tree tool. Okay, in here, we're gonna head into here, and then I'm gonna look for combo box. You can see in here we got a combo box. I'm gonna pass here select instead of combo box. Okay, like this. This is pretty better. Okay, footer. Okay, for footer, I should pass here to footer. Okay, great. Everything is working pretty well. Okay, great, guys. Great. Let me check again if we have a combo box. Okay, I'm pass here C tag. Then I'm pass here select. We don't have here select like this. I'm gonna look for combo box. We don't have here combo box again. And we just finished, guys. Now let's run here this again. Okay. As you can see, now we got here select. Okay, we got here select instead of combo box. That's cool. Okay, we just finished here, guys. Let me try to select here, let's say this region. I'm gonna select here the select tag. We can head into the test here. We're gonna move at the top here, and you can see the get accessibility tree can take here region and pass here select like this. Let's run here this and see what we're gonna have here. Okay, we got here something. As you can see in here, I select here only the select tag. You can see accessibility tree. Okay, we got here the page, and we got here items. We got here tags inside the select tag. You can see we got here only options tag. It works pretty well, and that's pretty much it, guys, for this chapter. I hope you enjoy. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you in the next one. Alright, guys, now I'm going to talk about multi-agent system using Handoff pattern. Previously, we worked on browser tool. That's what we worked on previously, guys. We built a browser tool and we test them all. Actually, if I ask you what is the capture tool or the click tool, you're going to say the click tool, it allows an agent to click. We got the fill form tool, it allows the agent to fill a form. We got the get links tool, it allows the agent to get all links from a given page. Okay, we give it a shot previously. And actually, we got 25 browser tool, and we got 2 set tool here. The total number of tools that we got within our system, we got 27 tools. Okay, this is the total number of tools, 27. Now, what I'm gonna do here, guys, I'm going to create multiple agents. They're gonna collaborate together because we cannot take here all these tools and pass it to a single agent. If I take all these tools and I pass it to a single agent, this agent's gonna break every time. It's not gonna perform pretty well. Okay, it's better to subdivide these tools between agents. Okay, as you can see, we got here the memory agent. It's gonna be the entry point of the graph. We got the memory agents. Okay, this is the brain of the system. We got the reset agents. We got here nodes, navigation nodes. We got the browser agents, and the browser agent collaborate with the vision agents, JavaScript agents, and the web scraper agents. Okay, as I said, we got here 27 tools. Now, what I'm gonna do here, guys, I'm going to take one tool. I'm gonna pass it to the research agent. We're gonna give only a single tool to the research agents. And for the research agent, I'm gonna pass it only the website tool. I'm gonna pass it only this tool here. This is the tool that I'm gonna pass to the research agents. You can see we got here the navigation node. For the navigation nodes, I'm gonna pass it 4 tools. I'm gonna pass it. Let me head into here and I'm gonna show you some tool. Test browser tool. If I move at the top here, I'm gonna pass it the navigation tool, the dismiss overlay tool, a get accessibility tree tool. I'm gonna pass it. I think I'm gonna pass it 4 tools. Okay, I'm gonna pass it 4 tools. And if the browser agent wants to navigate to a given page, it's gonna route here. It's gonna move to the navigation node. We're gonna pass it 4 tools. I don't want to pass more tools to the browser agents. For interaction tool about browser, pass the click tool. These are tools that I'm gonna pass to the browser agents. I'm passing click tool, hover tool, fill form tool. Okay, fill form tool. I'm gonna pass it. Let's say capture tool. I'm not gonna pass the capture tool. Let me check here. Let me check here a little bit. I'm gonna scroll a little bit. Okay, get links tool, hover tool, click tool. I'm gonna pass it. Get links tool. Okay, get links tool. And I think, guys, I'm gonna pass it. I'm gonna pass it 8 tools. 8 tools. Okay, I'm gonna pass it 8 tools. And for the vision agents, I'm gonna pass it 2 tools. We got a tool that allows to take for the vision agent, we're gonna pass it to tool. I'm gonna pass it text screenshot tool, and we're gonna pass it analyze image tool. I'm gonna pass it to tool. For the JavaScript agents, for this one, I think I'm gonna pass it 3 tools. Let me pass it 3 tools. I'm passing 3 tools. For the web scraper agents, for this one, I'm passing 1 tool. Okay, we're gonna work something like this. Okay, you're gonna see, okay, when we're gonna start building this, you're gonna see how we're gonna divide these tools between agents. Okay, it's not better to pass all these 27 tools to a single agent. It's not better to do that, guys. We are going to subdivide these tools within agents. Now, what I'm gonna do here, I'm gonna explain you how it works. Okay, this is a graph. Let me get rid of this stuff here. Okay, we're gonna get rid of this stuff. I'm not explaining you how this graph works. Okay, let me get rid of this stuff. Okay, pretty cool. Now I'm gonna explain you how this works. As you can see, we got the user here. At the right, we got the user forwards an input to our system. We're gonna take that input and we're gonna pass it to the memory agents. And here, the memory agent is like the categorizer. Okay, as you know, the memory agent is the brain of the system. It's going to decide if it can pass control to the research agents or to the navigation nodes. It up to the memory agent because it's going to analyze the user input. And when it finishes analyzing the user input, it can decide if it can pass it to the research agent or it can move the input to the navigation nodes. If you pass the input to the research agent is going to work on it, and when it finishes, we are going to give the response to the user. As you can see, the research agent here is the end node. It means when it finishes working, it's going to eat the end node, and when it eats the end node, we're going to start the graph. If you pass the input to the navigation node, what I'm not doing here, guys, I'm going to extract here. I'm going to run here some tool. Okay, inside the navigation node, I'm gonna pass in some tool like navigation. Yeah, we're gonna invoke in some tool like get accessibility tree tool. We're gonna invoke that tool. We're gonna invoke get page info tool. Okay, we're gonna invoke in some tools. Okay, like get accessibility tree in order to get the accessibility tree, and get page info in order to get the page description, the URL and metadata. And then we're gonna take the data that we're gonna extract from the navigation node. We're gonna pass it to the browser agents. Okay. In order to navigate to a given page, the browser agents, it's gonna invoke here. It's gonna pass control to the navigation nodes. Let's say for the first time, let's say we got here a link here. I'm gonna copy a link. Let me try to take an example of a link here. I'm gonna copy this. Okay, we're gonna take that and then we're gonna pass in here. Let's say for the first time, the agents navigate to this website. Okay, here's the website. Okay, you navigate to redux.js.org. And then, okay, and then here it gave the accessibility tree. And then the agent wants to move onto another page. As you know, we have the base URL. We have the base URL here / this. Let's say the agent wants to move to the introduction / getting started. If the agent wants to navigate to the page, the browser agent is going to pass control to the navigation node. And then again here, when we move to the navigation node, we're going to get the accessibility tree of the page. We're going to get the page info. And then we are going to navigate back to the browser agent. That's how it works. And in here, when the browser agent is working, if it needs the help of a vision agent, it's going to ask the vision agent. It's going to ask the vision agent to take a screenshot of a web page and analyze it. And once it finished, it's going to give the response back to the browser agent. If the browser agent needs a help of the JavaScript agent, it's going to ask the JavaScript agent to work on something, and then it's going to give the response back to the browser agent. If the browser agent needs the help of the web scraper, it's going to ask the web scraper to work on a task. And when the browser agent finish, it's going to hit the end node. Okay, it hits the end node, and then we're going to start the graph execution. That's how it works. And guys, that's what we call a handoff pattern. This is a multi-agent system pattern. Okay, handoff pattern that we're gonna use. Okay, if you don't know what is the handoff pattern, I invite you to go check out my LangGraph course. The link down in the description. I teach everything you need to know about a multi-agent system. Okay, this is how handoff pattern works. It means when we pass an input to the agent, to the manager agent, if it is not able to work on the task, it's going to pass control to another agent. That's how it works. Okay, I don't know if you are familiar with another pattern like supervisor pattern. We got another pattern. Let me pass here supervisor pattern. Okay, that's what we call supervisor pattern. Go check out the LangChain course. I explain about supervisor pattern. This is how supervisor pattern works. In here we got the manager agents, and the manager agents call sub agents. Here's tool. Okay, we have something like this. Okay, we got something like this. Okay, we got the manager agent, which is the main agent, and if you pass it an input, it's gonna invoke a sub agent. And when the sub agent finish working, it's going to return the output to the manager agents. Whereas in the handoff pattern, we may have something like this. This is the manager agent. If we pass it an input that it cannot resolve, it's going to pass control to this agent. And when this agent finish working, it's going to pass the output to the user. Okay, that's cool. This one is pretty advanced. This is a beautiful this is an amazing technique than supervisor pattern. With supervisor pattern, let's say in here, these are agents, it is here other agents. Okay, let's say the manager agent pass the input here, this agent is going to work on it. When it finish, this agent is going to work. It's going to take the input, and then it's going to pass it to another agent here. When the agent finish, it's going to pass the input here. Then from here to the supervisor agents. Whereas with handoff pattern, we're gonna pass the input immediately to the user. Okay, that's how it works. Handoff pattern is a multi-agent system, which is advanced than a supervisor pattern. Okay, cool. Now let's get into the code and build this. Okay, now as you can see in here, we got the graph folder. As you notice, guys, we got the graph folder, and inside the graph folder, I've passed here another folder, which is the nodes folder. Actually, we don't have anything Okay, you can see we don't have anything. Now let me head into the agent collaboration. Now inside the agent collaboration is where we pass the graph, and you can see actually we got a single node here, which is the browser node, which is the browser agent. Okay, now what I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to take the node here, and then I'm gonna pass it into a file. Okay, we're gonna pass into the nodes folder. Now let's head into the nodes folder. Now what I'm not doing here, I'm gonna pass here file. As you can see, I pass here browser agents. Okay, we're gonna get rid of this node here. And inside the browser agent.ts, I'm gonna pass here a function. Okay, this is the function that we're gonna import into the agent collaboration. Now we're gonna import here the end node, the command, and I'm pass here the browser agents. Okay, as you can see, I pass here the states and the config property. This is a node of the graph. Then I'm gonna extract the last human message. We're gonna extract it, and from here I'm going to, as you can see, I pass the last a message. If I want to extract the last a message, I'm gonna use the function later in order to get access to the last a message. And you can see I invoke here the browser agents. I pass the stream browser agents, and then we're going to pass here the child tree. And as you can see here, this is an array. Let's say, from the navigation node here, we are going to the navigation node takes an input from the memory agents. Let's say we have something like this. The user pass an input to the memory agents, and then they're gonna pass that input into the array. Do this, and from the memory agents, we are going to navigate to the navigation nodes. And then from here, we're going to take the accessibility tree. We're going to pass into the array, but also we're going to take here the get page info. We're going to pass into an array. Okay, like this. And then from the browser agents, I'm going to get access to the array. And then here, I'm going to take that. I'm going to take the mess array. I'm going to pass into the child tree. And I'm gonna pass here the last human message, the page info, and I'm pass here the accessibility tree. Okay, it's gonna be an array, guys. When we're gonna test this, I'm gonna debug this. I'm gonna console what we got into the child tree. And once we have here the child tree, which is a list of message, I'm gonna take it and then I'm pass it to the stream browser agents. And as you can see in here, we got a typing error because the stream browser agent function takes here a string. As you can see, if I head into the browser agents, you can see if I scroll a little bit, you can see in here. Okay, you can see in here, guys. I pass here the a string. You can see stream browser agents. I pass a string. Now what I'm gonna do here, I'm pass here child tree, and I'm gonna say this is an array. I don't know the type of any. Then we're gonna take that. And then we're gonna pass in here. I'm going to comment. I'm not commenting the line, and then I'm passing another line. And here I'm going to copy the child tree into the array like this. Like this. Okay, cool. We're going. As you can see, I comment here the first line. Now we're going to go back into the browser agents, and what I'm going to do in here, I'm going to take here the child tree, and then I'm going to pass it to the stream browser agent node. Okay, right here, like this. Now, as you can see in here, I invoke a function should Handoff, and I extract here to next node. We're going to create a function get next node. As you can see in here, let's say the browser agent wants to pass control to the vision agent, JavaScript agent, or to the web scraper agents. Okay, it's gonna use a tool, delegate tool. Okay, we're gonna create a tool. We're gonna name it a delegate tool. Okay, this is the tool that the browser agent is gonna use in order to pass control to another agent. You can pass control to the vision agents, JavaScript agents, or to the web scraper agents. Okay, now we're gonna head into the tools folder, and then we're gonna pass here the delegate tool. Okay, it's a tool that the browser agent is gonna use in order to delegate a task to another agent. Now let's head into the tools folder. As you can see, we got the tools folder in here. And inside the tools folder, I'm gonna pass here another tool. Okay, you can see I pass another tool, delegate tool. Now let's head into in here, and then I'm gonna pass here the tool. And you can see pass here an array of agents, navigator agents, vision agents, JavaScript agents, web scraper agents. Now this is the tool. And what we're gonna pass here, we're gonna pass here this condition. I'm going to ask the browser agent to pass here, let's say the navigator. If pass the navigator, we're gonna return here this thing tag, transfer navigator in transfer navigation agent, and then we're gonna pass here the counters. If is equal to the vision agents, we're gonna pass here, we're gonna return here thing tag, transfer vision agents. If we got here JavaScript agent, we're gonna return here this plus the counters. If we got a web scraper agent, we're gonna return this. Pretty cool. Let me pass something at the bottom. I'm gonna take here the array here, and then I'm pass here available agents right here. We're gonna do something like this, the join. Okay, something like this, available agents. Okay, when we're gonna pass that in, we're gonna pass that to the browser agent, it's gonna know how to use it. Now I'm gonna take it, and then we're gonna head into the browser agents here. Let's head into the browser agent. You can see here's the browser agents. Let me pass here first some tools like click tool, hover tool, tap tool, fill form tool, press key tool, scroll tool, select option tool, switch frame tool, switch to main frame tool, switch tab tool, give page text tool. Okay, we pass here some tool. Now what I'm gonna do here, I'm going to pass in another tool, which is the delegate agent tool. This is the tool that you're gonna use in order to pass control to another agents. Okay, like this. Now we're going to go back into the node here. As you can see, we got here browser agents. Now let's continue in here. Now you can see we got here another function, which is the getNext node. So we're gonna use that function in order to determine if the browser agent has passed control to another agent. If the browser agent has passed control to another agent, we're gonna have here should handoff is gonna be true, else we're gonna have false. And also we're gonna have here the value of the next node. Now I'm going to head into the URL folder, and then I'm passing the function. Okay, let's head into URL. So you can see we got here getNextNode.ts. Now we're gonna pass here getNextNode. As you can see, we're gonna pass the full content, which is the output of the browser agents. And then we're going to pass here this, a transfer vision agents. And then we're going to return here vision node. Okay, we're gonna pass the next node. It's gonna be here vision node, and should hand off true. I'm gonna make here another check, transfer JavaScript agents. We're gonna return next node. We're gonna pass here JavaScript here agents, like this. Okay, this is the next node, should hand off true. Let me pass here this first web scraper, and then we're gonna pass here else. Next node is gonna be empty. Now let me correct here. I should pass here JavaScript agents, agent node, like this. Web scraper agent node. Okay, like this. Else we are going to return here next node is gonna be here empty, and should handoff we're gonna pass here false. Okay, we just finished in here. Now let's go back into in here, and then we're gonna continue. I'm going to make here a little check. Okay, I'm gonna pass in now this little check, should handoff. If we got true, we are going to update the mess array, and then we're gonna update the next node here. Okay, we are going to navigate to, let's say we can navigate to the vision agents. If it wants to pass control to another agent like vision agent, we're gonna move to the vision agents. If it doesn't invoke any tool, we're gonna hit here the end node. Okay, like this. Okay, like this. Now I'm going to go back into the browser agents. I'm not adding something. You can see in here, if we scroll the bottom here, you can see in here, inside the stream browser agent function, you can see we got a condition here. If updates and update length is greater than 0, it means the browser agent invoke a tool. Now what I'm going to do in here, I'm going to check here if the tool name is equal to delegate agents. I'm going to return the output of that tool so that they can pass control to another agent. Now I'm gonna take here this, and then we're gonna head into, let's go back here, and then I'll pass here this. If update, like this, and then we're gonna get here the name of the tool. That name is equal to delegate agents. Okay, we got here the tool name, and then we're gonna pass here config.router. We're gonna return custom stream data. I'm gonna take that, and then I'm gonna return that. Okay, config that router, and here, I'm gonna pass you this. And in order to get it to contents, I'm gonna take you this. Okay, we're gonna take you this. Okay, we're gonna take you this, and then we're gonna return it. Let me check here. Okay, I'm passing you full content. Okay, I'm gonna do something like this. Okay, we're gonna pass you update. Okay, like this, and then we're gonna get access to that content like this. And it's better to pass the option chaining, because if we don't have the content properly, it may get an error. Okay, like this. Pretty cool. We just finished with the browser agents. Okay, with the browser agent, we just finished. Now we're gonna work on another agents. Okay, we're gonna work on another agents. Now I'm going to head into the nodes again here, and then we're gonna pass another agent. Let me close this. Okay, we're gonna close this. JavaScript agent. Okay, now let's head into here, and then we're gonna pass the JavaScript agents. As you can see, pass here the state and config. And for this one, I'll pass the JavaScript agent node like this. Okay, we're gonna pass the JavaScript agent node. As you can see, it takes here the state and config. And I'm passing last a message in order to get access to the last a message. Now we're gonna pass here the agents, and for the mode I pass here minimax. If I click here, you can see you get here minimax. I pass there, and I pass here two free tools. In the future, we may increase the number of tools. We're gonna pass here right now. We're gonna pass here free tools for testing purposes. If we need to add more tools, we're gonna add them in the future. And I pass here the detect capture tool, run JavaScript tool, and handle dialog tool. Okay, I'm not informed the browser agent about this in the system prompt. Now we're gonna pass here this. As you can see, pass here a agent output, agent that invoke here. We invoke here the agents, and then we take the output, we return it. Okay, you can see in here, pass here. As you can see, this is the JavaScript agents. As you can see in the graph here, when it finish working, okay, when it finish working here, we are going to navigate to the browser agents. Now I'm going to pass here the next node. It's not gonna add here the end node. I'm pass here browser. Okay, let's pass here. I'm pass here. Let me go. I'm pass here browser agent node like this. Let me head into the get next node function here. You can see, yeah, let me check here. Okay, vision agents node. I should pass here something like this to in here. Okay, we don't have here the browser agents. I'm now go back into JavaScript agents. I'm pass here browser agent node like this. Okay, this is gonna be the name of the node. And here, I'm gonna pass here the next node here. We're going to pass here next node here. It's gonna be this browser agent node like this. Okay, if I see this, if I don't pass here this, if I don't pass here the property next node, they're gonna take us to the browser agent node. But it's better to pass here these two, because we may need it for the check. That's why I pass here this. Now we are going to pass another agent. We finish with the JavaScript agent. I'll pass here JavaScript agent node like this. We finish with these agents. Now what we're gonna do next, I'm going to head into here. We're gonna head into the nodes folder, and then we're gonna pass another agent. Okay, MemoryAgent. Okay, for the MemoryAgent, we're gonna work on it later. Okay, we aren't gonna work on right now for the MemoryAgent. We're gonna work on it later. Okay, the MemoryAgent is complex, guys. It's complex. It's pretty complex. We're gonna work on it later. Okay, we're gonna finish with these agents in here, and then we're gonna work on it later. Right now, I'm gonna skip that. Let me pass another agent here. This is a node, navigation node. Now inside the nodes, I'm going to pass here this stuff, navigation node. As you can see, inside the navigation nodes, I launch the browser, and then I'm gonna navigate to the URL, to the website for testing purposes. And then, as you can see, I'm going to close all pop-ups. And in here, I invoke here to tool, get accessibility tree tool, and I invoke here get page info tool. And then I'm going to return, I'm not returning here this. Okay, I'm not passing update. I'm pass here this property, the page structure, which is the get accessibility tree. If we head into the browser agents, as you can see inside the browser agents, I get access to this property. You know, when we're gonna visit a given website, we have to pass the accessibility tree to the browser agents so that I can know how to navigate to a website. As you can see in here, I get here the page info and I get here the page structure. Okay, as you can see, I wrap it into the website accessibility tree, a tag. Now, this data is provided by the navigation node. And then I'm gonna pass a little message. The navigator has visited this website and extract the accessibility tree and page info. You as browser agent handle the interaction. Use the accessibility tree as a map. Here's the ongoing user input. I pass here a testing user input, find me some information about reward hacking on this website. And then I pass here the next node, browser agent node, go to browser agent node. Now, as I said previously about the child tree, if we head into the browser agents, in here you can see, in here I pass here the child tree. It means in here you can see I pass the child tree. Inside the child tree, I pass in the message array. Okay, you can see I pass it state that message. It means I'm gonna take here this message here, and then I'm gonna copy it into the child tree, and then I'm gonna take the child tree and pass it to the browser agents. Okay, we finish in here, and now I'm gonna create here another agents. We're gonna pass another agent, reset agents. Let's head in. For the reset agents, we are going to pass here this reset agents. This one, it's going to collaborate with the memory agents. As you can see, we got here memory agents and researcher. They're going to collaborate together. Researcher will not collaborate with the browser agents. And now pass here create agents. As you can see, we're going to pass it only a single tool. You are a reset agent with standard number of tools. And we pass here the tool. Okay, yeah, you can see. I pass here the tool script URL. I'm going to modify the system prompt. Let me invoke here first the agents. We invoke here the agents. And when we invoke the agents, they're going to take us back to the browser agents as we did in the JavaScript agents. Let me copy this. I'm going to take here this. And then we're going to head into the reset agents. And then we're going to pass here this. Okay, something like this. And I'm going to pass here web search. Okay, find real time and pass here a website to find and pass to find real time information on the web. Okay, if we head into the set tool, you can see set tools. Let me pass here search. Okay, I'm passing web tools. You can see in here we got a tool web search. This is the tool that we pass to the researcher. Okay, let me head into the researcher. You can see I pass here that tool. Okay, we just finished with the researcher. Now we're gonna pass here the web scraper. Okay, as you can see, I pass here first the vision agents. Let's head into here, and then we're gonna pass here the vision agents. And for the vision agents, we are going to pass here this. I'm going to take the input. As you know, when the browser agents, as you can see, we got the browser agents here. When he wants to pass control, let's say to the vision agents, to the JavaScript agent, to the web scraper, it's gonna invoke the delegate tool. And the delegate tool, as you can see in here, delegate tool, it's gonna return here the thing tag. Okay, it's gonna return here the thing tag plus the counters. Now, as you can see inside the vision agents here, I get access to the last a message. Then I'm gonna remove these thing tags. Then I pass the browser input message from the browser agent on behalf of the user. And then we're gonna pass here that. We're gonna pass the counters. Okay. And as you can see, for the browser agents, I'm gonna pass here two tools, Ray Image tool and Text Screenshot tool. You are a vision agent with a standard number of tools collaborating with browser agents. Your sole responsibility is to take screenshots and analyze image. tools, read image, take screenshots. Your output format should be like this: page title, page URL, screenshot summary returned by the read image tool. And then we're going to take the output, we're going to return it. For the output, it will be like this. Let me head into the researcher, and then I'm gonna take that, and then I'm passing into we're gonna pass into the vision agent like this. Okay, yeah, we're gonna pass here this. And as you can see in here, I'm gonna return something like this: message from vision agent, a response, and then we're gonna return here this. As you can see, we got here the vision agent. This is the vision agent. We need to pass here to this into the JavaScript agent and web scraper. Let me pass here first the web scraper. Okay, here's the web scraper. And as you can see, we're gonna pass here this. Okay, as you can see, I pass here the system prompt, your web scraper agent with standard number of tools. I pass here only a single tool, and then we're gonna invoke it. And when we finish invoke it, we are going to take the output, and then we're gonna pass it to the browser agent. You can see next node, it's gonna be browser agent node, and here from web scraper agents. I'm gonna take that. I'm gonna head into the JavaScript agent and pass it the style here at the bottom. We should pass here JavaScript node here. We should pass something like this. I should pass here. Let me check. I should pass here JavaScript. Okay, let me head into a function here. Get next node. I'm gonna check here something. This is how we write the JavaScript agent node. I'm gonna take that, and then we're gonna pass in here. From JavaScript agent, we're gonna navigate to the browser agent. This we're gonna comment here this. From we're gonna pass here from JavaScript agents. We're gonna take that tag, and then we're gonna pass in here like this. Okay, cool. And also we need to add here something. You can see in here too, I have to get rid of thing tag. You can see if I head into the vision agent. Let's head into the vision agent. You can see inside the vision agent at the top here, I get rid of thing tag. I'm going to take this, and I'm gonna pass it. Okay, let me get rid of this line here. I'm gonna get rid of this line. We are going to take this, and then we're gonna pass it to the, let me check here. We're going to take this, and then we're gonna pass it to the web scraper, because we want to get rid of thing tag. And we're gonna import here this. Okay, like this. We're gonna take the browser input, we're gonna pass it in here like this. Okay, we are going to take this too, and then we're gonna pass it to the JavaScript agents. Let's head into the JS agent node, and I'm pass it in here, and I'm going to import it. We're gonna take this, and then we're gonna pass it right here. Okay, we're gonna pass it in here like this. And yeah, pretty cool, guys, pretty cool. Okay, like this, pretty cool. Okay guys, pretty cool. And as you can see, this is a JavaScript agent. We have already passed the system prompt. Okay, here's the system prompt for the JavaScript agents. You are a web navigation agent collaborating with another agent. You're going to complete the user's task efficiently and accurately. Okay, here's the system prompt that we pass to the JavaScript agent. Okay, we pass in here. Now I'm going to go back into the navigation node here, and then I'm gonna pass here something. You can see in here, guys. Let's say the user passed this kind of inputs. Okay, let me pass here an input, and then I'm gonna explain you what I'm trying to do. Okay, let me zoom a little bit. Let's say the user. Okay, the user want to. Okay, I'm pass here. The user wants you to visit this website. Okay, and then the user pass here the website link. Okay, pass here the website link, and then he pass here the inputs and make research about artificial intelligence. Okay. I'm passing Ibaya. Now this is the user input. Now if we take that input and we pass it in here, and we pass in here. As you can see, this is the input. And let's say we got the link. Yeah, let me copy link. Let me copy even this link and then I'm pass it in here. Okay, the user wants you to visit these websites and make research about AI, about artificial intelligence. As you can see, we don't have here a system that allows to extract only the link here. Okay, we don't have the system that allows to extract only the link and pass here the link. We don't have the system. We're gonna add a brand here. Okay, we're gonna add a brand. As you can see in here, we got the graph here, and this is the navigation node. I was calling it the navigation node because previously we didn't have here an agent. As you can see, we don't have here an agent. Okay, we pass here a hard-coded URL, and then they're gonna take us to the website. Now, what I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to pass here an agent that allows to extract the link here that we're gonna pass in here. Okay, you know, the navigation agents here collaborate with the memory agents. The memory agents can pass this kind of inputs. The user wants you to visit this website and make research about artificial intelligence. Now, the navigator agents must be able to extract the link and then return and then pass the context to the browser agents. Okay, that's what we're gonna do. And as you can see in here too, the browser agents interact with the navigation agents. They interact together. Now, what I'm not doing here, guys, in order to extract the link, I'm going to pass here this function. You can say pass here this function get URL. I pass here an input. Okay, the user wants you to make research on this website about artificial intelligence and ML. And then here I'm gonna return here the web link, the user request, and here we got a valid property to check if a link is valid. Okay, this is what I'm going to extract from the function. Now we're gonna pass the function at the bottom here. Okay, let me first pass it. Okay, now we're gonna pass the function at the bottom. I'm gonna scroll at the bottom, and then I'm gonna pass in here get URL, and as you can see, it takes the user input, and then I'm pass here structured with structured output. And I'm gonna ask the LLM to return the link in the user request. And then here, I'm gonna invoke here the LLM, and as you can see, pass system prompt. You are a web navigation agent. Your task is to determine the single best URL and user request that should be returned to the browser agents. And I pass here rules: return only one URL and the user request. Do not return any text other than the URL in the link field. Ensure the URL is valid and includes HTTPS. Now I'm passing here this function. Okay, you can see I'm passing a function that allows to check if the agent returns a valid URL. If the agent returns a valid URL, we are going to return this data. Else we're going to return here this data. Now we're gonna pass here is valid URL. Okay, you can see this is a little function. It takes here the URL, and I pass it pass is equal to new URL, and I'm checking here if the protocol is equal to HTTP or HTTPS. Okay, cool. Now what I'm gonna do here, guys, I'm going to get rid of this line here, and then I'm gonna move at the top here. I'm going to do this. As you can see in here, I'm making here a little check here. As you can see, I'm checking if we got here valid. If the URL is valid, we are going to take this. I'm gonna take everything in here, and then I'm passing into the if block here. I'm gonna take here the return statement. I'm gonna copy it, and then we're gonna pass it in here like this. Now let's head into the else statement here, and then I'm going to pass here this. I'm going to get rid of this data here. For the page structure, I'm passing now. For the page info, we're gonna pass here now. Okay, like this. We're gonna pass here now, guys. Okay, as we aren't gonna send the data. As you can see here, if the URL is valid, we're gonna return here this. Okay, as the URL is invalid, we're going to return here this data. We're gonna return now as page structure. And what I'm going to move to the end node here, and I'm gonna pass here next node is gonna be here, and like this. And I'm gonna pass a little message that we're gonna pass to the user. I'm passing a message. I'm passing the user do not, I'm passing please provide a valid URL. Only that's what we're gonna return. That's what we're gonna return. Okay, actually I don't have an idea what we're gonna do next. Right now we're gonna let it like this, and in the future we're gonna modify it because we have to test the system and see how it works. If we need to modify something, we're gonna change it in the future. Now I'm going to let it like this. Okay, I'm passing please provide valid URL. And now I'm going to take here to, as you can see in here, I return here the web link. Now I'm gonna take here the web link. I'm gonna pass in here. Okay, this is gonna be the web link. Now we're gonna take the user request. That's what we're gonna pass in here. As you can see, ongoing user input, I'm going to pass in here on the section here. Okay, pretty cool. Like this, and I'm passing the navigator agent has visited this page. I'm going to pass here the web link. Okay, the web link. Okay, you're gonna pass here the web link. Cool, guys. Now what we're gonna do next here, guys, I'm going to head into the BrowserAgent again, and we're gonna fix something. Let's head into the BrowserAgent. Okay, here's the BrowserAgent. You can see in here, if I scroll at the bottom here, you can see we got this function, get next node. I use the function in order to navigate to a given node. As you can see in here, we don't have the navigation agents. We don't have here a return statement for the navigation agents. Now we need to pass in here too. And I'm going to pass if full content that includes, I'm passing navigation. Okay, I'm passing navigation agents like this. And then I'm gonna pass here let me pass here navigation agents. Next node is gonna be here navigation agents. Okay, like this. Okay, now we're gonna take the navigation agents. We are going to head into the remove thing tag here, and we're gonna pass in here. Okay, I'm gonna copy the line. We're gonna pass in here. We're gonna copy the line, and then we're gonna pass in here. Okay, like this. And also we're going to head into the delegate tool. Okay, you can see this is the tool that the browser agent is gonna use in order to delegate a task to another agent. Okay, in here too, I'm gonna pass this. I'm gonna copy that line, and then we're gonna pass in here. Okay, and here I'm going to pass here navigation agents. Okay, like this. We're gonna take it, and then we're gonna pass it to the array. Cool. And let's go back into the browser agents. I think in here we just finished in here, guys. About the logic, we just finished. What we're gonna do here, guys, we are going to work on the system prompt. We're gonna work on the system prompt of the browser agents. We're gonna work on it. As you can see, we got the browser agents emitter here, and the browser agents interact with other agents. At the left here, we got the navigation agents, and at the right, we got three agents: vision agents, JS agents, and WebScript agents. Now we're gonna craft a system prompt that instruct the browser agents that actually the browser agents interact with other agents. Now let's head into the browser agent file. I'm passing here browser agents. You can see we get the function. I'm gonna click here. They're gonna take us in here. Now you can see it's the browser agents. We pass here some tools. Now we're going to click here prompt. We're gonna click here so that we can modify the system prompt. Now I'm going to comment here this, and then I'll pass here new system prompt. As you can see, this is the new system prompt. Your precise browser automation agents collaborating with other agents. Team of agents, available team of agents. And as you can see, I pass here these agents that interact with the browser agents. You can see I pass here JavaScript agents, I pass here WebScript agents, vision agents. As you can see, I continue at the bottom here. I pass here available tools. I pass here click tool, tab, text tool, hover, press key, scroll, selection. I pass here suite tab, and I pass here delegate agent tool, and I pass here the tool usage. This is the system prompt that we pass to the browser agents. Okay, we just finished in here. Now what we're gonna do, we're gonna head into the agent collaboration, that is where we pass the graph. Now you're gonna pass this property to the graph. User ID, next node, page structure, page info. And then you're gonna pass here to the graph. And as you can see, I pass here the nodes, navigation agents, browser agents, vision agents, JS agents, web script agents. Pass here these. And then we get here the starting node here is the navigation agents. We are going to move from the navigation agent to the browser agents. And we got here a conditional, this is a conditional age. As you can see in here, this little form here is a conditional age. I pass here this, else they're gonna take us to the end node. And the browser agent is the end node here. As you can see, the browser agent is the end node. When it finish working, it's gonna pass the response back to the user. And then we're gonna add here the end node. Now we're gonna take the graph and we're gonna pass it the child controller. We already created the child controller. I'm not heading, and then what we're gonna do in here, as you can see, previously you passed it here. You can see we already passed the graph. Now I'm gonna pass here to tool. I'm not passing only a single tool, a RouterAgent tool. You know, when we interact with the agents, actually we don't store the user message or the a message within the child tree. We are going to use the tool so that we can store the data. And I'm not passing RouterAgent tree. As you can see, pass here the ID. We pass here the row, the content, which is the message user ID, thread ID, and human loop object. I'm gonna explain you later that property. Okay, we're gonna talk about the property later. Human loop. I'm gonna get into that later. Now we are going to scroll a little bit, and then at the bottom here, we're gonna pass here the a message. Now I'm going to create the tool. As you can see, actually, we got here an header. We need to head into the tools folder, and then we're gonna pass here something. Tools, you can see it's the tools. Now I'm going to pass here another folder, which is the child tree. And inside the child tree, I'm gonna pass here file child tree tool. Let's pass here first the current working directory. And as you can see, I pass here the child tree. And you can see in here, I make a little check. If we don't have the child tree folder, we're gonna create it. And I pass here the file. Now I'm gonna pass here the message schema. Here's the message schema. As you can see, we have here the ID, the row, user ID, thread ID, content, thinking. And we have here another object, which is the HumanIin loop. I'm not getting to that later. Now I'm going to pass here the tool, RouterAgent tool, and we're gonna pass here this data in order to write into that file. And once we write into the file, I'm gonna return here this. Okay, you can see we're gonna return here this. Let me pass here another tool, read to child tree. To read the child tree, we're gonna use the tool. Okay, like this. Okay, we're gonna return here the data that we got within the child tree. The child tree will look like this. If I head into the public folder and let me head in, you can see it's gonna look like this. This tool, it allows us only to write into the file. Okay, it allows us to write into only the file. Okay, this is the goal of that tool. If you want to, you can use a database. Okay, now let me close this. I'm gonna close this, and I think we just finished, guys. Okay, I'm gonna close this. We just finished, guys. We're gonna move on to another chapter. Okay, here's another chapter. We're gonna move on chapter 9. All right, guys. Not gonna test the browser agent. We're gonna give it a shot. We're gonna see how it works. Okay, we already built 60% of the browser agents. Now we are going to make a little test and see how it works. That's what we're gonna do. I've already prepared here some input that I'm gonna pass to the browser agents. As you can see here, I've already crafted here six inputs that are gonna pass the browser agents. We're gonna start with the first one. We are going to ask the browser agent to visit these websites. I'm passing visits. I'm gonna pass visits, and then I'm passing the link. Okay, and I'm going to ask the browser agent to visit the website and tell us the email that we should use in order to report an error. As you can see, via the FAQ page, and tell me the email that we should use to report errors. Now, this is the first input I'm going to take here. I'm going to take that. And what I'm going to do, you can see, if I head into the navigation agents, you can see the navigation agents is the starting node. If I head into the graph here, you can see we're going to start with the navigation agents. Now we're going to head into the child controller, and is where we import the graph. As you can see, we got here this testing inputs, pass here visits. Now let me pass here this, and then we're gonna run the agents. Now let me head into here. Now what I'm going to do, pass here npm run starts like this, and then we're gonna try this. When we finish, we're gonna move on to the second inputs. Use the website search features to find the article about autonomous agents and return its title and publication date. I'm going to take here these two. Visit the search page and take a screenshot of the page. For this one, two, I'm going to pass here these two inputs at a time. I'm pass here visit. Okay, and pass here this. Let me pass here task one here. It's gonna be here this, and I'm pass here task two. Okay, we're gonna pass it two tasks at a time. Okay, now let me move here. You can see actually the service running. I'm not heading to in here, and I'm passing here localhost/chat. And then if I tap in, we're gonna invoke the graph. You can see if I head into the Express server, I've already passed here that endpoint in here. We're gonna use that for testing purposes. Now let's see what we got here. Okay, the agent visits here the page. Yeah, you can see we got here the FAQ page. The agent visits the website. And let me see what we got in here. Okay, let me move here. Okay, you can see the agent here is working, and you navigate to the FAQ page, and you can see we got here something based on the accessibility tree of the FAQ page. I found the email address to report headers. We got here this. This is mentioned in the section FAQ. Okay, pretty cool. If I head into in here, you can see we got here this. He found it. It works pretty well. Now we're gonna move on to the second input. This is the second input. I'm gonna copy the second input in here, and then we're gonna pass it to the agents, and we're gonna see it works. I'm gonna head into the chat controller. We're gonna scroll a little bit again here, and we're gonna pass it this. Okay. And let me head into the screenshots folder. You can see actually we don't have here screenshots. I'm going to restart here this save again. I'm gonna cut here this, and then we're gonna restart here this. Okay, we're gonna see what we're gonna have here. Okay, I'm going to prepare here the fourth input. For the fourth input here, we're gonna ask the agent to visit Google. Use the website search feature to find the article about autonomous agents and return its title and publication dates. Let's move in here. You can see the service running. Now, what I'm going to do here is the service running. Let's tap here enter again. And then in a matter of seconds, you're gonna see we're gonna launch here the agents. Oh, there we go. You can see we run here the agents. And what the agent's gonna do here is you can see the agent has started working. The agent is trying to find an article about autonomous agents. Okay, you can see I found the article about autonomous agents. You can see found it. Okay, found it. You can see you already found here the article. You can see, guys, you already found here the article. Now, let me ask the agent to, let me see here if the agent is taking a screenshot. It didn't take a screenshot in here. Okay, let me pass here only this. Okay, let me pass here this, visit the search page and take a screenshot. And I want to check here. The goal here is to check if the agent's gonna pass control to the vision agents. I want to check if it's gonna pass control to another agents. Now let me I'm going to cut here this, and then we're gonna rerun here the save and see what we're gonna have here. Okay, we're gonna wait a bit, and then the server is gonna run again here. Okay, so you can see the server is running again. I'm gonna head into here, and then I'm tap inner. We're going to check if the agent's gonna take a screenshot. Okay, it opens here the browser again. Now it's gonna try to visit it onto another web page here to see if it's gonna take a screenshot. Okay, visit another page here. Let me see what we got at the bottom here. Okay, let me see what we got at the bottom. Okay, as you can see, the agent is called here too, which is the click tool. Actually, it's working. It's working, guys. Actually, the agent is working. Okay, let's see what we got in here. Okay, actually the agent is working. Okay, continue. Yeah, you can see the agent move here, and then it pass control immediately to the vision agent. You can see actually we got here the vision agent, as you can see, and then here the vision agent is gonna take a screenshot. Yeah, you can see it invoke here that tool. Let me check here if you already take here screenshots. I'm going to, yeah, you can see it take here screenshots. It takes a screenshot. It works pretty well. Okay, pretty cool. Now here's another input they're gonna pass to the agent. So we're gonna ask the agent to visit Google and look for an article. I'm going to head into the chat control again. I'm gonna pass here another input. This is another input they're gonna pass to the agent. We are going to, I'm gonna cut here the server and then we're gonna run it. Okay, we're gonna run here the server and then we're gonna see what we're gonna have here. Okay, the server is running, guys. Now let's head into here and then I'm tap enter, and then we're gonna see if the agent's gonna visit Google. Okay, in a bit of moment, yeah, you can see the agent visits Google. It's gonna try to find an article about autonomous agents, and as you can see, let me see what the agent is doing in here. Yeah, you can see actually the agent is typing something. You can see the agent is typing something like a human, and then you tap enter, and then here they take us in here. We have to resolve here captcha. You can see we got here this. I'm going to click here. I'm not a bot, and then I'm going to select here this stuff so that the agent can continue working. Okay, I'm gonna select here buses. Okay, lock this. Okay, I'm gonna select here this, and then I'm gonna select here traffic lights. Okay, we're gonna select here buses. Okay, cars. Okay, we got here cars. Okay, I'm gonna select an image of a car. Guys, I finished resolving the captcha. Okay, it takes a long time to resolve it, and as you can see, the agent has stopped working because it takes, I think it takes 1 minute before I finish resolving the captcha. That's why you can see the agent is stopped working. And for this kind of for this kind of situation, I'm not explaining how to fix this kind of error, this kind of issue in the future. Okay, as you can see in here, we got here this. We asked the agent to visit Google, and then when the agent is visiting Google, we have a captcha. You can see we asked the agent to visit Google, and then when the agent is visiting Google, I'm getting here captcha, and then in order to fix that in the future, I'm going to integrate HumanIn loop. We need HumanIn loop. When the agents come across a captcha, let's say the agents come across a captcha, we got a captcha here. Let's say we got a captcha. When the agent come across a captcha, I'm going to put a human here. We got a human. We're going to prompt a human. Right here, we got a human here. I'm going to resolve the captcha. And then once I finish resolving the captcha, I'm going to ask the agent to continue. This is the logic. I'm going to ask the agent to continue. But actually, it failed, okay? It failed, guys, okay? Let me try to rerun here. I'm going to try to cut here this, okay? And then what I'm going to do, I'm going to try for a second time. And then we're going to see what we're going to get. Because actually, for the first time, the agent failed to work on it. You can see I've already marked it as failed. You can see failed. I'm gonna pass here again. I'm gonna get rid of failed here. Now let's try this for the last time and see if it's gonna work. Okay. Now I'm going to head into here and then we're gonna tap enter and see if it's gonna work. Okay. I'm gonna try this for the last time. You can see actually the server. You can see actually the server is running. Now I'm gonna head into here and then I'm tap enter. And once we tap enter here, they're gonna take us on Google. Okay, you can see. Again, we're gonna open here the browser. You can see the agent is working here. Oh, yeah, you can see actually the agent break here. Okay, let me move here. You can see again here we got a capture. Let me move here. You can see the agent is working. Again, we got a capture here. Okay, now let me click here. And then I think this time now resolve here this real quickly. Okay, and I'm going to pick here car again. I'm gonna pick here car. Now I'm going to click here verify because I don't see a car again here. Okay, we got a bus now. Let me try again here. We got a bus. Okay, we don't have a bus. We don't have a bus. I don't see a bus, guys. I'm gonna click here. Yeah, you can see actually works. Actually works, guys. And you can see the agent has detected a capture. Okay. As you can see, the agent has detected a capture, and you can see actually the agent doesn't continue working. You can see he has stopped here. Okay, you can see he has stopped. Now, what I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to think about a human loop. Okay, you know, when the agent detects a capture, as I said previously, when the agents, we got here the agents. The agent is right at the left here. When the agent detects a capture, we are going to put a human in loop. It's gonna wait for my approval. I'm going to resolve the capture and then I'm gonna click approve. Once I click approve, we are going to ask the agent to continue working because I've already resolved the capture. That is the logic that we're gonna implement soon. Okay, this is the logic. You can see actually when we come across a capture, the agent start working. Okay, this is the real issue. Now for this kind of input and pass here X. Now we are going to ask the agent to visit Wikipedia and see what it's gonna get here. I'm going to take that and then I'm passing here. Now let me try this again. I'm going to move here and then I'm tap enter. And then let's see what we're gonna have here. As you can see again, we open here the browser and we're gonna visit Wikipedia. And then here the agent's gonna type here something. I think it's gonna type here something. Yeah, you can see taps here something. You can see the agent is typing here something. And when it finish here, it's gonna click on the button. Let's wait a bit. As you can see, click on the button. They take us onto another page here. And yeah, you can see it finds us an article about MCP. Let me see what you can see it's scrolling. The agent is scrolling, it's finding an article about MCP. Okay, it's making research. You can see model counts per article, and we get it. I think we get it, guys. Let me head into it here. You can see we get it. We get it, guys. Okay, you already found the article. Okay, we already get here the article. Let's see what we got in here. Okay, continue working. It delegated task again, and as you can see, it delegated task again here to another agent. Okay, we got here the results, guys. If I scroll the bottom, I think we got the results. Yeah, you can see we got here the results. The agent finished working on it. Let me give you another example. We're gonna ask the agent to visit Amazon and find me a cheapest HP computer. Find me a cheapest HP 8 gigabyte RAM computer. I'm going to take that and then I'm passing to the agent. Let's see what we're gonna have here. I'm gonna take that and pass in here. And I think the agent's gonna work on it. Okay, let's cut here again the server and see what we're gonna have here, guys. I'm gonna run here the server here. As you can see, the server is running. Now I'm going to head into here again. I'm gonna tap enter and then the agent's gonna visit Amazon. Okay, you're gonna see we're gonna visit Amazon. Okay, you can see guys, actually the agent is trying to find a cheapest computer. Actually the agent is working. Okay, the agent is working, guys. And let me scroll the bottom and I'm gonna check here if he already give you the final results. I'm gonna scroll here. I'm gonna check here if you can see it continues working. You can see it even passed here the task to the vision agents. Okay, it delegated tasks to the vision agent to take a screenshot. Vision agents, please take a screenshot of the current Amazon header page and analyze what's shown. Okay, yeah, they are collaborating together, guys. As you can see, let's see what I got here. It haven't already taken the screenshot, but I think it's gonna take it. Okay, these agents are working, and let's see what we got in here. It continues working, guys. When it's gonna finish, you're gonna see the results. It continues working in here. Actually, as you can see, the agent is working in here, guys, and you already find here cheapest computer, cheapest HP computer. You already found it. As you can see, we got here cheapest computer in here. Okay, you already found the product. Okay, you already found it. As you can see, it continues working, and we got a cheapest HP computer. You already found the price. Alright guys, now I'm going to work on the RouterAgents that we can even call the memory agents. As you can see in the diagram, the RouterAgents or the memory agents is the entry point node of our system. In order to pass an input to browser agents, it has to pass first from the memory agents. You know, sometimes the user can try to chat with a system, let's say pass hello. We can't transition hello input to the browser agents or to the receive agents. The memory agents have to determine the right input to move to the browser agents. We're gonna work on the memory agents that we're gonna call the route agents in this case, because it's gonna be like the router. We pass an input and then it categorizes it. Now we are going to continue. And also I'm gonna talk about what we did previously. Previously, we test the browser agents, we passed some couple of inputs, and you can see that the browser agent has performed really well for some inputs, and for some it performed really bad. And as you can see here, guys, we got some issue here, like the browser agent failed to resolve the captcha. When we asked the browser agent to visit Google, it failed miserably. Okay, when it came across the captcha. Now, in order to fix that kind of issue, what I'm going to do, I'm going to implement HumanIin loop. When it comes across a captcha, we're going to pause the graph execution. And then we are going to integrate a HumanIin loop. I'm going to resolve the captcha. And when I'm going to finish, I'm going to hit approve. And then the agent's going to continue working. Okay, this is the system that I'm going to put in place in order to resolve this kind of issue. It came across a captcha. And then we pull a HumanIin loop, and then I can resolve a captcha, and then the agent's gonna continue. This is the technique. And also we are going to implement another middleware. We're gonna pass another middleware to the browser agents, like the tool limit middleware. You know, sometimes the browser agent can call a tool even 3 times or 4 times. I don't want this kind of behavior. I'm going to limit the number of an agent can call a tool. I'm gonna say for this kind of tool, we're gonna allow the browser agent to call it only 2 times, and for this only 1 time. Okay, we're gonna add another middleware. We're gonna call it tool limit middleware. Okay, that's what we're gonna build, guys. And before we continue, guys, before we start building the route agents, I'm gonna show you something. I'm presenting you something that I've added to the browser agents. As you can see, I've passed here 2 things. I have modified the system prompts of the browser agents, but also I've modified the browser agent node. I've added something within the browser agents. I'm not presenting you this, and then we're gonna start building the route agents. Now I'm going to move here, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to head into the prompt.ts, okay, in here. As you can see, this is the base system prompt. Previously, it was like this. We didn't have here that section. And previously, I forgot to pass here this line. As you can see, we got here this section. You can see in here, I pass here the navigation agent. As you can see, this is the navigation agent. I forgot to pass here the navigation agent. You know, we have to inform the browser agent about all available agents. Previously, I didn't pass here the navigation agents. I didn't pass here the line. You can try to check it. And previously, I didn't pass here this line. Okay, let me select it. You can see previously it was like this. You have precise browser automation agent collaborating with other agents. And then I've added here this line because I was testing the system myself. I was testing the system and see it works. And then I've decided to add this line so that the browser agent can try to perform a little bit well. So that's why I've added here this line. You can say pass here, when you receive the accessibility tree of the page, analyze it carefully. If you don't understand, ask the vision agent to help you understand it. Never fabricate a web link that do not exist in DOM tree. Always make a reference to the DOM. You know, every time the browser agent is going to pass control to the navigation agents, we're going to generate an accessibility tree. And you know, the accessibility tree allows the browser agent to navigate a page because it exposes the structure of a given page. Without an accessibility tree, the browser agent cannot navigate a page. Okay. Now let me head into the browser agent, and I'm gonna show you something that I've passed here. Previously, we didn't have here this. We didn't have here the line. I've added here the line. This is the current open page or tab. Okay, in here, when the navigation agent visits a page, I'm going to take the web link. I'm gonna take the web link and then I'm pass it to a state here, active web link, so that the browser agent can know on which page is working on. Okay, that's why I pass here. That's why I pass here this property. Okay. And also I've added a property into the graph here. As you can see, I've passed it in here. And guys, in order to understand how it works, try to practice, try to create these agents, try to create the navigation agent, browser agent, vision agents, JavaScript agents, and WebScript agent, and try to practice. Okay, try to practice a little bit to see how it works. Okay, if you don't practice, you aren't gonna learn anything. Now, what we're gonna do now, we are going to create the RouterAgents. We are going to head into now inside the source folder. Okay, the source folder, and then I'm pass here router. Okay, so what we're gonna pass, I'm passing RouterAgents. Okay, like this. Now inside the RouterAgents, I'm passing the prompt folder. I'm gonna pass the tools folder. I'm gonna pass in all tools, the RouterAgent tools. I'm passing the index.ts. Okay, like this. I'm going to pass here stores. I'm gonna pass here, let's say, yeah, retrievers. Okay, we're gonna pass the retrievers folder. And here, let me think about another folder. I'm gonna pass here. We're gonna pass here another folder. I'm gonna pass in another folder. We're gonna name it pipelines. Okay, as you can see, I pass another folder. We name it pipelines. And inside the pipelines folder, I'm going to pass here the BM25 retriever. And guys, before you continue, I want you to have the basic. Go check out this video, ChatPDF video, in order to learn about multi-vector retriever and contextual compression retriever. And you can go check it out to the RAG full course. You're gonna know what is RAG, and you're gonna know what is RAG, and you're gonna learn how to build a basic RAG system. I want you to have the basic, okay? So what is the BM25 retriever? The BM25 retriever is a keyword-based search that we can use in order to retrieve the data from a file. Let's say we got a file. I'm going to draw here a file. We have here this file, and this file contains the conversation between AI and human. Okay, I'm passing user. This is this is a file conversation, or we can name it the child tree. Okay, this is the child tree. It contains the conversation between the AI and human. Let's say I want to search for the specific words within the file. I'm going to use BM25 retriever. Okay, as you can see, we have here this pipeline right here, and then we got at the left here, we got the user. Okay, the user is gonna pass here an input, and then we're gonna take that input, we're gonna pass it to the BM25 retriever, and then we're gonna make a keyword-based search within the child tree. That's how a BM25 retriever works. Okay, now how to use the BM25 retriever. In order to use it, you can head on LangChain to explain how to use it. I'm gonna type here LangChain JS BM25 retriever. BM25, you can tap here only this, and then you're gonna see this. Okay, and here they say this BM25 retriever is an algorithm. Click here, and then once you click here, they're gonna take you in here. They're gonna take you at LangChain, and then I'm going to pick here JavaScript. Okay, I'm not gonna pick here Python. Okay, once you pick here JavaScript, they explain how to use it. Let me go back and pass here LangChain.js BM25 retriever. Let's click here again and see what we're gonna have here. Let's take us in here again. Let me scroll a little bit. I'm gonna click here. Okay, they take us in here again. You can see we get here Python and pass here JavaScript. Let me scroll a little bit. Okay, let's choose here JavaScript. Okay, yeah, they don't find here the page about BM25 retriever. Let me pass here BM25 retriever, BM25. Let's see what we're gonna have here. Yeah, let me click here and see what we can here. They explain how to use the BM25 retriever. Version history, let me head into here. We don't see it. Let me go back here and my head on Google, and I think in here they explain how to use BM25 retriever. Yeah, you can see easily what you're gonna do. You're gonna install first LangChain, and then you're gonna pass these two lines. You're gonna import the BM25 retriever. That's what I've done here. You can see I've imported here the BM25 retriever. I've imported here the document class, and I've imported the recursive character splitter in order to split a document into multiple chunks. Now you're gonna do the same thing, and then you can see in here we have an array of documents. Then we're going to take the array of documents, we're going to pass it to the BM25 retriever in order to perform keyword burst search. Okay, that's how it works. Try to play with this and see it works. Try to play with this. Now let's go back in here. I've done the same thing here. And you can see in here I pass a function for format document string. And then I'm going to use the function in order to get a string. You know, an array of documents looks like this. Okay, this is an array of documents. Now, in order to get a string, I'm going to iterate through the array, and then I'm going to return here a string. You can say pass the document. This is an array of documents, and then I'm going to pass the document that map, and then I'm going to return a string. Then at the bottom here, pass you the BM25 retriever. This function takes a string and a query. You can see the first parameter is a string, and the second one is a string. Both are strings, but here, the first parameter is going to be the document, the contents of the document. I'm going to take the contents of a document and pass it to document class in order to create a document. And this is the structure of documents. A document class, a document has the page content, and it has metadata. If I pull my cursor over the document class, we don't have here a little documentation, but you have to know that a document has the page content, okay, its property, and it has metadata. Now we got here the documents. You can think of these documents as the child tree. Okay, you can think of the document as the child tree. We are going to take the contents. Okay, we're gonna take the content of this document. That's what we're gonna pass to the function here in order to create a document. After that, I'm going to take the document, I'm going to pass it to another function, which is the recursive character splitter in order to split it into multiple chunks. You know, within a file, we may have 10,000 lines. Okay, within a file, we may have 10K of lines. Okay, you can see we have here a lot of data within the child tree. Now, in order to make a better search, I'm gonna take the file and then I'm gonna split it into multiple chunks. Let's say I can split a file within a chunk size of, let's say I can pass you 1K, and then we're gonna end up, let's say, with 10 chunks. Okay, we're gonna end up with 10 chunks. As you can see, in here I pass the chunk size, it's gonna be here 800 and chunk overlap 200. So what is the chunk overlap? The chunk overlap, it allows us to preserve the meaning of the chunk. That's why I pass it 200. That's all you have to know. It allows to preserve the meaning of the chunk. If you want to get more details about this, you can go check it out, the RAG full course. Okay, go check out this video. Now, once we split the document into multiple chunks, I'm going to take that and then we're going to pass these chunks to the BM25 retriever in order to make a keyword-based search. And then you can see the bottom here. I invoke here I make here a query. I query the BM25 retriever. I pass here retriever that invoke. We're going to query it. And then we're going to get here an array of documents. And as we get here an array of documents, we're going to take it, we're going to pass it to our function here in order to get a string. That's all you need to know about the BM25 retriever. We're going to pass in another pipeline, which is the embedding pipeline. So what is the embedding pipeline? The embedding pipeline is a pipeline that we're going to use in order to store an array of documents within a vector database. How it works, let me explain you. Let me give you a quick overview about the embedding pipeline. As you can see, let's say we have here an array of documents. This is an array of documents. What I'm going to do, I'm going to take it and then I'm going to pass it a text splitter. Okay, this is a text splitter. So the text splitter here, it's going to split that document into multiple chunks. We're going to have here multiple chunks. Let's say we may have here the first chunk, second chunk of the document, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. Then we are going to take these documents, we're going to pass it to an embedding model. Okay, so what is an embedding model? This is the LLM, an embedding model. An embedding model is a model that allows to convert text into numeric. We're going to have something like this. Okay, we're going to have here numeric. We're going to have here numbers, okay, of these documents. And then we're going to take these numbers, we're going to pass it to a vector database because a vector database accepts only numbers. Okay, this is a vector DB right here. We are going, once we have embeddings that we call digits, once we have embeddings, we are going to take these embeddings. These are numerical representation of the data. We're going to take that, we're going to pass it into a vector database. Okay, that is the goal of the embedding pipeline. Now you can see in here pass here function load raw docs. We are going to pass here an array of documents, and then I'm going to make sure we have a single array. That's why I pass here all docs.flat. And then here we're going to take the array. We're going to pass it to a recursive character splitter. It means we get here the document, we split it into multiple chunks so that we can't exceed the thresholds of the embedding model. As I said here, this is the embedding model. Okay, and this embedding model has the counters limits. Okay, counters limits of the embedding model, we may say it has here 40k tokens. Okay, it means the embedding model can handle only 40k tokens in a go. On every input, it can handle only 40k token. Let's say the documents here, the number of tokens, we got here, let's say 50k tokens. Let's say we don't split the document to multiple chunks. And I take that document, I pass it to the embedding model. Once we do this, we are going to crash. We are going to exceed the threshold of the embedding model. And then we're going to get an error, guys. We're going to get an error. Now, in order to mitigate to this kind of issue, we are going to take that document here, and then we're going to split it into chunks of 1K, let's say 10K, okay? And then we are going to take 10K, we're going to pass it to the model one by one, okay? One by one here. And then we're going to embed the whole document. This is the process, guys, okay? It's not good to pass the whole document to the LLM. If you do that, the LLM is going to crash. You're going to exceed the thresholds of the LLM. It's better to split a document into multiple chunks so that the LLM can handle that. Now, let's go back here. And as you can see here, I use here function, recursive character splitter. We use the function into the BM25 retriever. We're going to split it into multiple chunks. And then you can see here at the bottom, I'm going to pass metadata to the function. And into the pipeline, I use a technique called parent document retriever. So what is parent document retriever? Parent document retriever is a retrieving technique where we take a document, we split it into parent documents. And then once we have parent documents, we're gonna split them into child docs. And then we're gonna embed all these documents into the vector database. Let me explain how it works. Let's say we got here this document here. Then we're gonna take that. I'm going to split it into big chunks. Big chunks, okay? We're gonna have here big chunks. Let's say we got here, let's say we have here 3 chunks. Let's say the document size here was 30K token. And then I split it into 3 chunks. We have here 10K. We got here again 10K. And in here we got 10K. Now, as you can see here, we got here a lot of data, okay? As you can see, we have here a lot of data, 10K, 10K, 10K. Now, I'm going to take this 10K. I'm gonna split it into 5 chunks. We're gonna have here something that looks like this. We're gonna have something that looks like this. We're gonna have here an array of documents. And then we're going to take that. We're gonna split it into 5 chunks. We're gonna have here another array of documents. Okay, something like this. Okay, we're gonna have something like this. And then we're going to take this. We're gonna take here these child chunks. We are going to pass that to the embedding model, which is the LLM here. Okay, that allows to represent this data into numeric. We're gonna pass in here, and also we're gonna take this parent doc. We're gonna pass it to the embedding model. Okay, that's what we call parent document retriever. Now I'm going to take that. You can see for this function here, guys, I use it in order to create parent doc. Once I have parent doc, I'm going to use the parent doc in order to create child docs. As you can see here, we pass the parent docs here, and then we are going to use parent doc in order to create child docs. And in here, if you check here the logic, you can see here I make a reference to a parent doc. You know, when we create a parent document, we create an ID. We pass an ID of the parent doc into the metadata. Okay, as you can see, we have here metadata. And then we're gonna use the metadata into the child docs. You know, when we create a child docs, we have to know that this child docs belongs to this parent doc. Okay, that's why we create a metadata. That's why we create a metadata in order to make a reference of a child doc to a parent doc. Okay, that is the function. Now we got here the main function that we're gonna invoke here, which is the doc embedding pipeline. Then in here, I pass the Cohere embedding. I pass the Cohere embedding model in order to generate embeddings of documents. Now, in order to get the API key, you're gonna head on Cohere. Let me move here. Yeah, I'm going to move here, and then I'll pass here Cohere. Okay, you're gonna head on Cohere, and then you're gonna create an account. Once you create an account, you're gonna head into your dashboard, and then you're gonna get an API key. Okay, I don't remember here my password, but you're gonna head on Cohere, and then you're gonna create an account. And once you create an account, you're gonna get an API key. Let's continue. Once you get an API key, you're gonna pass in here. You're gonna head on Pinecone 2. Then you're gonna create an account. And once you create an account, you're gonna pass here your Pinecone API key. As you can see, I pass here the Pinecone API key, the Pinecone index, which is the name of the database. Once you do that, you're gonna invoke here the function load docs. You're gonna pass here create parent doc. We're gonna create parent doc here. Then we're gonna take the parent doc. We're gonna pass it to the function create child docs. And then we're gonna take that. We're gonna pass it to the Pinecone store. Okay, we're gonna pass in here, and then we're gonna create embeddings. Okay, you're gonna pass in here, and you're gonna pass here this line, and then you're gonna store the data within vector database. Okay, we just done here. Now we're gonna pass another pipeline, query vector DB. Okay, this is not a pipeline. Previously we built the embedding pipeline. We built here the pipeline. We use the embedding pipeline in order to store an array of documents within a vector database. Now we pass in our pipeline in order to retrieve the data from a vector database. How the query vector DB pipeline works. Let me explain you. Previously we talked about a parent document retriever. We talked about it previously. Let's say the user crafts an input. We have here the user. The user is right here, crafts an input. And then we're going to take that input, we're going to pass it to an embedding model. We got here the LLM. We pass here the input. And then I'm going to take that input. I'm going to pass it to the vector database. We have here the vector database. Okay, this is the vector database. You know, when we pass the input to the embedding model here, we are going to have embeddings. Okay, we're gonna generate embeddings. Oh, here we're gonna have here embeddings, and embeddings represents numbers. Okay, we're gonna take these numbers, and then we're gonna pass it to the vector database in order to perform similarity search. That's how it works. It means the user passes an input. We pass that input to the embedding model in order to generate embeddings. And once we have embeddings, we're gonna pass it to the vector database in order to perform similarity search. That's how it works. We pass here cohere, we pass here pinecone and pinecone index. Then we pass here pinecone store that from existing index. And then here we are going to retrieve child docs. And then we're gonna use child docs in order to retrieve parent docs. Okay, this is the logic. Now, once we have the data, I'm going to take the data and then I'm passing it to another layer here, which is the contextual compression retriever, in order to remove noise from the data. And then once we have the data, we are going to return it to the user. That's how it works. If you want to learn more about the parent document retriever, I invite you to go check out the ChatPDF video. You're going to get the basic. Okay, this is another pipeline. We finish with the query vector DB pipeline. The goal of the query vector DB pipeline is to retrieve data in a vector database. Okay, we are done with the retrievers. We are done with pipelines. We got the BM25 retriever, and we have the query vector DB retriever. Okay, we got two retrievers. Okay, we are going to create here. As you can see, as we have two retrievers, what I'm going to do next, guys, in the future, I'm going to create what we call a hybrid retriever. Okay, we're gonna have something like this, hybrid retriever. Okay, a hybrid retriever is a collection of retriever. We're gonna have here the BM25 retriever to make a keyword-based search, and we're gonna pass here a semantic retriever. In our case, we're gonna use the parent document retriever. Okay, yeah, we're gonna use semantic retriever. Yeah, we got the BM25 retriever for keyword-based search and semantic retriever for semantic search. Okay, we're gonna get into the details later, guys. Okay, we're gonna create an hybrid retriever later, guys. Okay, we're gonna combine the BM25 retriever and the semantic retriever. Now let's go back here. I'm going to work on tools that we're gonna pass to the RouterAgent. Okay, we're gonna work on tools. Now let's head into the tools folder, and then I'm gonna pass you the first tool, compress short-term memory tool. Okay, we're gonna use the tool in order to compress the memory. You know, the memory can have a lot of data. Okay, it can have a lot of data. Let's say we got here 20K tokens. Now what I'm going to do in order to compress the data, I'm going to pass the data to the LLM. We got here the LLM. The LLM is going to generate summaries. And then we're going to have, let's say, 1K token of the data. As you can see, I compress it. I compress the data. Okay, that is the goal of the tool. Compress short-term memory. You know, the short-term memory is going to have data. We're going to use the tool in order to compress it. Okay, this is the system prompt. You are memory compression agent. Your task is to compress a fully daily log chart into a clean, durable summary. Okay, we instruct here the agent to compress a memory into a summary. And then, as you can see at the bottom here, I pass here this. As you can see, we pass the LLM.invoke. I pass here the system prompt and message. Okay, you can see I pass the message. And then the LLM, it's gonna return here summaries. Okay, as you can see, when we're gonna invoke it, we're gonna generate here summary. We're gonna return summaries. Okay, this is the tool. You understand how it works? Pretty simple, pretty easy. Okay, it allows to compress a document. We're gonna take a document and then we're gonna pass it to the LLM. Then the LLM is gonna invoke that tool in order to generate summaries. Now let's pass here another tool, guys. We're gonna pass here delegate tool. Okay, you understand what this tool does. As you can see on the diagram, let me go back here. I'm going to move right here. As you can see, we got here the RouterAgent, which is the memory agents. Okay, we got the router here. Now, in order to pass control to another agents, we are going to use a tool, delegate tool. As you can see, the RouterAgent, the memory agent can pass control to the reset agent or to the navigation agents. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to pass here a condition. Okay, I'm going to pass here a condition. Let me head into the browser, the tools folder. You can see at the bottom here we got the tools folder, and inside the tools folder we got a browser, and we got here delegate tool. We got here another tool, delegate agent tool. Okay, you can see we already passed here the tool. But what I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to copy here these details. Yeah, I'm going to copy here these details. I don't want to pass here. I don't want to pass the tool the same logic to this tool that we have within the RouterAgent folder. I don't want to pass the same logic in here. If I pass the same logic, you know, in the future we may have changes. Okay, these changes can affect this tool. I'm going to modify also the name of the tool. I'm gonna pass the delegate agent tool. I'm going to modify the name to, yeah, we're gonna pass the name delegate agent tool 1 and pass the delegate agent tool 1, and let me pass here 2. And in here we're going to scroll the bottom here. You can see delegate agent tool 2 here. I'm passing 2. Okay, it's better to do that. Now let me take here the logic. Let me even copy everything here, and then I'm passing here. Okay, we're going to head into the folder, RouterAgent folder, delegate agent tool, and here I'm going to pass here this. Now this is the first tool. I'm going to pass here only the, yeah, we're gonna pass here only the navigation agents, and I'm pass here the research agents, researcher agents. So we're gonna pass only two agents. We're gonna get rid of other agents, and for the check here, I'm going to get rid of this. I'm gonna get rid of this line. We're gonna get rid of this line here. I'm going to stay with navigation agents, and I'm pass here research agents. Okay, like this. And I'm going to, as you can see, take here the array here. I pass it at the bottom here. Okay, pretty cool. Now I'm going to head into the browser agents. Let's head into the browser agent nodes. Okay, I'm not heading to the browser agents. In here, you can see I'm getting an error into the browser agents. Now I'm going to get rid of this tool here, and then I'm going to pass here the delegate agent tool 2. Okay, we're gonna pass here the second tool. Okay, we're gonna import here this. Okay, let me click here. Yeah, we have here two delegate agent tool. Okay, this one we pass to the browser agents, and we got here another one, delegate agent tool 1. We pass here this to the RouterAgent. We're gonna pass this one to the RouterAgents. Okay, now I'm going to continue. You can see I pass here navigation agent, and we pass here researcher. Okay, and I'm going to modify here this transfer researcher agents like this. Now I'm going to head into the thing tag, and then I'm passing the line remove, and we're gonna pass it transfer reset agents. We are going to copy the keyword, and then we're gonna head into the remove thing tag function. I'm going to pass in here. Okay, like this. Transfer reset agent. Okay, we pass it in here. In order to get rid of the keyword, we're going to pass an input to another agent. I'm going to close this. We're going to go back into the tools folder. We're going to pass here another tool, search memory. Okay, here's another tool. And inside the tool, I use two retriever. I use two pipeline. We have the BM25 retriever and a semantic set retriever. Okay, for the BM25 retriever, we're going to retrieve data from memory archive files. Okay, and for the semantic set retriever, we're going to retrieve data in a vector database. And then we're going to combine all this data. That's what we're going to pass to the LLM. So it will be the context for the LLM. Let's say I pass this kind of inputs. Okay, I pass, what is my name? What is my name? Okay, or I pass, what is the ongoing projects? Okay, we are going to take that input. We're going to pass it to the LLM. We got the LLM here. Now, the LLM, in order to get the context, it's going to invoke the tool, search memory tool. Once invoke the tool, we're going to have here the context. Okay, we're going to have here the context, and then it's going to use the context in order to respond the user. That's how it works. You have to know that, okay? You have to know only that. And as you can see, we got here some lines. Let me explain you the body of the tool a little bit. You can see we pass here the current working directory. You can see I pass here path that resolve. I pass here process that current working directory, and I pass here the memory folder. We are going to store memory files within the public folder memory. Okay, we're gonna store the data in here. We get here the path, and then we pass it to memory handler. We're gonna use the memory handler in order to read the memory files. Then you can see in here on the line here, let me take that line and then I'll pass in here. I use here the line in order to read files, to read archive files. And then we're going to take that. We are going to pass it to the BM25 retriever. Let me do this first. You can see we have here this section. Let me do this. First, we're going to retrieve the data here from the vector database. Okay, query vector db, invoke here the function. Then I'm going to convert the array of document to string. You can say passive format document string. We get string, and then we're gonna have here this line. Data retrieved from vector db. And then we're gonna take the data, we're gonna append it to the variable here, relevant long-term memory. We got here this section here. I'm going to check if we got the data into the archive. I'm going to pass the content to the BM25 retriever, and then we're going to get data. We're going to pass data retrieved from daily log archive. We're gonna take the data, and then we're gonna store that into the relevant long-term memory. And then I'm going to take the data. Let's say we retrieve the data from the BM25 retriever. Let's say this is the tool right here. We have here the tool. The LLM invoke here the tool. And pass here query vector db. Okay, search memory. Yeah, this is the name of the tool. Then pass here search memory. The LLM invoke the tool. As I said, we're gonna retrieve the data from the vector db. And we're gonna retrieve the data. Yeah, as I said, we're gonna retrieve the data from the vector db and pass here vector db. And we're gonna retrieve data from memory archive files. Now, what I'm going to do in here, guys, I'm going to invoke here another function. We are going to take the data, and then we're gonna pass it to, and we're going to take the data, and then we're gonna pass it into another function. We're going to pass here an extraction layer. This is the extraction layer. The goal of the extraction layer is to remove noise from the data. Let's say the user passed this input. What is the ongoing projects? Then the LLM is gonna invoke the search memory tool. We're gonna get data. Let's say we're gonna have here 5 documents: 1 doc, 2 doc, 3, 4, 5. And within this retrieve doc, we have two irrelevant documents that don't adhere to the user input. They don't adhere here to the user input, okay? Let's say this one is irrelevant and this one is irrelevant. We're gonna remove here these two docs. That is the goal of the extraction layer, is to remove irrelevant documents from the retrieve data. And then we are going to stay with this. Okay, this will be the context. This will be the context, guys, okay? And then you can see, once we have here the data, we store the data within the relevant long-term memory. I'm going to take that, and then I'm pass it custom LLM extractor, okay? This is the noise removal. Noise removal. We're going to remove irrelevant data from the retrieve data, and then we're going to return the data. We're going to return filtered data to the LLM. That's what we call the context. They're going to pass to the LLM. You get the idea. In order to understand how it works, guys, you have to practice. You have to practice in order to understand how it works. We're going to pass another tool, write memory. This is another tool. As you can see, we pass the tool within a function, write memory. Okay. And as you can see, the function takes here the memory roots and takes here the use data. For the use data is an interface with one property. Now let's go back here. We're going to take the memory roots. We're going to pass it to a function here. We're going to create a function later, append file. We're going to pass in memory roots. The memory roots looks like this, const memory roots here. And is equal to path that resolve, okay, like this. And then I pass the process.cwd to give the current working directory. Then we're going to pass the public folder, and we're going to pass here memory folder. Okay, this is the memory roots. And then we're going to pass here a memory, under hyphen use ready that empty, and then we're going to pass the content. You understand how it works? Let's say I copy these 3 lines, and then I pass in here. You can see we got here the content. Okay, the content is equal to hello. We have here the date, the time here, and memory content. We're going to get something like this. We're going to have here the time and the content. That's what we're going to pass into the memory.md file. Okay, you get the idea. And you can see at the top here, I'm getting here an error. Appended file doesn't exist. We're going to create a URL file. Okay, we're going to pass in the function. Let me head into the URLs folder, and then I'm pass here a file, date URL. Let me pass another one, fs URLs. Let's head into the fs URL, and then we're going to pass here the fs module and path module. We got here this function in order to resolve the path. In order to ensure if the path exists, we're going to pass this one. We use here this one in order to empty a file. We're going to pass here the root there and the relative path here. Create a file. To create a file, we're going to use the function. To read a file, we're going to use the function fs.read, and we pass the file path. We're going to get the data of the file. To update a file, we're going to use the function. To append data within a file, we're going to use the function. And to check if a file exists, we're going to use the function. Let's go into the date URL.ts, and then we're going to pass it to function for the date. Now time string to get the current time string. We're going to use the function. If I copy this, and then I pass in here, let me pass in here. If I invoke here now time string, you can see we're going to have something like this. Now time string, you can see we're going to get the current time string. If I copy here today date string, we're going to get the current date string. Let me pass it in here. Okay, today, okay, this string, okay, now pass it this. You can see we got here this stuff. Okay, pretty cool. We got here this. Okay, cool. Let's continue, guys. Let's continue. Now what I'm going to do next, guys, I'm going to, let me get rid of the retriever folder because we already put the retriever into the pipelines folder. Now I'm going to work on the system prompts. I'm going to pass here memory base system prompt, the TS, okay, like this, memory base system prompt. I'm going to get rid of base here in order to make the name of the file shorter. Memory system prompt, and we're gonna pass here extraction layer system prompt. And guys, you can see I pass here to file. We got here the memory system prompt. This is the system prompt I'm gonna pass to the memory agents. And we got the extraction layer prompt, that is. This is the system prompt that we're gonna pass to the extraction layer agents. As I said previously, we may retrieve here. As I said previously, we may retrieve, let's say, these documents. We retrieve 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We retrieve 5 documents. Now, within these documents, there are 2 irrelevant documents. Now, in order to remove these 2 irrelevant documents, we are going to use an extraction layer. Okay, I'm going to get rid of this and this. We're going to use the system prompt. This is the system prompt that I'm going to pass to the extraction layer agent. Okay, let me pass it in here. As you can see, this is the system prompt. Your high precision relevance filter for retrieve augmented generation. Your job is to extract only the most relevant and non-redundant parts of the retrieved data to answer the user's question. You are given 2 different sources: vector database results, we pass in parentheses, semantic search, daily log archive results, BM25 retrieval. Okay, you can see here, I inform the agent that I pass it 2 sources. We pass it vector database results and we pass it BM25 retrieval results. Okay, I'm gonna pass it 2 sources. Then we're gonna ask the agent to make a filter to return only the data relevant to the user inputs. That's what I asked to the agents. Okay, and then the agent's gonna do it. Okay, you can read the system prompt. Now I'm going to move here. You can see we get here the router. I'm going to pass here another folder. You can say pass here extractor, custom extractor. Inside the custom extractor, you can see we pass here LLM extractor. Now we're gonna pass in an agent that allows to make a filter. I'm going to head in, and then we're gonna pass here function. Okay, you can say pass here function custom LLM extractor. Okay, we're gonna pass here the query and the documents. Now I'm going to pass here the LLM. For the LLM, I pass here minimax. We're gonna pass here the system prompt, and then we're gonna invoke here the agents. I'm passing the user query, and I'm passing retrieve documents, and then I'm going to return here the results. Okay, now let's import here the system prompt. I'm gonna import it like this. Okay, we just finished in here, guys. We just finished. Now let me go back here. I'm going to head into the prompt folder again, and we're gonna head into memory system prompt. We're gonna pass here the system prompt that we're gonna pass to the memory agents. Okay, here's the system prompt. As you can see, I pass here your conversational context AOA assistant with explicit memory tools, collaborating with other agents. For other agents, I pass here research agents, and I pass here navigation agents. Navigation agents for browsing websites on behalf of the user. I pass here this. I pass here available tools, and I pass here tool usage. Okay, this is the system prompt that I'm gonna pass to the memory agents. Now let's go back here. I'm going to pass here another folder. I'm gonna name it handler. As you can see, I pass here another folder, handler. And inside the handler folder, I'm passing here 2 files. As you can see, I pass here 2 files. I pass here the context handler, and I pass here the memory handler. So what is the memory handler? Let me give you a little explanation. You can see I pass here to file. We have here the memory handler. Okay, we have the memory handler, and we got here another file which is the context handler. Let me pass here context handler. Context handler. Okay, like this. So the context handler is a file, is a class that we're gonna use in order to assemble the context for the LLM. We have here the memory handler. The memory handler contains functions that we're gonna use in order to write into the memory. Let me give you a little example here. You can see we have the user service. As you can see, we got the user service. The user service contains function that we use in order to write into the database. Now, inside the memory handler, we're gonna pass in some functions that we're gonna use in order to write into memory files. Okay, I think you get the idea. Okay, this is the idea. Memory handler, we're gonna pass in some function that allows us to write into the memory. Whereas in the contents handler, we're gonna pass in function that allows us to assemble the contents for the LLM. Now let's go back here, and then we're gonna head into the memory handler. And inside the memory handler, as you can see in here, I import here this function, append file, in order to append data within a file. Create a file to create a file, empty a file to check if a file exists. We're gonna use here this read a file, resolve save path. Okay, you can see these are functions that we're gonna use in order to write into the memory and to retrieve the data within the memory. Now I'm going to pass here the memory handler. Okay, we're gonna pass it the constructor, and as you can see, it takes here the memory roots and it takes here the use data. Now I'm going to initialize memory files. I'm going to pass here ensure core files. I'm going to iterate through the array here. As you can see, this array, and we have here files. We have here memory is ready.md. We have here a daily log archive, and we got here this. Okay, this one here is the working memory. And we got here the system.md. Okay, this is the agent personality. If you don't understand this product better, I invite you to go check out this video. Let me move here. I want to show you two videos that you're going to watch in order to understand this pretty better. You can go watch the video Crew AI, Open Claude, or you can go watch the video Manis AI. You're going to learn about MemoryAgent. You're going to learn how to build a memory agent from scratch, okay? If you want to understand this pretty better, go there. Now, I'm going to continue here, guys. I'm going to invoke now here this function. As you can see, we got here the function. Yeah, as you can see, inside the ensure core files, we have an array. And the array contains memory files. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to pass here a loop. As you can see in here, I'm going to iterate through the array, and then I'm going to create these files. Now we're going to pass another function, ensure today log. The goal of that function is to make sure if we have the working memory. I'm going to pass in another one, log interaction, to add the data within the working memory. We're going to use the function in order to add the data. I'm passing another one to add data within the archive. We're going to use the function. To empty file, we're going to use the function. Okay, to get the today a working memory a file name, we are going to use the function. If I take the function and I pass it in here, let's say I move right here. Okay, let's say I move in here, and then I take here the function. As you can see, I pass here function today date string. We are going to invoke the function here in order to get the day date in string. If I take that and I pass it in here, if I pass here today date string, as you can see, we have here the current date here. And if I go back now into the memory handler, we are going to pass here the current date and hyphen the user ID. It's gonna look like this. I'm gonna pass the current date, and then I'm passing hyphen plus I'm gonna pass here the user ID. Okay, it's gonna look like this. Now let's continue. I'm going to pass in another function, read archive file. In order to read archive, we are going to use the function. If you want to understand all of this from scratch, I invite you to go check out this video, Manis AI. Okay, go check out this video in order to get the basic. Okay, you need to have the basic, or you can go check out this video or this video. But I prefer that you watch this video because you're gonna get the basic. You're gonna have a strong basic. Okay, go check Manis AI. Watch this video. When you finish watching this video, you're gonna move to you can move to Open Claude, and then you're gonna be ready, guys. Now let's continue here. I'm going to pass here rate today to rate the today working memory. We're gonna use the function to read memory files. We are going to use the function, okay, to read a specific memory file. We're gonna pass only the name. If you want to read the memory.md, we're gonna simply pass it the name like this. Okay, and we finish in here. Now we're gonna head into the context handler. Inside the context handler, we're going to pass in a function that allows us to load data from the long-term memory and short-term memory. I'm going to pass here free property. As you can see, I pass a free property. We have the memory. I tap it with the memory handler, so I'm going to get access to memory handler function. I want to get access to these functions here. Let's go back here, pass here the model context limit. This is number, and I pass use data. For the use data, we have the user ID. Now let's pass the constructor to initialize this property and pass here a symbol. As you can see, it takes here a two parameter. It takes here the user query and an object. The object is an option property. Now I load here the data from the memory. As you can see, I pass here the system.md, memory.md, and I pass here the working memory. I'm going to load data. Then we're going to take the data, we're going to pass to the LLM. Now I'm going to continue here and pass here fixed text. And then I'm going to pass here this line, and I'm passing final prompts, okay? As you can see, I take it the array here, and I convert it to string. Okay, as you can see, I take the array, I convert it to string. I take here an array, I convert it to string. Then I use here function estimate tokens. We use the function to estimate the number of tokens. Then I'm going to check if the number of tokens is greater than the model context limit. If it's greater, we are going to compress the memory. I'm going to pass here, I'm not invoke here that to compress short-term memory. We're going to compress the short-term memory, and then we're going to create an archive. I'm going to pass here now this line here in order to, we're going to take the data, and we're going to take the compressed data here, and then we're going to pass it into the archive. Okay, we're going to take the data and then we're going to pass it into the archive. And guys, in order to understand this pretty better, you have to practice. You have to practice. If you want to understand all of this, go check out this video. Okay, I invite you to go check it out. Manage AI in order to get a strong basic. Okay, go check out this video first, then practice. Once you finish practicing, you're gonna move to OpenClaw. Or you can, it's better to finish with Manage AI first. Then you're gonna move here to Create, and when you finish watching Create, you're gonna move to OpenClaw in order to learn everything about the memory agents. Once you watch this free video, you're gonna be comfortable, guys. You're gonna understand literally everything. Okay, as you can see here, I was saying I'm going to take the data, I'm going to take the compressed data, and then I'm passing into archive. Okay, you can see I pass here log to archive. It means I'm going to create an archive. I'm going to take the data and then I'm pass into an archive. And then I'm going to take the data too. I'm going to store it into the vector database. You can see I invoke here the function doc embedding. As you can see, I pass here, I create another. As you can see here, we pass here the user ID and we pass here a document. And that document takes the compressed data. You can see page content. I pass here the compressed data. Okay, I'm gonna take the data and then I'm gonna store it into the vector database. Later or in the future, the agent can use the search memory tool in order to retrieve the data. And here I run here another function in order to empty the working memory. Okay, empty a file. Okay, I use the function in order to empty the working memory. Let me pass here empty working memory. Okay, like this. Now I'm going to pass here return statement. We're going to return the context that we're going to provide from another agent. We're going to return the final prompt, and we're going to return here the number of tokens. Okay, we're going to return the data we're going to use later. I'm going to head into the index.ts. You can see inside the RouterAgent folder, we got here index.ts. Now we are going to head in, and then we're going to assemble the context for the LLM. Okay, now I'm going to pass here the full path. Okay, memory roots. This is the full path. As you can see, I pass here path.result, and I pass here the current working directory, public folder, and I pass the memory folder. Now we're gonna pass the RouterAgent. Okay, this is basically the memory agent. And as you can see in here, I invoke here init. I'm going to initialize memory files if we don't have them. You can see we have here this. I invoke here ensure core files. If we don't have here these memory files, we're gonna create them. Okay, that's why I invoke init. Let's go back here. After that, you can see I pass here context handler. I pass here the memory roots, the model context limits is ready. I invoke here RAM memory to pass it to get access to the RAM memory tool. Then I pass here the agents, pass here the model. I pass here three tools. I pass here RAM memory tool, search memory tool, and I pass here delegate agent tool. We pass here the system prompt and the tool monitoring middleware to know which tool has been invoked by the agents. Now we're gonna stream here the results. First here, I'm going to take here the user input and then I'm gonna store that input into the working memory. You can see I pass here log interaction. In here, as you can see, I get here the path. Okay, this is the path, and then I'm going to get here the content. I'm gonna take that and then I'm gonna pass it into a file. You can see I invoke here append the file. Okay, we use the function in order to append data within a file. Now let's go back here. I'm going to now pass here context.assemble. I'm going to retrieve the results. And then I'm going to pass here on this line here. I'm going to pass assemble.prompt in order to pass the context to the memory agent. Now I'm going to extract here to message and the last add message. Then I'm going to return the output of the search memory tool and delegate agent tool. We're going to return here the output. We're going to return here the output. And now I'm going to extract here the last add message and thinking. Okay, we're going to pass it this. And then we're going to take the final output of the agent. We're going to take that. We're going to pass it into the memory. And then I'm going to return here the full content and the context for another agent. This is a property. It contains the data we're going to pass to another agent. Now I'm going to take here this function to estimate the number of tokens. I'm going to pass it into the context handler. You can see, actually I'm getting here an error. I'm going to head into the, we're going to head into the URLs folder, and then I'll pass here token counter.ts. Let's pass it in here. Let me, yeah, I can pass even token counters, the name here. Okay, I don't want to pass here. I'm going to pass it this. We're going to head into the context handler and we're going to import it in order to get rid of the error like this. We get rid of the error. Let me head into here. I see I'm getting here an error. I'm going to import here delegate to one. I'm going to import it. We're going to import the memory-based system prompt. Let me head into here and see what we got into the prompt folder. You can see we got here this memory-based system prompt. I'm going to copy that. That's what I'm going to pass here. Let's import it. Actually, we don't import it. Let me import here the context handler. Okay, we import here this. We need to import also the RAM memory function. We import it. We're going to import the memory-based system prompt. Let me import it. Okay, pretty cool. We get rid of the error. Guys. Okay. Now, what I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to head into the, we're going to head into the graph folder. You can see this is the graph. Now, you can see I've already passed here a file. You can see we got here MemoryAgent. I'm going to rename it to the RouterAgent. RouterAgent. Okay, we can even call it the MemoryAgent. I prefer to pass the name RouterAgent. It's up to you. Now, I'm going to head in. Let me copy everything into the JavaScript agents. Yeah, let me head into the Vision agents. I'm going to copy everything here. And then let me head into the browser agents. We're going to copy everything in here. And then we're going to pass into the RouterAgent. Okay, in here. Now, I'm going to modify the name of the node and pass here RouterAgent node like this. Okay, RouterAgent node. And I'm going to get rid of the line here. I'm not getting rid of this array. I'm not remove here this. Okay, I'm not getting rid of this. And what I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to head into the index.ts where we got the router. Yeah, let me pass here memory augmented agent. Okay, we're gonna take the memory augmented agent. This is the function. I'm going to take it and then I'm passing into the router node, the RouterAgent node. I'm going to pass in here like this. Okay, I'm going to import it. Router, let me see here. We don't have any error. I'm going to import here. I'm gonna extract here the stream agents like this. I'm gonna take the stream agents and pass in here. And yeah, like this. Okay, let me go back here and then I'm gonna see here what we need to pass to the memory augmented agents. Yeah, you can see we need to pass here. Let me scroll a little bit. You can see we have to pass here the model. We haven't already passed the model. We're gonna pass the model. Okay, for the model, I'm gonna use here GLM. Let me go back here and then I'm passing first the model. Okay, let me do this. I'm passing the model. And for the model, let me import here cons. Yeah, let me do this. I'm going to pass the LLM that's get instance. Let me import here the LLM class. Okay, I'm passing minimax. Okay, and now what I'm going to do next here, I'm going to extract here something else. You can see actually we're still having here typing error. Let's go back into the memory augmented agent here. And then let me see what we need to extract here. Stream agents. Let me check at the bottom if we return it. We don't return here the function. That's why we still have a typing error. Let's return here this. As I return here this, I'm going to use now the stream agents in order to get access to the full content. Okay, let's go back here. I'm gonna go back into the memory augmented agents. For the stream agent, we're gonna pass here the user input and the config. I'm going to pass here last human message that's contents. Okay, like this. Okay, like this. And in here we have here full content. We take the full content, so we pass it to the get next node. We pass it in here, and then we're going to navigate to the next node. Okay, you can see. And also I'm going to extract here another property. I'm gonna extract here context for another agent. You can see if we get into the memory augmented agents, we have the context for another agent. As you can see, I extract here the property, and then I'm going to pass to the graph. Let me take it, and then I'll pass in here context for another agent. Okay, we're going to take that. We're gonna pass it to the graph. I'm going to head into the agent collaboration, and then I'm going to pass it right here. Okay, like this. Okay, like this. The default value here is gonna be null. Okay, like this. Now I'm going to pass here another node here, which is the BrowserAgent node, and pass here. Yeah, let me go back into we're gonna go back into the RouterAgent. I'm going to copy the name here, and then we're gonna pass in here. RouterAgent node. Now pass here RouterAgent node like this. I pass in our node. Now I'm going to take that, and then we're going to use here the router node here is the starting age. I'm passing add age. I'm gonna pass the starts, and then I'm going to pass here the router agent node. Okay, like this. Now we are going to, from the router agent nodes, we're gonna have here a conditional age. We're gonna have here conditional age. You can see in here we got a conditional age here. Okay, that's why I'm gonna pass here add conditional age. I'm gonna add it in here, and then I'm going to take here this router agent node. I'm gonna copy that, and then I'm going to, okay, I think I'm going to pass it in here. I'm gonna take it. This line I'm going to pass at the bottom. Now I'm going to pass here a callback. We are going to pass here the state. I'm going to take that, and then I'm passing here like this. Okay, like this. Now I'm going to copy these two lines, and then I'm passing in here in order to make a little condition. I'm going to check here. I'm going to check if the next node is equal to navigation agent node here. They're gonna take us to the navigation agent node. If the next node is equal to research agents, let me head into the get next nodes. You can see we have here researcher agents. Transfer. Okay, we don't have here the research agents. Let me head into the delegate agent tool. I'm going to head into here. You can see in here we have here researcher agents. I'm going to copy that, and then we're going to pass it into the get next node function. Let me pass here get next node. Okay, like this. Let's head in, and then I'm going to pass you that line here. Let me pass here another condition. Okay, I'm gonna check if we got here this. We got these keywords. If we got these keywords, transfer research agents, we are going to navigate to the researcher agents. Navigation agents. I'm going to pass, let me go back into the graph here. I'm going to copy we're gonna copy the name. Yeah, we don't have here the research agents. And you can see we have already passed the research agents, but we got the research agent node here. Okay, you can see we got a node here, research agent node. We got here this. I'm going to pass here research agent node like this. We got a node. We haven't already passed the graph. I'm going to take it, and then I'm going to head into the graph. I'm going to pass in here. Let me pass it in here like this. Okay, we're gonna pass here this. I'm going to take here the name. That's what I'm going to pass into that's what I'm gonna pass into the get next node function. And here I'm going to pass here this. And then I'm gonna get rid of this line here. Okay, like this. Okay, you can see if we got a keyword transfer research agents, we're going to return this. Now I'm going to head into, I'm gonna copy the name, and then we're gonna head into the conditional age here. I'm going to check here if the next node is equal to navigation agent. They're gonna take us to navigation agent node. If the next node is equal to research agent, they're gonna take us to the research agents. Else we're gonna return here the end node like this. Okay, like this. Let me import here the line. Okay, pretty cool. We just finished in here, guys. We just finished. Okay, I'm going to get rid of the line here. I'm going to get rid of the line here. Okay, like this. We just finished in here, guys. We just finished. This is the graph. If you don't understand how this graph works, I invite you to go check out the LanGraph full course. The link down in the description. Go check it out in order to understand how it works. We just finished, guys. Pretty cool. Now that we finished, we're gonna test the RouterAgent. Okay, that's what we're gonna do. I'm going to ask here ChatGPT to generate us some input I'm gonna pass to our MemoryAgent in order to test it. Okay, I'm gonna pass you this kind of input. Here's the inputs. Generate us. I'm passing 6 inputs that we're gonna pass. Okay, we're gonna pass to our memory agents in order and pass here in order to test it. Okay, this is the input. Okay, generate our 6 input that we're gonna pass to our memory agent in order to test it. We're gonna try to see if the memory agent works pretty well. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to head into the chat controller. Let's head into first the chat controller, and then I'm going to get rid of these testing inputs, and then I'll pass you the message. Okay, as you can see, I passed the message, and I'm going to uncomment here the line. I'm gonna get rid of the user ID. You can see we have here these two property, the user ID and message. I'm gonna get rid of this. We're going to we're gonna take the message, we're gonna pass in here, we're gonna pass it to the input object. And you can see pass here the user ID. Okay, now I'm going to head into the Express server, and you can see in here in order to interact with the chat controller, we pass here at the gates. We pass here this HTTP verb. I'm gonna pass here post, And then I'm going to run here the server. I'm gonna move here and then I'm gonna run here the server. Now I'm going to head into Postman and then we're gonna interact with the agents. I'm going to move here, I'm gonna copy here the base URL. We're gonna pass it in here like this. Then we're gonna head into the body here. I'm going to pass here the message and we're gonna pass here the user ID. Then pass here a random user ID and pass user ID and pass here this value 0001 like this. Now I'm gonna head into here, I'm gonna head into ChatGPT and then I'm gonna copy these inputs, okay? You can see ChatGPT has generated us 6 inputs that I want to pass to the MemoryAgent in order to test it. You can see here's the first input. My favorite programming language is Rust. I prefer dark mode in all my application. I'm going to take that. And then I'm passing here. Let me zoom a little bit. You're gonna pass in here and then you're gonna hit send here. Let's see what we're gonna have here. Okay, actually we don't have here anything. Actually, I'm getting here an error. Okay, let me try to check here this. Yeah, you can see actually we got here not found. Okay, not found. They don't find that route. Now let's go back into the Express server and see what we pass in here. You can see pass here chat without an S. I'm going to pass here chat like this, and then we're gonna tap enter. Okay. Yeah, you can see. Okay, you can see I don't have enough counters to provide a useful response. It looks like let me see here what we got in here, guys. I'm going to move right here. Let me head into the public folder. You can see we got here the public folder. When we pass an input to the agents, we're gonna create the working memory. Okay, here's the working memory. Okay, you can see for the message here, user message. As you can see, we have here undefined. User message, we got here undefined. Now I'm going to go back into the chat controller and then we're gonna fix in something. Okay, let's go back here. You can see in here we pass here AI message, raw AI message. I should pass here user, because if you pass here AI message and we head into the RouterAgent, you can see in here I'm extracting the last human message. As I pass here AI, I'm gonna get undefined. Now it's better to pass here user, and also I'm gonna head into the chat controller and pass here an S like this. Then we're gonna run here the server. I'm gonna run here the server, and we're gonna head into the public folder. I'm going to get rid of the memory folder. I'm gonna get rid of this. Now I'm going to head into here. The server is running. Let's head into ChatGPT and then we're gonna copy that input. We're gonna pass it to the agent. And we're gonna head into Postman. We're going to tap enter here. Okay, so pass here enter. You can see, yeah, I'm gonna pass here S. Then we're gonna tap enter. Okay, you can see we send a message to the agents and then the agents respond here. Now I'm going to head into the public folder. You can see we create here the memory folder. Let me close all of this. You can see we got here the memory folder, and inside the memory folder we have here the working memory. This is the working memory. You can see the user. My favorite programming language is Rust. I prefer dark mode in all my application. Then the agent says this. Got it? Rust and dark mode already noted. Okay, this is the agents. This is the assistant message. If I add into the daily log archive, we don't have here anything. Okay, we don't have here anything because we haven't already filled the thresholds of the working memory. Let me head into the memory. I'm gonna head into the memory handler. I'm gonna show you something in here. You can see we got inside the memory handler. We have here this. Let me head into the index.js. You can see in here we have the model counters limits. When we're gonna hit the threshold, we're going to run into the compression layer. And when we're gonna run into the compression layer, we're going to take the data, we're gonna push into the vector database. And we're gonna take that data, we're gonna store it into the daily log archive. Okay. As we are testing the system, you're gonna see it works. Okay. You can see actually every time we are interacting with the agents, we take the user inputs and the AMS, we store that information into the working memory. And also we store that information into the child tree. If I scroll at the bottom here, you can see at the bottom we got that information into the child tree. We got it in here. Here's the user inputs and the AMS here. Now I'm going to head into the memory.md. You can see inside the memory.md we don't have anything in here. This is the long-term memory, and we have here the system.md. This is the agent personality. If you want to modify the behavior of the agent, you can head into the system.md and then you're gonna pass here a system prompt or an instruction. I'm going to close this. I'm going to test the second input. I'm going to test here the second input. You can see prefer updated. I recently switched from Rust to Go as my primary programming language, but I still like Rust for system programming. Let me copy here this, and then I'm going to pass this to the agent again. I'm gonna move here body. I'm going to tap inner. I'm gonna pass here inter. Let's see what we're gonna have here. I'm going to head into again inside the working memory. You can see here's the user input, and then the AI response here, noted. Your programming language is now Go with Rust. Okay, and you can see the agent has called here to write memory. He is writing to the long-term memory. If I head into the long-term memory, you can see primary programming language, Go, switch from Rust. Still appreciate Rust for system programming. Let me head into ChatGPT. Long-term Go. Okay, I'm preparing for the All Solution Architect certification exam and plan to take it in September 2026. I'm going to take that. I'm gonna pass it to the agent. Let's see what we're gonna have here. I'm gonna take that and pass it to the agent. Then I'm tap inner, and then the agent here. Yeah, you can see again the agent writing to the long-term memory. You can see user is preparing for the All Solution Architects. Okay, you're writing to the long-term memory. Now let me go back here. Every morning at 8 a.m. I review project metrics, and every Friday afternoon I write a weekly status. I'm going to take that. I'm gonna pass it to the agent. Let me take that and pass it to the agent. Okay, I'm tap inner. Yeah, I'm gonna take I live in Nairobi and work remotely for a company based in Berlin. I'm going to take that and pass it to the agent again. I'm gonna tap inner. You can see this is the 6th input, conflict and correction. I try to see if the agent is able to correct itself. Okay, you can see the previous input was I live in Nairobi and work remotely for a company based in Berlin. Most of my meetings are scheduled in Central European time. Correction: I no longer live in Nairobi. I moved to Kigali in May 26, but I still work remotely for a Berlin company. I'm going to take that and try to see if the agent's gonna correct itself. I'm going to move here, and then I'm gonna pass here that input, and then I'm tap in again here. Let me get rid of that input. I'm gonna get rid of that input, and then I'm going to pass here this. Okay, let me get rid of that input right here. I'm gonna get rid of that input, and then I pass here where I live. I'm pass here only this. Let's see what we're gonna have here. I'm tap inner. Let me see the results here. Okay, let me see the results. Let me head into here. I'm not heading to the working memory so that we can see that pretty well. You can see at the bottom I pass here this where I live. And then the assistant respond. You live in Kigali, Rwanda, where you moved in May 2026. You still work remotely for a Berlin-based company, so your meetings are scheduled in Central European time. You can see the agent is able to correct itself and update the memory. If I head into the long-term memory, you can see the agent has updated here the memory. User moved from Nairobi to Kigali in May 26. Still works remotely for a Berlin-based company with meetings in Central European Time. Okay, the agent has updated the memory. Okay. Now, what I'm going to do next here, I'm going to pass another input to the agent to try to check if the agent can pass control to another agent here. You can see, guys, we have here the memory agent, and it interacts with the research agent and the navigator agents. I'm gonna pass it an input to try to check if it's gonna pass control to the research agents. I'm going to ask the agents about the current weather in New York. I'm going to head into here, and then I'm gonna head into the body here. I'm gonna pass you, what is the current weather? What is the current weather in Kigali? And pass here radar. Kigali radar. Okay. What is the current weather in Kigali radar? Okay. This is the inputs. I'm going to pass that to the agents. And you can see if I into the radar folder, you can see we have here the system prompt, radar prompt, memory system prompt. So you can see here pass here this researcher agents, make web research, and pass here find real time. Okay, I'm pass here make web research. As you can see, pass it to agent, research agents, navigation agents. Let me try to tap here enter and see what we're gonna have here first. As I tap enter and we head into in here, you can see the agent has passed control to the navigation agents. Okay, he has passed control to navigation agents. And then you can see the navigation agents move to the weather.com. He moved here in order to check the current weather in Kigali. Let me try to see what he's doing in here. Okay, actually he's trying to search for the current weather. Let's try to see in here. You can see actually the agent is tapping, is looking for the current weather. Okay, he's trying to search the current weather. And then we got Google Capture here. We got a capture. Let me try to resolve here the capture, and then the agent's gonna continue. Okay, actually failed here. Actually failed. We don't have here the current weather. Actually failed. Okay, actually failed because of the capture. Actually failed, guys. You can see actually the agent's still working. Let me head into the working memory and try to see what we got inside the working memory. I'm going to head into the working memory. You can see you haven't already finished here. You can see you haven't already passed anything. It's still searching for the current weather. Let me move here. And you can see again here we got I'm not a bot here. And as we got I'm not a bot, I'm gonna resolve it so that the agent can continue working. And I'm going to do this, guys. I'm going to pass here forwards the input to the researcher. I'm passing this. Now I'm going to cut here the saver, and then I'm going to pass that input again here. Okay, the save is running. Now I'm gonna tap here enter again, and we're gonna try to check if the agent's gonna pass control to the researcher. Yeah, you can see it passed control to the researcher. Okay, actually the researcher is working. I'm going to move here. We're gonna head into the working memory. Okay, you can see this is the input, guys. Okay, this is the inputs. What is the current weather in Kigali? Rather, forward the input to researcher. You can see this is the input that they forward to the researcher. And as you can see, we have a fin tag. Okay, transfer research agents plus the context. The user is asking about the current weather in Kigali. Please research and provide accurate, up-to-date weather information, including temperature conditions, humidity, winds, and any other relevant details for Kigali. And then here we have the condition, temperature, humidity, wind, and we have a UV index. And guys, now I'm going to explain you the daily log archive. You can see, actually, we don't have anything. Let's say I want to limit here the context window. I'm going to head into the working memory. You can see this, the working memory. Actually, I don't know how many tokens we got within the working memory. You can see we have here some data. Now, in order to try to check if the agent is gonna pass data within the daily log archive, we're gonna head into the index. I'm gonna head into the RouterAgent here, and then I'm gonna reduce here the context limit. I'm passing 500, okay, which is equal to 0.5k token. Okay, we're gonna say the model context limit is gonna be 0.k5 token. Now I'm going to pass another message to the agents, and then you're gonna see that the agent is gonna compress the short-term memory. It's gonna compress it. Let me rerun here the save again, and then I'm gonna pass here another input. We're gonna pass here this, hello, my name is Ben, and then I'm tap here inner, and then let's try to see. You can see actually we run into the compression layer. You can see actually we compress the memory because we already hit the thresholds. The thresholds is this. Yeah, this is the thresholds. The thresholds is 0.5k token. We hit the thresholds. That's why you can see we got this. Okay, actually they are compressing the memory, and then they're gonna take the data, they're gonna store it into the vector database. Okay, compressing. You can see we got here this stuff. And then you can see they store the data within the vector database. You can see creating child chains, storing in Pinecone. I'm storing the data within Pinecone because we hit the thresholds. Okay, the threshold is 0.5k token. Now let me head into the daily log file. You can see actually we have here some data. Okay, hello Ben. Hello Ben, nice to meet you. We have here some data. I've noted your name in your name in your profile. Is there something I can help you with today? Okay, this is the data the agent passed into the daily log archive. It passed here the data. It take here everything in here, and then it compress it. It summarize it, and then this is what it passed here. Okay, it passed this stuff. Let's head into the memory.md. Inside the memory.md, as you can see in here, we don't have here my name, and you can see in here we don't have here anything. Let's say I pass here this. I head into here and I pass you, what is my name? What is my name? Let's try to see if the agent's gonna succeed here. I'm going to head into the working memory. You can see I pass here, what is my name? I pass here this, what is my name? And then based on our conversation, your name is Ben, he succeed. You know, he retrieved the data from these two files. He retrieved the data from the long-term memory. Yeah, I retrieved data from the long-term memory and archive files vector DB. Okay, he retrieved the data from three sources: long-term memory, archive files, vector DB, and working memory. It tried to retrieve data from 4 sources. Okay, so I can know what to do next. You can see actually the agent is pretty smart. Okay, pretty smart. Okay, if I pass it this kind of input, you can see previously I passed this input to the agent. My favorite programming language is Rust. Okay, I prefer dark modes in all my application. And then I pass it this. I recently switched from Rust to Go. Let me pass here what is my preferred programming language and see what we're gonna have here. What is my favorite programming language? Let's see what we're gonna have here, guys. I'm tap inner. I'm going to move at the bottom here got it. Yeah, you can see it respond here, got it. Rust, and let me move at the bottom here. Let me head into here. You can see what is my favorite programming language. The agent has retrieved data into the long-term memory. Based on your long-term memory profile, your favorite primary programming language is Go. Okay, you can see you switch to Go from Rust, and it remains your Go. It remains your go-to language for your work. Though you still appreciate Rust for system programming language, it succeeds. And if I head into in here, you can see the agent has called here the tool search memory, and when you call it, it's gonna retrieve data from the vector database. Okay, you get the idea, guys. Okay, you get the idea how the memory agent works. Okay, as you can see, this is a complex, sophisticated system that we implement. Okay, in order to understand how it works, guys, I invite you to practice in order to put everything we already learned so far in practice. Take your computer and open your text editor and try to build the memory agent from scratch, and then you're gonna see the results. I see you in the next lesson. Alright guys, now gonna work on human loop. So what is human loop? Human loop is a feature that allows to put a human within a loop. Let's say we can pass a given input to an agent. Let's say I ask the memory agent to delete a file or to save data within the database. When it's gonna try to call the tool, let's say the RAM memory tool, I'm going to interrupt this operation. And then we're going to give feedback to the human. And if I approve this operation, we are going to write the data within the file. If I reject it, we aren't going to write the data within the file. That's what we call human loop. Human loop is a feature that allows to integrate a human loop, okay, within a system. It's better to have a human loop. Let me give you a little example so that you can understand this pretty well. Let's say you got a finance app, okay? This is a finance app here. And then inside your finance app, we have here an AI agent. The role of the AI agent is to refund a customer. Let's say the AI agent wants to refund a customer $100. Okay, when you try to refund the customer, it's gonna give you feedback first before you send the money to the user. Okay, we have here human. They're gonna give a feedback to the human first. And then in here, as a human, what I'm going to do in here, guys, I'm going to verify this operation. I'm going to check the amount. Okay, I'm going to check the amount. If the amount is valid, I'm going to approve this operation. If the amount isn't valid, I can approve. If the amount isn't valid, I can reject this operation. I can reject it. I can edit the amount. Okay, these are two operations that I can perform. I can reject this operation or I can edit the amount. Okay, and then once I edit the amount, now I can proceed by approving this operation. Okay, that's how human loop. Human loop is a feature that allows to integrate a human within a loop. That allows to integrate a human. We're gonna pass here an input. We're gonna pass the input to the memory agent. And then the memory agent is gonna pass the input to the browser agent. And then if the browser agent doesn't continue, it detects a capture, it's gonna pass control to the JavaScript agent here. The JavaScript agent is gonna work on it. And then when it finish work on it, it's gonna give a feedback to the human. Hey, I noticed that we have a capture. Could you solve that so that we can continue? And then I'm going to intervene. I'm gonna resolve the capture, and then I'm gonna give the feedback to the browser agent. I'm gonna ask the browser agent, hey, continue. I've already resolved the capture. Now you can proceed. Okay, and then the browser agent can continue. Something like this. This is what we're gonna do, guys. Okay, this is the logic. The browser agent detects the capture. It's gonna give me a feedback, and then I can resolve the capture, and then the agent's gonna continue. Okay, this is the core logic. Now, what we're gonna do, guys, in order to implement this feature, I'm gonna head on npm.js.com, and then you're gonna look for this package here, LangChain /LanGraph -checkpoints -MongoDB. You're gonna install that package so that we can persist the state of the graph. If you don't know what is human loop, guys. I got a human loop full course on the channel, the link down in description. You can go check it out, guys. Okay, we're gonna install this package in order to pursue the state of the graph within MongoDB. That's what we're gonna do. Now I'm going to head into the app here, and then I'm gonna pass you another folder. I'm passing checkpointer, and inside the checkpointer, we're gonna pass you MongoDB checkpointer. Okay, as you can see, we have a MongoDB checkpointer. You're gonna import here Mongo client. You're gonna import MongoDB server. Pass the line here, and the line here. Okay, you're gonna do this. Pass this into your MongoDB checkpointer file. And if you wanna copy the code, you can head on npmjs.com, and then you're gonna copy the code. And they explain how it works, guys. Okay, they explain how it works. Now let's go back into the code here. And what we're gonna do next, we're gonna head into the graph folder. You can see we got the graph folder. Inside the graph folder, we got the graph here. You can see we have the graph folder, agent collaboration. Okay, this is the graph, and we have here the nodes. Okay, where we pass in nodes. Now we're going to modify the JavaScript agents. I'm gonna click here. You can see this is the JavaScript agent. Now what I'm going to do in here, guys, I'm going to add another feature to the JavaScript agent. So we're gonna add HumanIin loop. Okay, now I'm going to do this. I'm going to head into in here. You can see I've already passed here a folder. Inside the nodes folder, we got here GS agent. Now let's head into the GS agent, and then we're gonna pass in this feature of human loop. Now I'm gonna import here this. As you can see, we import here the command function. We import it from LanGraph. Let's scroll a little bit. You can see in here I import here the checkpointer. You can see I import here the checkpointer. Okay, in order to save the state of the graph. And also I import here generate ID. I import that function in order to generate a random ID that we're gonna pass to the graph. Now let's continue. I'm gonna pass here generate ID. Okay, we're gonna have here the thread ID. We're gonna take the thread ID, we're gonna pass to the agents. You can see the GS agent function takes here the user input, config property, and resume here. Resume is an option property. Now we're gonna pass here create agents. I pass here the model, tools. You can see we got here this tool, detect capture, run JavaScript, handle dialog. You can see I passed in a tool, resolve capture tool. Previously we didn't have the tool. I added that tool. If I head into the graph, the nodes folder, you can see we have the JavaScript agent nodes. Let me head in, and you can see if I scroll at the bottom, you can see previously we have here we had here free tool previously. I've added here another tool, which is the resolve capture tool. This is the tool that we're gonna use in order to resolve a capture. Now let me click here, and then they're gonna take us into the capture tool. Inside the capture tool file, as you can see in here, we got two tools here. Let me scroll at the bottom here. You can see we got a tool that allows an agent to detect a capture. This is the tool, and we have the resolve capture tool. When the agent's gonna invoke the tool, we are going to put a human loop. It's gonna invoke the tool so that a human can intervene, can resolve the capture. You can see inside the body I pass here message capture is resolve capture. I should pass here capture like this. Capture is resolve after the browser agent to continue. Okay, when the agent's gonna invoke that tool, here's how you're gonna work. Okay, here's how you're gonna work. You can see, let's say we got here the human. The human as the agent here. The agent's gonna invoke that tool, and when he invoke the tool, we are going to put a human in the loop. We are going to have here the human. Okay, we're gonna have here the human. When I approve here, I hit continue. I approve this tool operation. We are going to invoke now the body. We're gonna invoke right here and pass here invoke. We're gonna invoke the body of the tool. Okay, we're gonna invoke the body of the tool. You can see the body of the resolve capture tool is this line here. When I approve this tool operation, they're gonna return this message to the agents. Capture is resolved. Ask the browser agent to continue. This is the method they're gonna pass to the JavaScript agents. Once it receives, it's gonna inform the browser agents that the capture has been resolved by the human. Okay, you get the idea. Now let's go back in here. You can see I pass here this tool, and I pass here the system prompt. Now I'm going to pass here a middleware, HumanIin loop middleware, in order to interrupt the tool call, in order to interrupt the tool execution of the resolve capture. You can set pass here interrupt on. When it's gonna invoke the tool resolve capture, we are going to interrupt the graph. We're gonna pause the graph execution. And you can set pass here allow decisions. We have here approve and reject. And a little description here. Browser agents want you to resolve the capture. This is the message they're gonna send to the human. Okay, this is the middleware that we use if you want to interrupt a tool call. I'm going to pass here the checkpointer. I've already imported the checkpointer for the checkpointer folder. We import it in here. You have to pass here the line so that we can save the state of the graph. Now we're gonna pass here the input, and as you can see, I pass here resume. I'm going to check if resume isn't undefined. If resume isn't undefined, we are going to resume the graph. We're gonna pass in new comment resume true. We're gonna resume the graph, okay? And else we are going to pass here this message. You can see I pass here these instructions to the JavaScript agents. Follow these use instructions before you continue. Use instructions. Step 1, call detect capture 2 to detect the capture. Step 2, if capture found, invoke resolve capture tool so that the human can resolve it. Step 3, informs the browser agent that the human has already solved the capture. Ask him to continue with the ongoing task. You know, when the browser agent is going to pass control to the JavaScript agent, it's going to follow this instruction. And then when it detects a capture, it's going to invoke the resolve capture tool to put a human in loop. And then I'm going to resolve the capture. And when I finish resolving the capture, I'm going to resume the graph. And then the JavaScript agent is going to pass a feedback to browser agent. Hey, the human has already resolved the task. Continue with the ongoing task. This is the message that the JavaScript agent is going to send to the browser agents. Now I'm going to invoke here the graph. I use the stream. As you can see in here, we invoke the graph, and stream mode is equal to update. And then we pass here configure. We're gonna pass it the thread ID. Okay, pass it the thread ID so that we can proceed the state of the graph. Okay, we're gonna pass it the full content. Then I'm gonna check if we have interrupts in chunk. I'm going to return here custom stream data. I'm not returning here interrupts data and the content. I'm not returning here full content is interrupt true, interrupt data. We're gonna return the data, guys. And here I'm going to get access to the tool message and last a message. Then I'm gonna return it. Okay, I'm gonna pass you this stuff. Okay, pretty cool. We just finishing here. Guys. Okay, pretty cool. Let me fix here something. Okay, I'm gonna fix here something. You can see on the line here, the human. You can see step 3. Inform the browser agent that the human has already solved the capture. Ask the browser agent to continue. Okay, with the ongoing task. Okay, pretty cool. We're just finishing here, guys. Now we are going to go back into we're gonna go back into the JavaScript agent node. Okay, we're gonna go back into the node. Now, what I'm going to do inside the node, I'm going to import that function. You can see we got a function here, JS agents. We're gonna import it into the JavaScript agent node file. We're gonna import it in here. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to comment here some stuff. Okay, first of all, I import here the JavaScript agent node, and I import here interrupt function. And then I'm going to comment here some stuff. Okay, we're gonna comment here this stuff here. You can see I comment here this stuff. I'm going to comment here this. Okay, we're gonna get rid of this. Okay, we aren't gonna use here the grade agents. Now I'm passing here new stuff. Okay, I'm not explaining how it works. Let me get rid of this stuff here. I'm gonna get rid of this stuff. Okay, like this. I'm gonna get rid of this stuff. Now let me explain how it works. As you can see in here, I pass here variable results, and I pass here another line is resume. States that resume. I'm going to check if the human decision state is equal to true, we're gonna return true here. Let me head into the agent collaboration, into the graph, and then we're gonna pass here two states here: human decision and resume payload. These properties are gonna be provided by the human. Okay, I'm gonna provide this property within the child controller. Now I'm going to check into the JS agent node. I'm gonna check if the human decision, this property here, is equal to true. We're gonna return true. Number of decisions is resuming. I'm going to take here the number of decisions, and then I'm going to create here an array, and then I'm going to resume the graph based on the number of decisions. And guys, if you don't understand human loop, you don't understand human loop better, okay? You don't understand what is this line here, or what is this line here, or what is this, okay? I got a course about human loop, guys. Go follow this course, 1 hour, and then you're gonna be ready, guys, okay? I'm not gonna get into the details. Now you can see I pass in number of decisions. I pass in this to get the number of decisions, so that we're gonna resume the graph. Okay, I pass in here, and then I invoke here the JS agent function. I pass it the browser input, config property, and then I'm checking here if is resume is equal to true. We're gonna return here, we're gonna pass here the number of decisions. We're gonna pass in here. The object looks like this. Okay, let's say it's gonna look like this. We're gonna have here the type approve. It's gonna be an array. Let me wrap that into an array. It's gonna look like this: approve. Okay, if we got a single number of decision, we're gonna have here only type one. We're gonna have here only a single object. Type is equal to approve. Okay, like this. If we got two number of decision, we're gonna have here these two objects. Okay. Yeah, that's how it works, guys. Okay, go watch the human loop video in order to get the basic. Now I'm going to pass here the JS agents. As you can see, pass here now. This line here is resume, and pass here decision. We're gonna pass here the array, else gonna pass indefine. Then we continue here. I'm checking if is interrupted is equal to true. We are going to return here interrupted data. If I head into the JavaScript agent, you can see I'm checking here. If we got interrupt in chunk, I'm going to return the interrupt data. We're going to return the data. We're going to stream the data. You can see I pass here this. Yeah, I pass here this. Let's go back. Let's go back here. And then here, when the JavaScript agent finish, we are going to pass here human decision and pass here false. Resume payload, we're going to pass here now. Like this, okay? Like this, guys. Okay, try to check the code, guys. Try to check the code. Pretty easy, pretty simple. If you got the basic, you're gonna understand literally everything in here, guys. Okay, try to check the code. You got the basic, you understand everything. Everything is so simple if you got the basic. Pretty cool. We just finished in here. Pretty cool. Now what we're gonna do next, we're gonna head into the graph. Let's head into the graph here, and then we're gonna pass here the check pointer. You can see we copy here the graph on this line. Now I'm gonna pass here, I'm gonna import here the check pointer. We're gonna import it from MongoDB check pointer file. Then we're gonna pass the graph. Scroll a little bit, and then we're gonna pass in here. Like this. If you don't pass here the line, you aren't gonna proceed the state of the graph. It's better to pass the check pointer there. And also don't forget to pass the check pointer into the JS agent. Okay, you can see. After the middle area, pass here the check pointer. If I scroll at the top here, you can see. After the middle area array, I pass here the check pointer. You can see I pass in here. Okay, pretty cool. Pretty cool. If you already do that, let's continue. Now let's head into the child controller, and then we're gonna pass here something. Child controller. Now inside the child controller, I'm gonna import here something. I'm gonna import update human loop status tool. Okay, we got here that tool. We're gonna use the tool in order to hide the approval car. Okay, I'm not getting to that later. Okay, actually I'm gonna give you the overview about that tool. Let's first head into the child tree tool. You can see in here, actually we got two tools. Okay, we got two tools here. You can see we have the route to child tree tool, and we got the read child tree tool. Let me pass you the third tool, which is the update human loop status. Okay, this is the object. We are going to use the ID. Let me head into first the child tree so that you can understand this pretty better. You can see when we write into the child tree, we pass here an ID. Let's say I want to update the property here, the status property. If I want to update it, I'm going to use the ID here. And then I'm going to get access to the status here. I'm going to modify the value to false. And if I modify the value to false, we aren't going to show the approval card. Okay, you get the idea. We aren't going to show the approval card. Let me give you a practical example. I don't know. Let's say we got here the chart here. Okay, here's the chart. We have here message. We have here message at left and message right here. We have something like this. Okay, I'm going to create an approval card. We're gonna pass it in here. We are going to have here, we're gonna have reject here at the left, and we're gonna have approve at the right here. If I click approve, we approve these two operations. We are going to modify the status to false here. We're going to modify the status to false. And if the status is equal to false, we aren't going to show this card. We are going to add it. That's how it works. Now let's go back into the chat controller. And then, as you can see, I've already imported here the tool. I'm going to import here 2 lines. As you can see, I pass here the generate ID. I import a function in order to generate an ID. I import here the command function in order to update the state of the graph. Okay, pass here this. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to move into the function. I'm going to pass it to property, resume and existing thread ID. I'm going to use resume and existing thread ID in order to resume the graph. Okay, that is the goal of this property. The payload, it's gonna look like this when we're gonna want to resume the graph. Let's say the JavaScript agent is called the resolve capture tool. When you're gonna call it, we are going to put a human in the loop. And in order to resume the graph, we are going to send the payloads. We're gonna send the user ID message. It's gonna be empty, existing thread ID. This is the thread ID that we're going to use in order to resume the state of the graph. Resume decision, we're going to pass here this. Decision, this array, and tab here is going to be approved. Now, let's move here. I'm going to continue here. I'm going to pass here now this line, graph ID. I'm going to check if the existing thread ID exists. It means we don't send here this. We don't send this. Okay, we don't send here this. If we don't send this, I'm going to generate a thread ID. And if we generate a thread ID, we aren't going to resume the graph. But if we send an existing thread ID, we're going to resume the graph. We are going to pass something to, we're going to pass something to the input. I'm going to pass it this, resume decision. I'm going to check if we got this payload. We are going to resume the graph. Okay, we're going to pass here, resume decision. We're going to pass it this. And we're going to update some state within the graph. If I head into the graph here, you can see I've passed here 2 states, human decision, resume decision. We're going to update the value because the default value is equal to none. We're going to update them. Now we're going to continue. We have here config object. You're going to pass the thread ID. You're going to pass it to the graph thread ID. You're going to pass it this. We're going to continue here. I'm going to head into now the loop here, and then I'm pass here. I'm gonna check if we got a interrupt data. I'm gonna send that event to the front end. I'm pass interrupt, and I'm pass here interrupt results. We're gonna send the thread ID. I'm going to check here if we got here. I'm going to check here if we got here undefined. Resume is undefined. When we interrupt the tool execution, we are going to create an object, and then we're going to take the data, we're going to pass it into the child tree. Right into the child tree, we're going to take that, and then we're going to pass it into the child tree. It's going to look like this when we write into the child tree. If we don't interrupt a tool, we are going to pass something like this. Okay, if we interrupt a tool, we're going to pass something like this. You understand how it works. You get an idea. Now, let's go back into the chat controller. I'm going to write into the child tree. Then here I'm going to use here the chat history row. I'm not use here the property. You know, when we're gonna write into the chat history, we are going to return something. Let me scroll the bottom here. When we're gonna write into the chat history, we're gonna return the chat history ID. Okay, you can simply say message that ID. I'm gonna return here the ID here, this ID. When I return the ID, I'm gonna use it in order to update the status. Let's move into the chat controller. You can see we got here this. We're gonna write into the chat history. Then I'm going to use the ID. I'm gonna check if we got the ID. I'm going to modify the status. I'm gonna invoke here update human loop status tool. We're gonna modify the status to false. And then I'm going to send the message. Okay, that's cool, guys. Okay, cool. We just finished in here. Alright guys, now that we finished working on the human loop feature, we're gonna test it. We're gonna see how it works. Previously, we passed that input to the browser agent. We asked the browser agent to visit Google and find an article about autonomous agents. But eventually it failed, guys. When the agent tried to visit Google, it came across a capture. Now, what we're gonna do, we're going to pass again that input to the agent, and now we're gonna try to check if it's gonna succeed. I'm gonna take that input here, and then I'm not heading to Postman. We're gonna pass in here. Use the website feature to find an article about autonomous agents and return title and publication dates. This is the input. Now we're gonna click here send. Let me first head into the chat history, and what I'm going to do in here, I'm going to I'm gonna leave it like this. I don't wanna delete the chat history. Let's click here send and try to see what we're gonna have here. And as we hit send, you can see actually the agent started working here, and we're gonna open the browser. Let's wait a bit. You can see the agent opened the browser here, and it tried to visit on Google, and then we come across a capture. So as we come across a capture, we're gonna pause the graph. We're gonna pause the graph because if we continue, they're gonna block us. Okay, we need to pause. We need to pause a little bit, guys. Okay, we're gonna pause. And actually, the agent is thinking about it. And as you can see, pass control to the JavaScript agents. And then we hit here interrupt. We pause the graph. As we pause the graph, I'm gonna head into the browser, and then I'm gonna resolve here the capture. And when we finish resolving the capture, we're gonna ask the agent to continue. That's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna click here, here, here. Then I'm click verify. Okay, there we go. We head on Google. Now I'm going to head into the chat history in order to cap the thread ID. Let's head into the chat history. We're gonna move at the bottom here. You can see we got here this. We have here the thread ID. I'm gonna take it, and then I'm gonna pass it here. We're gonna scroll a little bit. We're gonna pass here the existing thread ID, and we're gonna pass here the thread ID like this. Okay, that's what we're gonna send. I'm going to copy the payload. This is the payload. We're gonna copy that, and then we're gonna head into Postman. I'm gonna pass it in here so that we can resume the graph. Okay, I'm going to move here. You can see we have paused the graph. Actually, you can see we're on Google. Now I'm going to head into Postman, and then we're gonna resume the graph. I'm gonna click here send, and as I click here send, we're gonna resume the graph. Okay, you're gonna see in a matter of seconds. Yeah, you can see the agent continues working. Let me move here. You're gonna see the agent's gonna continues working. Okay, let's wait a bit here. As you can see, the agent is working. Okay, the agent is working here. Okay, again here we have here interrupt. I don't know why we got here interrupt. We have here interrupt. Okay, we get here interrupt. I've already resolved the capture. Let me try to pass you that input. Let's go back here, and then I'm passing that input. I'm gonna hit send here. Let's see what we're gonna have here. As we already opened the browser here, I think the agent's gonna continue. Okay, yeah, you can see the agent continues here. It continues working. Okay, you're gonna see the agent continues working here. You can see continues working. And let me head into the console and see what the agent is doing. Okay, let me move right here. I'm gonna check what the agent is doing in background. Yeah, you can see actually the agent's clicking here. Let me check here. Yeah, you can see the agent here is moved to a different page. You can see you head on Amazon. You already found an article about autonomous agents. Okay, you have clicked here. Okay, you head on Amazon. You can see you head on Amazon and you find here an article about autonomous agents. You can see the rise of autonomous agents. What enterprise leaders need to know about the next wave of AI. Okay, you already find here an article about autonomous agents. Pretty cool, guys. That's cool. You find here an article about autonomous agents. This is an article. Okay, this is an article about autonomous agents. It works pretty well. It works pretty well, guys. Alright, guys, now gonna learn how to handle pop-up and filling a form. Actually, if I ask the browser agent to visit the page here, I'm not heading to here to visit the page. This page is hosted within our Node.js app. You can see this is the base URL that I use in order to get access to it. Okay, we ask the browser agent to visit the page and fill that form here. We have the name, email, telephone, and domain type here. Actually, if we do that, the agent's gonna move here and then it's gonna fill in a form. Because when we take an input and we pass it to the memory agents, the memory agent passes control to the navigation agents, and then the navigation agent is gonna generate an accessibility tree of the page, and then the browser agent is gonna use the accessibility tree so that it can pass data to the form. And that's how it works. So what if I ask the browser agent to move here and click on the login button? And once you click on the login button, I'm gonna ask the browser agent to fill the login form. Okay, you can see this is a pop-up. Actually, our browser agent is unable to perform this kind of task. You know, when I click here, I add another element within the DOM. Okay, I add another element, and as I add another element, it's better to call again the get accessibility tree tool. We're gonna call that tool again. Okay, we're gonna call that tool. Okay, let's say the agent move here and then you click here. When you click here, we are going to call the get accessibility tree tool. Here's how we're gonna do it. Okay, we got here the user input. Here's the input here. Let me pass here user input. We take the user input, we're gonna pass it to the memory agent. Here's the memory agent. And then from the memory agent, we're gonna move to the navigation agent. Okay, and pass here. We got here the navigation agent. Okay, we're gonna take that, and then we're gonna pass it to the navigation agent. The navigation agent is gonna generate an accessibility tree. And then here, we are going to move again to the browser agent. Now we got here the browser agent. And then the browser agent, what the browser agent is gonna do here, it's gonna click on the login button. Click on the login button. Okay, it's gonna click on the button. It click on the button because it is the accessibility tree. Now, once we click on the button, as you can see here, we're gonna have here this pop-up. And then here, as I click here, I'm going to redirect. This is gonna be a new logic. I'm gonna redirect here to another node. Okay, this is gonna be here another node. I'm pass here refresh accessibility tree. We're gonna refresh the accessibility tree. We're gonna refresh the accessibility tree so that the browser agents can have access to this login form. We're gonna refresh it, and what I'm going to do after refreshing the accessibility tree, I'm going to navigate back to the browser agent. We're gonna move here, and then the browser agent is gonna fill the form. This is the logic. Now let's get into the code and learn how to do it. I'm gonna pass here another node, refresh DOM tree node. You know, when we're gonna click, when the browser agent is gonna invoke the click tool, they're gonna take us to the refresh DOM tree node. Let me take here the node here, and then I'm going to pass in here. I'm pass here the node here. I'm going to move here and pass here add node. I'm passing this, and I'm passing here like this. We are going to move at the bottom here and pass an edge, add edge here, and then I'm passing this. From the refresh DOM tree node, we're gonna move to the browser agent node. BrowserAgent node. We're gonna navigate back to the BrowserAgent node, okay, like this. Okay, you can see we have here this stuff. Okay, and here I update here, I pass here the new accessibility tree, and I pass here a little message. The accessibility tree is updated. Do not call the navigation agents. And now I'm going to head into the browser agents. Let's click here. You can see we got here the browser agents. We're gonna head into here, and you can see in here, right here, we got here that the line here, we use the get next node function so that we can navigate to another node. I'm going to head into in here, and then I'm passing another condition. I'm passing this. Okay, yeah, we're gonna pass it the line. I'm going to check if we got a refresh DOM tree. If we got a keyword, they're gonna take us to the node. Let me copy it name. They're gonna take us to the refresh DOM tree node. They're gonna take us to the node. Now we're going to head into the browser agent function. We're gonna head into the function. We're gonna scroll a little bit, and then we're gonna pass it the line. You can see in here, I pass it this. I'm checking here if the tool name is click. If the tool name is click, we're gonna return here this. Okay, full content, and I pass a thing tag refresh DOM tree. When we're gonna detect refresh DOM tree keyword, we are going to navigate immediately to the refresh DOM tree node. We're gonna refresh the accessibility tree, and then they're gonna take us to the browser agent node. You can see they're gonna take us in here, and then we're gonna move to the browser agent node. That's how it works. Okay, pretty cool. Okay, pretty cool, guys. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to move here. I'm going to move right here. I'm gonna show something. I'm going to craft an input. Let me move here. I'm gonna take you this, and then I'm going to move into Postman. I'm gonna pass you this. We're gonna pass here this input, visit this page. We pass here the page. Click on the login button, and then you're gonna fill the login form. As you can see, pass a random email and password. Then click submit. Okay, we're gonna click here send. Let's see what we're gonna have here, and the agent's gonna start working. You can see the agent has started working here, and we open here the browser. Okay, it visits here the wrong page. You can see it visits here the wrong page. It visits here /login instead of /register. Let me check here. Okay, now it visits here the right page. As you can see, it opens here this login form, and then it's gonna try to fill it. Okay, as you can see. Okay, let me close here the pop-up. Okay, you can see we have here multiple. Yeah, you can see it's filling here this one. You can see it's filling here this one. Okay, yeah, you can see start filling here the form. Okay, pass here random email, and then it pass here random password. Okay, you can see it actually works. As you can see, it's filling here the form. It pass here random email and random password. It works pretty well. Okay, it works pretty well, guys. Okay, pretty cool, guys. It works. It works. We just finished working on this stuff here. We just finished, guys. Okay, we just finished working on this section. We learned how to handle pop-up and filling a form. Okay, in order to handle that, you're gonna add this node. Let me close this. We're gonna head into the code here. You're gonna head into the agent collaboration. You're gonna pass here the refresh DOM tree node. You're gonna pass it the node so that you're gonna handle pop-up. Okay, you're gonna pass it the logic, and it's gonna work pretty well. I see you in the next one. Alright guys, now I'm gonna talk about another tool, which is the visual grading tool. When the browser agent is gonna visit a given page, we are going to label all interactive elements. As you can see in the picture, we're gonna label all interactive elements. Okay, this is what the visual grading tool is gonna do. Okay, now let me present you the tool. I'm gonna head into here. You can see we have here this. You can see we have here an array interactive selectors. I pass here href button input text editor. I pass the select tag. I pass here these attributes, and I pass here colors array, and I pass here the grounded elements. I pass here the type, And then we pass here the tool, visual grading tool. Okay, this is the tool, we pass here the logic. And as you can see, I pass here a loop in order to select all these elements within an array. Okay, and then we are going to label them. We're going to label them as you can see within the picture. Okay, now let's run this tool and see it works. Okay, we're going to run the tool and see it works. Now I'm going to head into the source folder. We're going to head into the source folder and then we're going to pass in something. You can see this is the graph here, and you can see we got here the source folder, and inside the source folder we have here something. You can see we have test browser tool. You can see this is the file that we created earlier so that we can test all tools. Now we're going to visit here the page, and then we are going to invoke the visual grading tool. We're going to invoke the tool and see it works. Now let me head into the tool here, and then I'm passing something. I'm going to scroll bottom here, and I'm gonna scroll it up here. You can see pass your sleep function. I'm gonna increase here this number so that we can see what the tool does. Now I'm going to head into the package.json, and as you can see, we have here these scripts. When I'm gonna run npm run playwright, we are going to, when we're gonna run npm run playwright, we're gonna run the file. Okay, okay, you get the idea. Now let's head into the command prompt. I'm gonna run here this command npm run start here. Let me copy this stuff. I'm gonna copy this, and I'm gonna run here. Yeah, let me close that. I'm gonna pass you this. Okay, we're gonna cd and pass the cd like this. And now what I'm going to do, I'm pass here npm run playwright like this. Let me check if the server is running. Okay, the server has already running. You know, we need to run the server so we're gonna get access to this page, localhost/register. Okay, let me check if we're gonna get access to it. We have already run the server here, guys. Okay, we're gonna wait a bit. We haven't already run the server. Let's wait a bit. Okay, as you can see, we run here the server. Now let's head into the browser, and you can see we render the page. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to run here this command, and then you're gonna see what we're gonna get here. I'm gonna move right here. I'm tap here npm run playwright, and as I pass here this, we are going to navigate to that page. As you can see here, we have here, if I head into the test browser, you can see we're gonna navigate to that page, and then we're gonna invoke the tool. Let me move right here. Okay, you can see we open here the browser. You can see, as you can see, we have here this. Let me increase here this number so that you can see that pretty well. We're gonna head into the sleep function, sleep here, and then I'm gonna pass here 10 seconds. Let's run here this, and then you're gonna see what we're gonna get here. Let's run this and see what we're gonna have here, guys. Okay, let's see what we're gonna have here. Okay, we're gonna run here this, and again here you can see we run here this. You can see we have here interactive elements. We label here interactive elements. As you can see, we got something like this. Pretty cool. Okay, and then we close it. Now what I'm going to do, let me pass here another page here, and pass here, yeah, we can pass here Wikipedia, and then we're gonna visit Wikipedia. We're gonna click here. Okay, we're gonna click here, and then I'm gonna take here that. Let's visit Wikipedia and see what we're gonna have here. I'm gonna pass here this and see what we're gonna have here. Let's head into the command prompt, and then we're gonna run here npm run playwright. Let's see what we're gonna have here. Okay, again here we open the browser here. Let's see what we're gonna have here, guys. Okay, let's see what we're gonna have here. Okay, we visit the page here, and then we're going to run the tool. Let's see what we're gonna have here. Oh, okay, pretty cool. It works. You can see we got our interactive elements. Okay, we got our interactive elements. Okay, all of these are interactive elements. We close it again. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to head into the graph. I'm gonna copy that too. I'm gonna head into the graph here. Let me first head into the sleep function. I'm gonna pass here 3 seconds. and we're gonna head into the agent collaboration. You can see we have here this tool, refresh DOM tree. Okay, I'm going to do this. Let me do this. I'm going to pass it at the bottom here. I'm going to pass at the bottom like this, and then I'm pass here a weight here like this. Okay, we're gonna pass here weight, but it's better to pass here. I'm pass here cons, I'm pass here this underscore, I'm pass here the tree is equal to a weight here. I'm going to run this to function parallel, pass here parameters.ro, and then we're gonna take here the visual accessibility, visual grading tool. We're gonna take it, we're gonna pass in here, and then I'm take here the get accessibility tree and pass in here. Okay, we're gonna get rid of this. Okay, pretty cool like this. I'm going to take that tool again, and we're gonna head into another node here. I'm gonna head into the navigation node here, and then I'm gonna pass at the top. Let me scroll at the top here. Okay, I'm going to run it and pass in here too. Okay, like this visual grading tool. We're gonna pass in here. I'm going to head into the browser agents. Okay, inside the browser agents, we're gonna pass it there. Okay, we can pass it only in here. Let me head into, we're gonna head into the vision agent. Let's see if it's better to pass in here. Okay, here's the vision agents. When they're gonna take us to the vision agents, we're gonna run here the tool. Okay, I'm going to pass in here. Yeah, I'm not gonna pass in here. Let me check here another agents. We got here vision agents, web scraper agents. Okay, I'm not gonna pass in here. Okay, let's pass it. Okay, we're gonna later like this. Okay, maybe, yeah, we're gonna later like this. Okay, we're gonna later like this. Okay, we're gonna pass it into two nodes. And let's go back into the agent collaboration. I'm going to take here the node here, refresh DOM tree. We're gonna take that, and then we're gonna pass here file. Let's pass here file. I'm gonna pass here refresh DOM tree and pass it refresh DOM tree node.ts like this, and then we're gonna pass in here. Now let's go back into the browser agents. Let's move at the top here. We're gonna copy everything in here, and then we're gonna pass in here. Let me scroll at the top here. I'm going to pass here this, and we're going to export here. We're gonna export here the nodes like this. Let's import here the get accessibility tree tool. We're gonna import in here. Okay, pretty cool, guys, pretty cool. Now I'm going to head into the agent collaboration file, and then I'm gonna import here that. Let's go back here. We're gonna get rid of this line here, and you can see at the bottom here, I'm getting here typing error. Pretty cool. We get rid of the error. Now let's head into the browser here. I'm going to run here the app. We're gonna run here the app. Now I'm going to head into Postman, and then we're gonna craft here an input. Let me head into the body here. I'm going to ask the agent to visit Wikipedia and find me an article about computer science. I'm passing computer science, I'm passing color. Yeah, we can pass even JavaScript programming language. I'm passing JavaScript programming language. Give me a summary about it. Okay, we're gonna pass here that input. Let's click here send and see what we're gonna have here. The service is running. Now I'm gonna click here send. Let's see what we're gonna have here. The agent's gonna visit here GitHub. Okay, we're gonna click here send. The agent's gonna visit Wikipedia. Let's see what the agent is gonna do in here. Okay, actually the agent doesn't react here. It doesn't react. Let me tap here enter. Okay, let's see. Actually the agent start working. Okay, we don't see here anything. We don't see here anything. Let me move right here. I'm gonna clear out all message here. I'm gonna pass here. Let me pass here. Ask the browser. I'm pass here forward to the navigation agents. Let's click here, send again, and see what we're gonna have here. Maybe the memory agent, it doesn't pass control to other agents. Yeah, you can see actually works. Now it's gonna pass control to another agent here. And as we pass here this, we're gonna open the browser. As you can see, we open here the browser. And then let's see if we're gonna call that tool. Yeah, you can see we call here the visual accessibility. Yeah, we call here the visual grading tool. Okay, let's see what the agent is gonna try to do in here. You already find here an article about JavaScript. As you can see, guys, you already find an article about JavaScript. You already find it. Okay, cool. You already found an article. Let me see what the agent is doing in the background. Okay, you already found an article. As you can see, you already found an article. As you can see, you already found an article. Okay, pretty cool. And that's how the visual grading tool works. Okay, that's how it works. Visual grading tool. And now, guys, what we're gonna do next, we're going to move to the front end. Okay, we're gonna move onto the front end. Okay, in the next chapter, we're gonna start working on the front end. Okay, I see you there. Alright guys, now we're gonna work on the front end of our app using React. This is the tech that we're gonna use in order to build it. Now we're going to head on vid.dev. Head into in here, and then you're gonna scroll a little bit. You're gonna get into the getting started menu here. Scroll a little bit, you're gonna see that section, scaffolding your first Vid projects. Then you're gonna choose your node packing manager. As I'm using npm, I'm gonna choose here npm. I'm gonna copy the line here, and then I'm gonna take it and then I'm pass it into my command prompt here. Okay, I'm tap enter, and then they're gonna prompt me here. Okay, run here this command, and then you're gonna tap enter. Okay, once you tap enter, you're gonna see this. You're gonna pass the project name and pass here BrowserAgent front end. Okay, this is the name of my project, BrowserAgent front end. I'm gonna tap enter, and as you can see here, I'm gonna choose a framework. As you can see, we got Vue, React. Okay, we got Silvex. Now I'm gonna pick here React. I'm tap enter. Now I'm gonna pick here another tech here, a variant. I'm gonna choose TypeScript. Okay, let me pick here something. As you can see here, we got TypeScript, JavaScript, and we got here this. Okay, I'm going to choose here this. I'm gonna choose TypeScript. Then I'm tap enter. I'm tap here yes. Okay, and then you're gonna install it. Okay, like this. Do that, and then you're gonna set up the front end. After that, you're gonna head on TailwindCSS.com, and then you're gonna head into the installation menu. You're gonna scroll a little bit, and then in order to install TailwindCSS, we're gonna copy the command. Let me head into in here and see if we already finished installing the front end. Not yet here. Okay, as you can see, we haven't already finished installing the front end. We're gonna wait a bit, and then we're gonna install TailwindCSS. Now I'm gonna copy this. And then what I'm going to do, I'm going to cd within the front end. I'll pass the browser, and then I'll pass the front end like this. We're gonna head in, and then I'm gonna run here this command in order to install TailwindCSS. Let me open here for the project. Let me go back here, and then I'm gonna copy the command line. I'm gonna copy the line here, and then I'm gonna pass it in here. Okay, like this. And as you can see, we open here the project. Okay, this is the front end. And now what I'm going to do, as you can see, we get here the index.html file, and we got the source folder here. We have the app.tsx, the index.css, and main.tsx. Okay, we got here these files. Now let's go back here and see if we already installed TailwindCSS. You can see actually I'm installing TailwindCSS. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to take the line and then I'll pass into the v.config.ts. We're gonna take the line here, and then you're gonna pass into the let's head into v.config.ts. Okay, we're gonna pass in here, and let me copy here. We're gonna take it out, and then we're gonna pass to the plugins array. Now I'm going to go back here, and then we're going to pass the TailwindCSS as a plugin like this, and we just finished. And also we're gonna take something here. if I go, yeah, if I scroll at the bottom here, you can see we need to take the line, and we're gonna pass into the index.css. We're gonna take it, and then we're gonna head into the index.css. Yeah, the index.css is right here. Okay, this is, let me head into first the main.csx. You can see here we import the index.css. Let's head in, and then we're gonna pass it the line. I'm gonna scroll at the top here, and then I'm passing this line. Okay, cool. Like this, and we just finish, and you can see here we already we finished installing TailwindCSS. Okay, now I'm going to type here again npm run dev, and then we're gonna run the front ends. Okay, pretty cool. Now what we're gonna do next, we're gonna work on the login page and the chat page. Now we're gonna head into in here, and then we're gonna pass here layout folder. As you can see, I pass the layout folder. And you're gonna pass here the pages folder. Inside the pages folder, we're gonna pass here off folder, and inside the off folder, I'm gonna pass in login page. Let me pass the login page.tsx. We're going to pass here another folder. We're gonna name it chat, and inside the chat folder, we're gonna pass in the chat page.tsx. Okay, like this. Now let's pass in another folder. We're gonna name it 404, and we're gonna pass in not found page. Not found page.tsx, like this. Okay. Now I got a bullet plate in here. I'm gonna copy it real quickly, and then I'm pass it. Okay, we're gonna take that. Okay, here's this bullet plate here. I'm gonna copy that, and then I'm pass it into the not found page. Okay, like this. Pretty cool. Now I'm going to head into the layout folder. And inside the layout folder, I'm passing a layout. I'm gonna start with the off layout. I'm gonna copy this, and then we're gonna head into the layout folder. I'm passing here the file. Okay, off layout. Now I'm going to copy here the off layout. We're gonna copy this, and then we're gonna pass it in here. And then we're gonna pass here the off layout. Okay, pretty cool, like this. Everybody in here know React. Okay, I consider you know React, guys. We're gonna take this, and then we're gonna pass into the chat layout. Take that, and then we're gonna head into the layout folder again. We're gonna pass here chat layout.tsx. Okay, like this. Pretty cool. Now what I'm going to do next, I'm going to install that package. Head on react.router.com, head into the menu here. You can see data mode, and data mode we got the installation menu here. Click here, and then they're gonna take you in here, and then you're gonna copy the command npm install react router. And after that, you're gonna head into the main.txt. You're gonna import in the router provider. I'm gonna take that, and then I'm gonna head into the main.txt. We're gonna head in, and then you're gonna pass here router provider. Okay, like this. And I'm going to copy here that line here. Okay, we're gonna take that, and then you're gonna pass it in here. Okay, pretty cool. As you can see, actually, I'm getting here an error. Router is not defined. We're gonna head into the source folder. We're gonna pass the router folder, and then I'm passing index.tsx. Index.tsx. Okay, like this. Now we're going to head into the router, and then I'm gonna pass in here this. Okay, we're gonna pass in the router. Okay, I'm passing here, and I've already prepared here the router that we're gonna pass into the index.ts. I'm gonna copy this, and I'm gonna get rid of this one here. I'm gonna remove here this, and I'm pass here this one. And now what I'm going to do, I'm gonna import here this page here. Okay, you can see cannot find module. Okay, they don't find the module. Now in order to find the module, yeah, you can see we are getting here an error, cannot find module at /layer/off layer. Okay, in order to fix that error, we're gonna head into the v.config.ts, and I'm import here the path module, and we're gonna pass here the line resolve in order to point to the source folder. Okay, we're going to use the @ and then we're gonna pass the name of the folder where we want to get access to data. Okay, we want to get access to the assets. Now I'm going to go back. I'm going to head into the main.tsx. Okay, it's the main.tsx, and you can see in here we import here the index.css. Now let's head into the index.css, and then I'm going to get rid of the CSS. I'm gonna select everything in here, and then I'm gonna remove it. I'm going to head into we're gonna head into the all folder, and then I'm going to head into the login page. I'm gonna pass here login page, and then we're gonna pass here the function handle Google login. Then we're gonna pass here this little div. Now let's head into the browser and see what we can here. I'm going to move here. Yeah, you can see actually I'm getting here an error because we don't have here the off callback page. I'm going to pass here the off callback page. We're gonna use the page in order to retrieve the data when we authenticate. Okay, I'm not getting to the details later. Okay, if you don't understand what is the off callback page, you're gonna understand it later. We're gonna use it in order to retrieve the data when we authenticate. Now I'm going to move here. You can see we got here the login page. Now let's go back here, and what we're gonna do next, we're going to head into the source folder, and then I'm passing the helper folder. Okay, here's the helper folder. Now instead of the helper folder, we're gonna pass a function that allows us to make HTTP requests. I'm passing make HTTP. Yeah, make HTTP rec.ts. Okay, we're gonna pass here the function, and I'm passing the function get user data like this, .ts. Okay, pretty cool. Now I'm going to copy the function. Okay, I'm gonna copy the function and then I'm pass it here. Okay, I consider, you know, what is the fetch API. Okay, I'm not gonna get into the details, guys. As you can see, we have here the HTTP verb, we have get post puts, and we got here the function make HTTP rec. It takes here the HTTP verb and the endpoints plus the input here. The input is an optional object, and then I pass here fetch. We're gonna pass the base 0 and / the endpoint that we want to hit. Okay, pretty cool, like this. Pretty easy. Now what I'm gonna do next here, guys, we're gonna head into the source folder. Let's head into the root of the app, and then I'm gonna pass here the env. Now I'm going to copy something here. I'm going to take here the vit API URL. This is the name of the environment variable that I'm gonna pass here, and then we're going to move here. We're gonna take here this. Okay, I'm gonna take here this, and then we're gonna pass in here. For the ports, we're gonna pass here 5000. Okay, this is the port 5000. Now I'm going to pass in a folder. I'm gonna name it config, and I'm passing for getenv. Yeah, I'm passing getenv. Yeah, we're gonna pass getenv.ts. Okay, like this. Now I'm going to copy the line, and then I'm going to pass it in here. Pretty cool. Now let's head into the helper folder, and then we're gonna import here the API URL. I'm gonna import it in here. Okay, like this. Okay, now let's head into the get user data. Instead of the get user data, we're gonna pass here a function that allows us to retrieve the data from the local storage. Now let's head into in here, get user data. Okay, yeah, I'm going to copy this, and then I'm passing it into the make HTTP rec. Let's get into the get use data. Instead of the get use data, we're gonna pass here the function in order to retrieve data from the local storage. As you can see, I pass here local storage that get item use data. Then I'm checking if the use data isn't none. I'm going to return a JavaScript object like this. Now, what I'm gonna do next here, I'm going to head into the source folder. I'm passing our folder. We're gonna pass here API folder, and inside the API folder, we're gonna pass here file. We're gonna name it. Yeah, I can pass here off.ts. Now, inside the off.ts, let's pass here this line. As you can see, I import here the make HTTP rec in order to retrieve use data from the server. Let me import it in here. Okay, actually we don't import it in here, and you can see I'm getting here an error. Let's head into in here, and we're gonna export it. Okay, export it in here. Let's go back here and see why we don't import it in here. Okay, actually we don't import it in here. Let me pass here imports, and then I'll pass here make HTTP rec. We're gonna pass here make HTTP rec. We're gonna import it, and we're gonna define here type of data type. Now I got the type. I'm gonna copy it in here, and then I'm gonna pass into the types folder. We're gonna pass in another folder. We're gonna name it types. Okay, types, and then we're gonna head in. I'm gonna head in and pass here of types. Yeah, of types.ts. We're gonna head in, and then we're gonna pass you this. When we authenticate, we're gonna get the ID of the user, the name, email, image, Google Access Token, Google Refresh Token, Google ID. Okay, we're gonna get data. Now I'm going to I'm gonna get rid of the app.tsx. We don't use this. And the app.css. We're gonna get rid of these two. Okay, we're gonna stay with the index.css. Okay, and you can see inside we pass here Tailwind.css. Everything is okay, guys. Now I'm gonna go back here and then I'm gonna import here the tag. Now I'm going to head into the browser and then we're gonna click here continue with Google. So once we click here continue with Google, they're gonna take us to this endpoint. If I move at the back end here, you can see this is the Express server. You can see we have here that endpoint in here, /Google. You can see a pass in here. Okay, if I head into the login page, when we're gonna invoke the function, they're gonna take us, we're gonna hit /Google. And once we hit that endpoint, they're gonna take us on Google in order to get the data of the user. And then once we get data of the user, they're gonna take us back to this endpoint here. You can see front-end app URL. So in order to get the front-end app URL, I'm going to move here and then I'm gonna copy it. You can see this is the login page and we got also the callback page. If I head into the router, you can see we got here the callback page. In order to get it, we need to pass here /callback. And you can see actually we don't have here anything. Now I'm going to take that and then I'm pass it on backend. Front-end app URL. We're gonna head into the data and then you can see we are going to modify here this. This is the front-end app URL. Front-end app URL /callback. Now I'm going to move to the front-end and then what I'm going to do inside the /callback, I'm going to retrieve the data of the authenticated user. Let's head into the callback page here and then I'm gonna import here use effects, get use data, and I'm going to invoke here the function get use data. As you can see, if I head into the auth.ts, we got here the line here in order to retrieve the data. Okay, as you can see, auth/me return the data of the authenticated user. If I scroll at the bottom here, you can see we got auth/me here. We return the data of the authenticated user. Now let's go back here, and what I'm going to do in here, guys, I'm going to go back here and then I'm going to check here if we got data. I'm going to take the data and then I'm gonna store the data into the local storage. As you can see, I pass here local storage .setrm use data, and then I pass here gsem.stringify pass here the user, and then they're gonna take us to the chat page. Now we're gonna import the get use data function. Let's import it like this, and also we are going to pass here use effect at the bottom here. We're gonna pass use effect like this. We're gonna invoke the function, and here I'm pass here chat, okay, like this, and we're gonna import here get use data. Okay, pretty cool. Everything is okay in here, guys. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to restart here the server. I'm gonna restart the server, and then we're gonna move here. We're gonna try this. I'm going to head on the login page. Okay, login page, and now let's try this. As you can see, the server is running here. Now we're gonna click continue with Google and then we're gonna try this. Now I'm gonna click here continue with Google. Okay, let's click here again and let's continue. And now let's click here continue again. Okay, yeah, you can see actually works pretty well. Actually, they take us to the chat page. It works. And you can see I'm getting here an error because we haven't already put anything into the chat page. That's why we got this error. If I head into the local storage, let's head into the console here. Let's head into the console. I'm going to type in something. I'm gonna try to check if we got the use data into the local storage here. I'm type here something. Let me move here, right here. I'm passing local storage that get use data. If I pass a get rm and pass get use data, we can see actually we got the user data stored within the local storage. Okay, here's the use data. Okay, now what I'm going to do, I'm gonna head into the chat page here. Here's the chat page. Yeah, I'm going to move to the front end, and then we're gonna head into the pages folder. We're gonna pass something into the chat. Yeah, let's head into we're gonna head into the chat page here, and then I'm gonna pass in something. I'm pass here. I'm going to head into here. Let me copy this stuff. I'm gonna copy everything in here and then I'm passing into the chat page. And I'm gonna get rid of this function right here. And we're gonna pass here chat page like this. Pretty cool. And then we're gonna export it. And now I'm passing chat page like this. Okay, now I'm going to move here and then we're gonna try this. If I tap enter, you can see actually we got something. Let me close here this. You can see actually we got the chat page here. Now what we're gonna do next, we're gonna head on Redux. Now in order to install Redux, we're gonna head into the installation menu. Then you're gonna select here, you're gonna copy the command, then you're gonna pass it in here. Okay, and also you're gonna scroll a little bit. We're gonna install a complementary package. You're gonna take here this and then you're gonna pass it in here. You're gonna pass in here. Okay, now I'm gonna pass that there. Let's scroll a little bit. Okay, we are done in here. Now I'm going to head into in here at the bottom here. You can see we got here tutorials. You can see TypeScript quick start. Click here and then you're gonna see this. Okay, you're gonna see this. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to head into the source folder and then I'm gonna pass in the store folder. Okay, let's head into the source folder and then I'm gonna pass here the stores folder. Okay, like the stores folder. And inside the store folder, I'm pass here the index.ts and I'm pass here a slice chats slice.ts. Now inside the index.ts, we're going to copy this stuff here, these tabs. I'm taking these tabs and then I'm pass it into the, we're gonna pass in here. Okay, right here. And I'm going to copy it to this. I'm going to pass it in here like this. And now what we're gonna do, guys, we're gonna work on the chat page. You can see here's the chat page. We're gonna work on it. Now I'm going to head into the chat page and then I'm pass here to components. We're gonna pass here the browser component and the chat component. The chat component is a component that we're gonna use so that we can interact with the browser agents. And we got also the browser component. So we're gonna use the component to display to see what the agent is doing in the computer. Now I'm going to head into, we're gonna head into the component folder. You can see I've already passed it in here. Actually, we don't have anything into the component folder. Now I'm gonna pass here the chat components and we're gonna pass here the browser components. Now let's get into the browser components, and then inside the browser components is what we're gonna pass in here. And as you can see at the bottom here, we got here an iframe. Okay, it's gonna point to our computer. We're gonna run our app into a container. Okay, we are going to point to our computer. Now I'm going to go back into the chat.ts6, and then we're gonna pass here the content, and then I'm gonna pass here the content. This is the body, okay, of this component. Let's head into the browser and see what we got here. Okay, actually I'm getting here an error. Let me finish working on the component. Okay, I'm going to head into the chat page here, and then I'm gonna fix here an error. Let me check here if we got an error, because actually we don't render that component. You can see actually I'm getting here an error. Oh yeah, you can see we got here this. As you can see at the left we have the chat component, and at the right we got the browser components. Okay, pretty cool. And if you want to build this, you can use ChatGPT in order to build it. You can say I've used ChatGPT. It's pretty simple, guys, pretty simple. You can use ChatGPT to build these components. Okay, we got this. Now what I'm going to do next, I'm going to fetch a list of message. Okay, we're gonna fetch a list of message. You can see we got the chat components. We are going to populate it with a list of message. Now what I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to head on the server. Okay, here's the server, and then we're gonna head into the app folder. You can see here's the app folder. We're gonna head into controllers. You can see we got the chat controller. Now I'm passing that controller, which is the chat history controller. Let's get in. Now inside the chat history controller, I'm going to fetch the data from the chat history file. You can see if I head into the public folder, you can see we got the chat history.json. Okay, I'm gonna use the child history controller in order to retrieve data from the file. Now I'm going to pass here this. We're gonna send the user ID and thread ID, and then I'm going to check here if we got the user ID. If we don't have here the user ID and thread ID, we're gonna throw an error. And if we got the user ID and thread ID, we are going to retrieve the data from the child history.json. And then we're gonna return a list of message. Now I'm going to do this. You can see I pass here the thread ID. I'm going to comment here the thread ID. I'm going to use only the user ID. For the thread ID, we're gonna put it later. Okay, we're gonna put it later. Let me remove here this, and then I'm gonna comment here this. We're gonna head into the read child history. We're gonna take the thread ID. I'm gonna remove it, and at the bottom, I'm gonna remove it in here too. And right here, I'm going to get rid of the thread ID right here and in here. Okay, I'm not gonna use it in order to fetch data. We're gonna use only the user ID. Okay, like this. Okay, we're gonna get rid of this. Okay, pretty cool. Okay, you can see, pretty cool. If I head into the child history.json, you can see we got a list of mess in here, and we got here the user ID. Let's try to fetch the data. Okay, we're gonna try to fetch data. I'm going to take the get child history function and pass into the Express server. Let's head in, and I'm gonna scroll at the bottom here, and I'm going to pass here app.get, and I'll pass here child history like this, and then I'm gonna pass here the get child history root here. Okay, like this. We're gonna pass in here. Okay, I'm gonna import it like this. Okay, we're gonna import it and pass here /. Now we are going to restart the server, and then we are going to head into the browser to try to see if we're gonna get data. Okay, I'm going to take that endpoint, and then I'm not edit. Let's move here and pass the localhost. For the ports here, we're gonna pass 5000 / and pass here child history, and then I'll pass the user ID is equal to 001, and then I'm tap enter. Okay, actually we don't have the data. Let me head into the child history and see where we child history and pass the child history. Let's move child history.json. You can see in here we got the user ID is equal to 00. Let's copy this, and then we're gonna pass in here. We got here this. Oh yeah, you can see we got an array of message. Okay, pretty cool. We got an array of message. Now we're gonna take the array of message, and then we're gonna pass it into the front end. We're gonna pass it in here. Now I'm going to head into the front ends. Okay, and we're going to head into the API folder, and inside the API folder, I'm passing here another file. You can see I passed another file, which is the chat.ts. Now let's get into the chat.ts, and in here I'm going to pass here the function in order to fetch the child history. Okay, you can see fetch child history. We're gonna pass the user ID only. Let me get rid of the project ID. We're gonna send only the user ID. We're gonna get rid of this. Now I'm going to head into another file. We're gonna head into the tabs folder. You can see we got here the chat tabs. Let's head in, and then you're gonna pass here this human loop action and pass it the type. And pass here the chat message tab. We got the row, content, thinking, user ID, project ID. Okay, right here, I'm going to, where we got project ID here, you can see if I move on the server, we got here thread ID. We're gonna remove that, and then we're gonna pass in here. Okay, like this. And this is the shape of a message. Okay, you know, if we head into the child history.json, you can see this is the shape of a message. We got the ID, row, user ID, thread ID, contents, and human loop objects. That's what I pass here. Okay, that's what I pass here. Now I'm going to go back into the chat.ts, and then I'm gonna import these tabs. I'm gonna pass it in here. Okay, pretty cool. Now let's head into we're gonna head into the stores folder, and then you can see I've already passed here the chat slice. Let's head in, and then we're gonna pass here this. We're gonna pass here get child history. This is a func, create a sync func, and then I invoke here fetch child history. I return the data. Now we're gonna pass here the chat states. We have the message, loading, and the error. I'm passing here the initial state. I tap it with the chat states. Now let's head into the reducers, and we're gonna pass here that action, clear chat, to initialize the mess array. I'm gonna pass here another one. As you can see, I pass here add user and a placeholder. You know, when a user tap a message, we're gonna push it into the message array. I'm not pushing the user message and the a message. And as you can see, we're gonna pass here for the content, it's gonna be here empty, and for the thinking, it's gonna be empty. As you can see, I pass here this. Now, when with the AI response, we are going to invoke the function in order to append the data to the last A message. Okay, you can see we got for the A message, as you can see, the content is empty. Now, when the A is going to be responding, I'm going to update the content, okay, in real time. As you can see, I'm going to extract the last A message, and then I'm going to append the data to the content property. That's how it works. Now, let's pass the extra reducers, and we're going to invoke here getChildHistory function. Okay, like this. Let's export here these two functions. Append to last A message and add user and a placeholder. Now, let's head into the Next.js, and then we're going to pass you the chat slice. Okay, cool, pretty cool. We're just finishing here. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to head into the chat page here. I'm not heading to the chat components. Yeah, chat.ts. And what I'm going to do in here, I'm not pass here, I'm passing use effects. I'm not import here the getChildHistory function. You can see I pass in here. We're gonna import here get use data to get access to the use data and chat message. Okay, we're gonna import that component too. Now I'm gonna pass here use dispatch hook and use select hook. We're gonna get access to the mess array, and we invoke here get use data in order to get access to the user ID. Okay, like this. Now let's continue. I'm gonna pass here bottom ref. This is a property that we're gonna use so that we can scroll at the bottom. I'm gonna get into that later. And I pass here a random user ID for testing purposes. You know, if I move on the backend here, you can see within the child3, the JSON file, we got the user ID here. The actual value is 001. I'm going to use that ID here in order to check if we're gonna get access to data. Okay, that's what I pass here. Now let's pass the use effects, and we're gonna invoke the getChildHistory function. We're gonna pass it the user ID. Now we're gonna pass you the mess array, and inside the mess array, I pass you the chat message. The chat message is a component that we're gonna use in order to display the AI and user message. Now I'm going to head into the component folder, and then I'm passing here chat message. Okay, these are the components. And as you can see inside the components, I'm making here a little check here. Okay, if the message here is AI, we're gonna return here this. If is agent, yeah, if is AI, we're gonna return this. Else we're gonna return this. It means it's a human. As you can see, I pass in our component markdown formatter to format markdown. Let's pass in the components. I'm gonna pass in here markdown formatter. Okay, this is the markdown formatter. In order to get the markdown formatter, you need to install the React markdown. If I copy this and then I head into the browser, let me head into in here, and I'm gonna show you something. I pass npm React markdown. They're gonna take you in here, and as you can see, you're gonna head on npm.js.com, and you're gonna run the command in order to get it. And if you scroll at the bottom here, we got the code. We got the code here, guys. They explain how to use it. Okay, I've already do it for you. Okay, now you need to pass it in here, and it's gonna work. Okay, like this. This is the markdown formatter. And also install remark.gfm. Okay, install the second package too. Now let's head into the browser and see what we got here. I'm gonna move here, and there we go. You can see we got here a rev message. Okay, hello, hello, hello. Now what we're gonna do next, we're gonna add the chat input at the bottom. Okay, we need to interact with the browser agents. We need a chat input in order to send a message. And when we're gonna send a message, we're gonna hit that endpoint. Let me head into the Express server, and then I'm gonna show you an endpoint. As you can see, we have here the chat endpoints here. Okay, we got in here. We're gonna pass here API base /chat. This is the endpoint I'm gonna pass on the front end so that we can send a message. Now we're gonna head into the chat.ts, into the API folder on the front end. You can see we have here the API folder. We're gonna head in, and then we're gonna pass here this chat inputs. This is a tab. You can see we're gonna pass the method and the user ID. If I head into the chat controller, as you can see in here, extracting here the method and the user ID from body. Okay, to property here. Now let's go here. We are going to send here the method and the user ID. We pass it to the fetch API. Now let's head into the component folder, and then we're gonna pass here another component, which is the chat input. Okay, here's the chat input. Now in here, what I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to pass here this. Okay, this interface chat input props. And as you can see, I pass here on send. This is a function on abort. If I invoke the function, we're gonna pause the graph. On pause, I'm gonna get rid of this one here. I don't know why I've added here. I'm gonna get rid of this later. We have here the loading property. When we pass a loading property to the chat input, inside the chat inputs, we have a loading indicator. If the value is equal to true, we're gonna show it up. Else, we're gonna hide it. Now I'm going to pass the chat input. I'm gonna tap it. I'm passing the prop chat input. Then you can see inside the chat input, we have here a state, okay, value. And when we're gonna invoke here this, we are going to update the value property. Okay, when we're gonna invoke the setValue function, we're gonna update the value property. We have here handle send. When we're gonna invoke the function, we're gonna send a message. We have here handle key down. When we're gonna tap in, we're gonna send a message. You can see inside of it, I pass here handle send. Now I'm going to pass you the input, and on the input we pass you the value. On key down event, on change, and some on change function, we invoke set value. Every time I tap something within the chat input, we're gonna update the value property. Okay, now let's pass here another div where we pass a loading indicator. You can see I'm checking here if the value is equal to true. For the loading, we're gonna display here the block, else we're gonna display the button. Okay, we just finished it for the chatting, else we're gonna display the button here. For the chat input, we just finished. Now we are going to head into the chat page. Yeah, we're gonna head into the chat.ts, and what I'm going to do in here, I'm going to get rid of the default value that we passed earlier here. I'm passing use data. I'm not retrieve the data. I'm not retrieve the user ID from the local storage. Let's import at the top here the chat input and the chat function. Let's create a bottom. I'm gonna pass here the loading indicator that we're gonna pass to the chat input. We're gonna pass here user message ref, and I pass here typing ref. I use these two properties so that we can simulate AI typing. When we're gonna receive a chunk of message from the server, we are going to take it and then we're gonna push it into the user message ref. And then I'm gonna create another function here in order to remove this message from the array so that we can simulate typing. And as you can see in here, you can see I pass here. You can see in here inside the tab next user message. I'm checking here if the array, the length here is equal to 0. I'm not return here anything. Else here, I'm going to retrieve a chunk, and then I'm going to convert it into, yeah, you can see in here pass here user message.current. I'm gonna retrieve here chunk, and then I'm gonna return here a string, and then I'm gonna take the string, I'm going to pass it to append to last MS. If I click here and we head into the chat slice, you can see we got here this. Okay, we got here this. Okay, as you can see, we have here this stuff. You can see we use the append last a message in order to append a message within the message array. We are going to append the data to the content property. You can see we extract the last a message and then we append the content. Okay, we're gonna append the content and then we're gonna simulate typing. Okay, now let's pass in our function send message. It takes here the input. Now I take here the input, I remove a space if we get space within the input. Then I'm gonna initialize here the user message ref. User message ref that current is equal to an empty array. I'm going to invoke that function in order to add a message within the message array. I'm passing try catch in case we got an error, we're gonna catch it. Then here I invoke the chat function in order to send the user ID and message. Then I start streaming in here. I pass here res.body.getReader in order to start streaming. And I define here this line here. The decoder is equal to new text decoder in order to decode a message. And I pass here the buffer variable. We're gonna store the streaming test. Okay. Now I extract here the value and done here. And then I'm checking if we got done is equal to true. We're gonna get out of the loop. Else we're going to continue here and pass the buffer. I'm going to pass data to the buffer and pass the decoder.decode. I'm gonna pass the value. And then I'm gonna convert the string into an array. You can say pass the const lines is equal to buffer.split. I'm gonna convert it into an array. Then I'm going to start removing a piece of message within the lines array. You can say pass the buffer is equal lines.pop. Now we're gonna pass in our variable current event. We're gonna store a current event. I'm gonna start iterating through the lines array, and then I'm going to displaying here the message. You can see in here I'm making here little check. If trimmed start with event, we're gonna get here the name of the event, and then we're gonna store into the current events. In the else if, I'm going to check if you have data dots. I'm going to parse here the data, and then we're gonna get access to the JSON. If I go to the save here, you can see I pass here message, and then I pass here JSON. Okay, send save as send events. This is a function, and inside of it here, as you can see, I stringify here the data. Now, in order to convert it to a JavaScript object, we're gonna pass here JSON.parse. I'm going to move in here now. I'm gonna check if you have the message, and then we're going to we're gonna invoke that function here. Tap next use a message to simulate that the AI is typing. Okay, we're gonna invoke the function, and then we're gonna check if the current event is equal to end or error. I'm going to modify the value of the loading property to false here, like this. We're gonna pass in our section use effects. And in here, I'm making here a little check. I'm listening to changes that we got within the message array and loading. Every time we are modifying every time we are adding something into the message array, I'm going to scroll at the bottom. Okay, we're gonna scroll at the bottom. Okay, now I'm going to move here and pass here the chat input. As you can see, pass the loading property, and we pass here the send message function. Okay, like this. We just finished in here, guys. We just finished. Everything is okay in here, guys. Everything is okay. Pretty cool. Okay, everything is okay. Now let's head into the browser and try this. I'm gonna refresh the page here. Okay, you can see actually we don't have any mess here. Let me pass here hello. And pass here and Ben. Yeah, you can see you get here and pass and Ben. Okay, let's see what we're gonna have here. Yeah, you can see I've saved that to the memory. Okay, you can see actually everything is working pretty well. Okay, it's working pretty well. We just finished. Yeah, we're gonna pass. I'm working on a BrowserAgent app. I'm tap inner. Let's see what we're gonna have here. Okay, what I'm working on. I'm pass here this kind of input. Let's see what we're gonna have here. Okay, based on what truth shared, Ben, you are working on the BrowserAgent app. Okay, can you list me some features? Can you list me some features of a browser of this kind of app? And pass you this. Let's see what we're gonna have here. And you can see, guys, that actually everything is working pretty well. Okay, everything is working pretty well. Okay, pretty cool. You can see everything is working pretty well. And as you can see, every time we are adding a message within the mess array, we are going to scroll at the bottom. You can see bottom ref, the current scroll into view. We are going to move at the bottom. We got this state here. You can see we have here this, and then I pass the state here to the div here so that we can scroll at the bottom. You get the idea, okay? You get the idea. And guys, we just finished Alright guys, now gonna work on the human loop components. That's what we're gonna work on right now. We already finished with the backend. If I head on backends, you can see if I head into the chat controller, you can see we have here this property. We have here resume decision, existing thread ID. Now we're gonna send this property here so that we can resume the graph, okay? We're gonna learn how to do it, okay? We're gonna learn how to build the front-end components because we already test this. And we know how it works, okay? We're gonna send a payload that we can use on the backend in order to resume the state of the graph, okay? Now let's move on the front end, and what we're gonna do, we're gonna build the component. First, we're gonna head into the chat slice. Let's head into the chat slice, and what we're gonna do in here, guys, here's what you're gonna do. Okay, here's what you're gonna do. Head into the chat slice, and then you're gonna pass here this line. You're gonna pass here this action, add interrupt. You're gonna pass here the thread ID, interrupt. You're gonna pass here this. And then you're gonna extract here the thread ID and interrupt data. Okay, we are going to invoke the function within the chat.ts. Chat.ts, if I head in, you can see we have here this function, send message, okay? You can see send message. If I scroll at the bottom here a little bit, you can see we have here this section here. We got this section. You can see I'm checking if we got the interrupt. We got the interrupt events. And I'm checking here if we got the interrupt events. If we got it, we are going to take the thread ID and the interrupt data. We're gonna pass it into a component. Okay, you can say invoke here, add interrupt. Okay, we're going to take the data and then we're gonna push it into the mess array. If I move to the server here, you can see when we interrupt it to execution, I'm sending here that event. Interrupt, I pass here interrupt results, and I pass here the thread ID. Okay, in here, take the data, and then I pass it to the function add interrupt. Let's head into the chat slice. You can see I get access to data. And then I retrieve the value, the interrupt ID, the tool name, the tool description, the arguments, the number of actions requests. We're gonna retrieve that. If you don't understand all of this, guys, you don't know what is the interrupt, I invite you to go check it out. If you don't know all of this, guys, you don't know what is the interrupt, go check out the video, human loop. Okay, go check out this course. You're gonna learn everything you need to know about human loop. Go check it out, guys, in order to get the basic. Once you do this, you're gonna pass here this line, last AI message is equal to state message. You're gonna retrieve the last AI message. And then I'm going to add the data to the human loop object. We're gonna pass data. We're gonna pass the status true. We're gonna pass interrupt ID, thread ID, tool name, tool description, the arguments, and number of actions requests. You're gonna pass that. Only this, guys. And then you're gonna take the add interrupt function. You're gonna export it in here. Okay, you're gonna pass in here. And as we export it in here, we're gonna get access to the function into the chat.ts. You can see now in here, I get access to the function, and then I'm gonna pass the mess array data. Okay, that's how it works. Pretty simple, pretty easy. Also, here's what you're gonna do. You can see we got here the send message. Okay, you can see I've passed here another property. I passed here another property, resume decision. It was like this. Okay, it was like this. Then I pass in our property. You're gonna pass in there. And let's see what we got in here. Resume decision. You can see resume decision. And in here, pass here the child thread ID, number of actions requests, thread ID, and the type here, approve or rejects. This is the input that you're gonna pass in here. You're gonna scroll a little bit. You're gonna check here if the message is undefined and the resume is undefined. Then scroll a little bit. You can see we have here the chat function. This is the function that we use in order to send the message to the server. I pass here the user ID and message. I've passed here to the resume decision. Let's click here. And then as you can see here, I extract here the resume property. I take it and then I pass it in here. I pass here resume decision and I pass here existing thread ID. Okay, I pass you this. Okay, I pass you this stuff, guys. Okay, and when we're gonna make an HTTP request to the server, we're going to have something like this. Let me move here. Okay, the object is gonna look like this. Let me move right here. Okay, I think I got this object right here. Let me show you an example. Okay, it's gonna look like this. Okay, it's gonna look like this. When we're gonna make an HTTP request to the server, we're going to send the user ID, message, existing thread ID, resume decisions. We're gonna have here decision and the tab here. Let me move here. Okay, you're gonna pass here this, and then you're gonna return here the response. Okay, something like this, and it's gonna work. Okay, now let me get rid of this stuff here. I'm gonna get rid of this stuff. Okay, once done, you're gonna head into the chat message. Let me go back into the chat component, and inside the chat component, we're gonna scroll a little bit here. You can see we have here the chat message. Click here, and then you're gonna do this. You can see at the bottom here, I've passed here components. Let me move at the top first. I'm gonna show something. You can see this is the chat message components. We tap it with the chat message prop. Let's see what we got in here. The chat message prop interface extends the chat message. Let me click here. We have here the raw, content, thinking, user ID, thread ID, loading, and we have here human in loop action type. We have here the status action. Let me move to the backend. If I head into the chat history, you can see we have something like this. This is the shape of a message. Now let me move here. You can see I pass in here. Okay, I pass here human loop objects, and yeah, you can see I pass here this. Let me close this, and if I go back here, you can see the chat message prop extends the chat message. It means this is the shape, and also we pass here on send events. The on send event takes here the resume decision. Okay, let me click here. The resume decision is an object. We're gonna have the chat history ID, the number of actions request, the thread ID, and the tab here. The tab can be approve or reject. This is the tab that we pass to the chat message components. If we go back into the chat component TS, you can see in here, I pass here the send message function. And as you can see in here, the send message function takes here two parameters. It takes here the input and the resume decision. The tab can be undefined, or the type can be of human decision. Okay, pass it this. Now let me go in here. Okay, you can see we pass here the bottom here. We pass here this. Okay, human loop, and then I pass here this object. You can see. Let me move first at the top here. I want to show something. I'm going to close here this and this. You can see in here I extract here. You know, we're gonna pass here an array of message, and then this array of message is gonna contain this property. I extract here the row, loading, contents, human loop. This is an object. You can see even the tab here. I'm going to take that object. I'm going to pass it to the human in loop car. You can see I pass here an object. I pass here. It means I pass here this. Okay, I pass here this. And then I pass here two functions on approve, on reject. Okay, I pass it to property. Now in here we got here handle approve function. You can see I pass here on send. We're going to send here the child history ID, the number of actions request, the thread ID, and the type here is going to be approved. Okay, I extract this data from the human loop object. You can see in order to get access to the thread ID, we are going to pass a human loop objects.action.id. You can see human loop.action.id. Number of actions request. In order to get access to it, we're going to pass the human loop object.action.number of actions. Then we're going to take that, we're going to pass it to the resume, okay? And then we're going to end up with something that looks like this. We're going to send something that looks like this, okay? We're going to send this stuff. Okay, this is what we're going to send to the server. Okay, now I'm going to, now let's head into the handle reject. Inside the handle reject, we pass the same thing. But for the tab, we pass in only reject. because if I don't want to approve the two operation, I'm going to pass the type is gonna be reject. Okay, like this. Okay, only something like this. And if you wanna create these components, if you wanna create these components, you can use ChatGPT in order to create these components. Okay, use ChatGPT. If you wanna use ChatGPT to create these components. I've used ChatGPT in order to build these components. Once you build the component, you're gonna pass in here. Okay, you're gonna pass in here and it's gonna work. Okay, now that we finished building the human loop component, we're gonna try to see if it works. Okay, we already built it, now we're gonna test it. Okay, we're gonna test the human loop components. Now what I'm going to do, I'm gonna head into the chat app here. We're gonna head into right here, and then let me first pass hello. Try to see if everything is working pretty well. Okay, actually everything is working pretty well. You can see the agent react here. Now I'm gonna take that input and I'm pass it to the agent. Here's the input, guys. Okay, I'm gonna head into Postman. I'm gonna copy an input. I'm going to move here this. Okay, I'm gonna copy that input. Okay, we're gonna ask the agent to visit Google and find us an article. Use the website feature to find an article about MCP. I'm passing MCP server. We're gonna take that and we're gonna pass it to the agents. Okay, let's head into here and then I'm passing the input. Okay, like this. Let's see what we're gonna have here. As you can see, the agent passed control to the navigator agents. Okay, actually the navigator agent is working, and you can see the open here browser. And then here, I think we're gonna have here a capture. As you can see, we got a capture. Now, as we got a capture, we're gonna put a human loop. Okay, let me reduce here the size of the window. If I head into in here, you can see actually the agent is trying to analyzing the page. And again, here you can see pass control to the JavaScript agent. And then here you can see we got a capture. Yeah, you can see we got a capture. That's why we got that component here. Okay, yeah, you can see. Now I need to click approve, and then we're gonna continue. Okay, first I'm going to resolve here the capture. And as you can see in here, they ask us to select a bus. Let me select here bus real quickly. We got a bus here. Let's see what we're gonna have here. We got a bus. Okay, we got a bus here. Okay, we got a bus. Okay, we got a bus here, not a bus. Okay, we got a bus. Let's wait a bit, guys. We're gonna wait a bit. And again, here you can see we don't have a bus. We don't have a bus. We're gonna click here, verify. Okay, we got a bus here. We're gonna select it. We got a bus. We got a bus here. And okay, we got a bus. We got another bus here. We're gonna select it. Let me select here the bus. Okay, like this. We don't have here any bus. Let's click here next. And you can see this, and as you can see, they take us on Google. Now we're gonna ask the agent to continue. As you can see, we head on Google. Now let's head into in here, and then we're gonna ask the agent to continue. Let's see the type of the input that we're gonna send to the agent. We're gonna head into the network tab, and I'm going to do this. I'm gonna scroll a little bit here. I'm going to click approve. Okay, let me do this. You can see we got here approve. We're gonna click here approve. Okay, let me see here the type of the input. I'm gonna copy here the payload, and then I'm passing here. This is the payload that we sent, and you're gonna see the agent's gonna continue. Let me move here. Let me move into the browser. You can see again here the agent continue working. You can see the agent continues working. Yeah, you can see it continues working here. Okay, you can see, yeah, it delegated task here to navigator. Yeah, it delegated task to the navigator, and you can see it head on DuckDuckGo.com is looking for an article about MCP. Okay, now let me move here and try to see what we can here. I'm gonna close this. Yeah, you can see actually the agent is working. If I head into in here, you can see we head on DuckDuckGo.com. Yeah, you can see we get the result here. It found an article. Okay, found an article, and actually the agent is interacting with the web page. Now let's head into the app here. Okay, actually the agent is still working, but actually you already find here an article. You already find here an article about MCP. Okay, you can see continues working, and continues working. Pretty cool, guys. Pretty cool. Oh, there we go, guys. The agent head on Microsoft and he found an article about MCP. Pretty cool, guys. Pretty cool. He finds an article about MCP. Now let's head into in here. Yeah, you can see actually now the agent is streaming. It means the agent finished working. Okay, he found an article about MCP, and as you can see, we got here URL. Okay, we got here URL. Yeah, we got a URL. Okay, we got a URL at the bottom. I think we got a URL. Okay, let me move here. You can see this is the article, guys. It finds an article about MCP. Alright guys, now I'm going to learn how to run our Node.js app into Docker. If you don't have Docker on your computer, you can head on docker.com, get into the installation menu, and then you're going to pick a Docker version based on your computer. If you're on Mac, you're going to pick Mac version. If you're on Linux, you're going to pick Linux version, okay? After that, you're going to get Docker Desktop, and then you're going to install it. You can see I've already installed it. I got Docker Desktop on my computer. And I've already installed here two images. I got the BrowserAgent app and MongoDB. And an image is basically a set of instructions, and a container is an instance of an image. You can think of an image is a file which contains instructions, and a container which is a program which is running. Okay, that's all you need to know if you don't have the basic of Docker. Now let's go back here. We're gonna talk about VNC. VNC stands for Virtual Network Computing. It is a protocol for remotely viewing and controlling another computer's desktop. So how it works? As you can see, we have an Ubuntu server here, guys. And then inside that Ubuntu server, I'm running a container of our Node.js app. It exposed two ports. It exposed the port 5000 that allows us to interact with our agents. And we got another port that allows to display, that allows to render the buffer of the browser, that allows to display the browser screen. Okay, we got here two ports, and then we're going to take the second port, which is the no VNC port. We're gonna pass it into our React app so that we can see what the agent is doing in the background. So let me give you a little example. Let me show you how it works first. I'm gonna run here. I'm gonna type here Docker Compose app in order to run a container. Okay, in order to spin up a container from this image. Okay, we're gonna spin up containers, and then as we spin up containers, I'm going to take here the URL. Let me scroll at the bottom here. I'm gonna show something. Let me scroll at the top here. We got something here. You can see we have here the URL. I'm gonna click here. As you can see, I select it, and then when I click on it, they're gonna take us in here. You can see we have here the URL. Let me pass in here so that you can see that pretty well. I'm passing here. You can see we have here this. Let me close this. Okay, let me go. I can pass it this. Okay, this is the URL. Okay, exposed by a container. Now I'm gonna take that and then I'm pass into the browser, and then you're gonna see something like this. I'm tap enter. You can see this is the URL exposed by the container. Now I'm gonna click here connect, and then when I click connect, we're gonna connect to the browser. Okay, we're going to display the browser here. Okay, this is a URL exposed by the container. Now I'm going to move here. Let me move inside the app here. As you can see, we got here the agents. As you can see, we got here the agent. Okay, here's the agents, and I've already passed here the URL, because if I head into the browser components, let me head into first the browser components. We got an iframe. Let me head in. Yeah, this is the browser component. As you can see inside the browser component, I pass here the URL. Okay, I pass here the iframe tag, and then I pass here the URL, and then we're gonna have something like this. Okay, we're gonna have here something like this. I'm gonna click here connect. Now I'm gonna pass here hi. I'm passing first hi to the agent. Let me pass here hi, and then I'm tap enter to see if everything is working pretty well. Okay, yeah, you can see the agent respond here. Now I'm gonna ask the agent to visit Wikipedia and find me an article about machine learning. Okay, visit Wikipedia and find me an article about machine learning. And then I'm tap enter. Let's see what we're gonna have here, guys. You can see we already connect to the VNC port. Okay, let's see what we're gonna have here. When the agent is gonna open the browser, we're gonna see something like this. Okay, you can see this is what we got in here. You can see we see what's going on inside the container. Okay, as you can see, the agent here is working into a container. I'm seeing what the agent is doing in the container. As you can see, we see everything in here. Okay, I pass that into an iframe, pass the URL into an iframe, and then we render the browser. Okay, that's how it works. Okay, and then if you want to deploy this on cloud, you can build an image, and then you're gonna deploy it into an Ubuntu server, and it's gonna work. Okay, because once you run an instance of that image, they're gonna expose a URL, and then you're gonna pick the URL, you're gonna pass into your React app, and then you can see what the agent is doing within the container. Okay, and you can see in here, I have the possibility to tap something within the browser. I can open here, tab, and then I can go back here. I can head on Google. Let me pass here google.com, and as you can see, I head on Google, and then they present me here a capture. Okay, we got a capture here. Okay, and you can see the agent is collecting a summary about the page here. It already extract the data. Guys. Now, if I head into here, you can see if I connect here to the NoVNC ports, we are going to see what we see is in here. If I move here within the app here, let me move to the app. This is the React app. You can see I see the page. If I head into the NoVNC, I see the exact thing. Okay, we got the same thing. Okay, I got here the second tab. Okay, and I got here the first tab. Everything is working pretty well. Okay, if you want to deploy this, you need Docker. If you want to run this into cloud, you need Docker. Okay, as you need Docker it's gonna give you the possibility to expose a URL that you're gonna pass within your React app. Okay, this is the logic. Now let me go back here, and then I'm gonna show you something. I've already explained you this architecture. You already get an idea about NoVNC. Now, how to install NoVNC? You're gonna do this, guys. You're gonna head into Docker. You're gonna create a file. You're gonna name it Docker compose.yaml. You're gonna create another file. You're gonna name it Docker file. Okay. Now let me move at the top here. Now you're gonna pass here this from Ubuntu 22. You're gonna pass here this environment variable, and then you're gonna pass here this stuff. Okay, so that you can install the VNC package. You can see here pass here xvfb and x11 VNC. I install here Python and Python 3 pip and other package. Then I scroll the bottom here. I clone here the NoVNC repository. As you can see, I clone it. Let me click here, and then let me see what we're gonna have here. I'm going to move right here, NoVNC. Let's see what we have here. They're gonna take us to the NoVNC repository. You can see this the repository of the NoVNC. You can head on here, and then you can read. You can have more details how it works. Okay, and you can see I pass the work there. I copy the package.json file. I run here npm install. Let me scroll a little bit again here. You can see here I install PlayWright and I install Chromium. Then I copy the app. And then I pass here these lines here and these environment variable. You can see I pass here headless is equal to false. If I pass headless is equal to true, we aren't gonna see the screen. inside of our React app. It's better to pass here headless is equal to true. And I expose here some ports. Like this, you're gonna do only this. And then you're gonna head into the Docker compose.yaml, and then you're gonna pass here the version. You're gonna pass the Docker file. You're gonna pass here these ports. And let's scroll a little bit. You're gonna pass here this environment variable. And I pass here Mongo. Yeah, let me scroll the bottom here. I install Mongo here at the bottom. Okay, I install here MongoDB. Okay, you know, we got a table. We have the user table. We have it into we need to have a container of MongoDB. And we get here some image. Okay, nothing else, guys. And then you're gonna tap, you're gonna run here this command. When you finish, docker compose app -- build, and then you're gonna get it. Okay, you're gonna head into Docker desktop, and then you're gonna see it's running. And when it's running, you're gonna pick now the URL. You're gonna pick the URL. And then you're gonna pass into an iframe, and it's gonna work. Okay, that's how we do it. Okay, it's pretty easy, guys. It's pretty easy. You need to practice in order to understand how this stuff works. You need to practice. Okay, you need to practice it, guys. Now, let me go back here, and then I'm pass another input to our agent. Let me go back into the React app. I'm gonna move here, and then I'm gonna let me move here, right here. Okay, right here. You can see. Okay, we got here. Let me first move here, and then I'm gonna solve this. I'm gonna solve the capture. And then I'm gonna ask the agent to visit Google. As you can see, we got a capture here. Now we need to solve it so that we can move to Google. I'm gonna click here, click here, click here. I can toggle into I'm not toggling into full screen. And then we're gonna pass here this. And then we're gonna click here next here, like this. Okay, we're gonna select here again this. And then we're gonna click here next here. Okay, as you can see now, they take us on Google. Now I'm going to toggle into the screen here. And what I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to ask the agent to head on Google and find me an article. Okay, let me copy an input. I'm going to head into in here. I'm gonna head into right here. I'm going to copy that input. Let me see here an input. I'm going to move right here, and then I'm gonna ask the agent to visit Amazon. Let me scroll the bottom here. You can see we got an input. Okay, let me pass it first. I'm gonna pass it that input. Find a birthday gift for the software engineer who lacks AI and productivity. And I pass it badge. Search Amazon, identify 10 suitable products, rank them, and explain the pros and cons of each. I'm gonna take that, and then you're gonna pass that to the agent. Okay, this is the input. I'm gonna tap enter, and then the agent's gonna head on Amazon. As you can see in here, guys, as you can see, the agent head on Amazon. Let me toggle into full screen here to see what the agent is doing here. You can see the agent head on Amazon, and then is working here, guys. As you can see, it's working. Okay, the agent is working. It's trying to find an article, try to find here something. Okay, I don't see what the agent is doing here. Maybe in the background it's working. Okay, as you can see, type something into the search bar. As you can see, it's typing here something. And then let's see. And then it visits the page. The agent is looking for the products on Amazon. Let's see what we're gonna have here. Okay, yeah, as you can see, the agent is trying to find a product on Amazon. Let's see what is the product. I don't know what is the product, guys. I don't know what is the product. Okay, let's see what is the product. Okay, as you can see, the agent is scrolling. As you can see, the agent is scrolling sometimes. Okay, pretty cool. Now the agent is working, guys. It's trying to find a great product. Guys, based on the inputs. Actually, the agent's still working, guys. It's still working. You haven't already finished. Let me toggle here. Let me click here and see what the... Okay, actually it's still working. As you can see, we have here loading indicator, which is spinning. It means the agent is still working. It's still working. Okay, let me click here and see what we got in here. Yeah, the agent is working. Okay, the agent is working here, guys. Let me move here. If we move at the top here, the agent, I don't see anything here. I don't see what the agent is doing. As you can see, guys, the agent is working. It's trying to find a beautiful product. Okay. I don't know what the agent is going to come up with. And that's pretty much it, guys, for the first chapter. I hope you enjoy. Don't forget to subscribe, and I see you in the next one.